21st, I
Morning, sir.
Good morning, madam.
Hope everybody's doing fine, ready for day 3. We are starting with the examination of Mr. Baran. Nothing to be raised in advance? No?
Just one very small matter, Madam President. There is a new face on our side of the table. This is the Slovak Republic's Slovak law expert, Mr. Fogash.
Thank you. Welcome. For the record, sir, can you please confirm to us that you're Vladimir Baran?
Yes, I am.
You are the mayor of Smilno. You have held this office since 2014.
Yes,
You have provided us with one written statement that was dated the 15th September 2023
that's correct.
and signed the day before. Yes.
Yes,
You're heard as a witness. As a witness, you're under duty to tell us the truth. Can you please read the witness declaration?
I solemnly declare upon my honor and consciousness that I shall speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. So you know how we proceed. You will first be asked questions by claimant's counsel, and then we turn to respondents.
Okay.
Mr. Toshingham?
Thank you, Madam President. I had no direct examinations, so I will now hand over to Mr. Prakash.
Thank you. Mr. Prakash,
Thank you,
please.
Madam President. Good morning, Mr. Baran.
Good morning.
Mr. Baran, as you know, because we already met, my name is Rostislav Pekas. I am counsel for the Slovak Republic, and I will be asking a few questions from you this morning. I would just like to make 2 technical points. And the first one is that we are on a transcript. Therefore, I would like to ask you that whenever you answer my questions, please do that in an audible manner so that the court reporter could record your answer.
I will do my best.
Thank you, sir. And the second thing, I will do my best also to formulate my questions in the most simplest possible way. And I would invite you to answer in the same way so that we can cover a lot of ground this morning.
Please do.
So, Mr. Baran, in paragraph 2 of your witness statement, you say that you graduated from an agriculture school. Is that correct?
Yes,
In what year did you graduate from the agriculture school?
1987.
Uh,
I'm not sure. It's years back.
Yeah, so it was a high school, secondary education, correct?
Yes,
And then you did a you obtained a BC degree on computerization and public finance, correct?
that's correct.
Then was that a 3-year program, sir?
Yes,
So you got that degree around 1991, 1992?
no, it was well after my high school. It was in 2003.
Okay, so what did
If
you
I
do?
remember, maybe 1 year up, 1 year down.
So what did you do when you finished high school?
Then I returned to the army after my national service. There was a gap when I was unemployed, and I returned to the army for a contract working with the United Nations.
Which year was that?
I think 1993.
Okay. So you left Slovakia at the time and worked for the United Nations abroad, correct?
Yes, in Yugoslavia.
Then in which year did you leave the army?
It was a 1 year contract, so it must have been 1994.
Did you join the army at any later point in time again?
Yes, again in 1 year break because it was necessary. And then I rejoined in, I think, maybe not one, maybe 1.5 years, because there was a leave I had to take 1995 or 96.
And so when did you leave the army for the last time?
It was 2011,
What military rank did you have at the time?
sergeant.
You state that you then worked for a security company and a mine clearance company, correct?
Yes,
And you state that was in Sri Lanka and Eritrea, correct?
correct.
What duties did you have at these companies?
I was an instructor at mechanical demining, Bozina number 4.
So when you returned to Slovakia in 2014, that was after a extended period spent abroad, correct?
Correct.
Would it be fair to say, sir, that up until the moment you became the mayor of Smilno in 2014, you had not received any legal education?
I don't agree. I received that an education at my college bachelor degree.
Please describe the legal education you received
Legal
at your college.
basis, it was not like studying law, but I got some basis,
So was it like 1-2 credit course?
perhaps.
When did you do your BC degree?
As I said, 2003,
And where was it?
Košice.
Just for everybody's benefit, Košice is the major city in eastern Slovakia, correct?
I wouldn't call it a major city. It's the biggest in east part of Slovakia. Yeah.
Well, I understand that you are closer to Prešov, so
Yeah,
there might
Prešov
be
is my,
some reason,
like
yeah,
the-
regional rivalry between the
the-
two. So it's
the
one of the
major
two
city.
biggest cities in eastern Slovakia.
Yeah,
Bigger than Smilno, I suppose.
I think it is.
Does the municipal office in Smilno have any employees?
Yes,
How many?
3 at this time.
How many employees did the municipal office in Smilno have in 2015?
2.
Was any of these employees a lawyer?
No,
Mr. Baran, did Discovery's counsel help you in drafting your witness statement?
can you repeat your question?
Yes. Mr. Baran, did Discovery's counsel help you with drafting your witness statement?
Yes,
And did you review the draft of your witness statement prepared by counsel?
actually, it was not Discovery, it was their representatives on the left side. It was not, if I may correct my answer.
Yes, Andrea. This
They're
was done by
they're
the
lawyers,
yeah,
not
yeah.
Discovery.
Okay. And so did you review the draft prepared by the lawyers?
Yes,
Did you propose any corrections to the draft?
no,
Mr. Baran, are you a member of the municipal council in Smilno?
no.
Could we please turn to paragraph 8 of your witness? And there, fine. You state ultimately we, and then being myself and the other council members, all agreed that it was not a matter that he could decide on in the state answer.
Being myself as a mayor, I cannot be a council member. It just
You-
doesn't work that way. I meant that me as a mayor and the council members.
So the word other is there in excess.
Yeah, maybe.
So it was supposed to be myself and the council members, not myself and the other council members, correct?
Correct.
And then if we look at paragraph 14, we have there, it's a long paragraph. So I would ask you to go to the, what is it, 7th line from the bottom, which starts Mrs. Varyanova. And you say, Mrs. Varyanova knew I would not cave into her pressure, so she set about trying to influence the other council members. So that again, the other is redundant there, correct?
Other, like, not all, other council members, yeah.
Now, please turn to paragraph 9 of your witness statement, please. And again, this is in the middle of the paragraph. There is a long sentence which explains the benefits that you perceived Smilno could derive from AOG's activities. And there's a text in parentheses which starts on the 6th line. And it states, for example, more local employment in the Smilno region for the local residents would boost the immediate local economy. There would be more taxes collected from salaries that could be invested back into the village. Can you see that, sir?
So again, what's your question?
My question is whether you can see it, because I read
Yeah, I see.
a long text to you, so I just want to
I
make sure
can see
that
it clearly, yeah.
yeah, okay. So when you speak of taxes collected from salaries, you speak of the income tax paid by Smilno residents potentially employed by AOG, correct?
Yes.
And do you know, Mr. Baran, what percentage of the income tax paid by a Smilno resident is allocated to the budget of the Smilno municipality?
Not exactly. No, I don't know precise percentage.
So would it,
But it would be more than zero,
would it be like 1%, 10%, 20%?
more than zero.
Sir, I would appreciate if you could try to just give us the numerical order, 1%, 10%.
I cannot answer you. I don't know the exact percentage. So it's definitely more than zero, and it's plus for the village budget.
Would it surprise you, sir, if I tell you that under Slovak laws on tax legislation, all money is collected in a centralized way and that it is redistributed to villages based on the number of inhabitants and other factors, which, however, do not include residents of the taxpayer?
Yeah, but it will be more because the more people are employed in our village, we get more taxes through that system that you just mentioned.
Yeah. Would you agree with me that if there is more tax paid in Smilno, that actually every municipality in Slovakia will get some that money?
They might. In Smilno, definitely that, we would get more, and there are also businesses connected to it, that it's not just if you say you want to or whatever, it might be, but there are businesses connected to it, like shops, accommodations, and other businesses which go along with any business that might be started in a village.
Yes, sir. I'm asking you questions only about the tax allocation in Slovakia, and most precisely about the allocation of the income tax. So is it your testimony that any part of the income tax paid by a resident of Smilno is allocated to the Smilno budget on the basis of the residency of the taxpayer in Smilno? Yes or no?
I think yes.
Is any
Stop your microphone. This is Wi-Fi technology that they have in WordPress. Bandwidth, which is free.
Thank you. I wish I understood what you were telling me, but my teenage, yeah, my teenage son is not here. Otherwise, I direct questions to him. Okay, so just to give you an example, if there is a wealthy businessman which moves to Smilno, becomes the resident of Smilno, and the businessman pays, say, 1 million euro income tax, just a ballpark, how much of that money will end up in Smilno's budget?
I have no idea. I cannot tell you precise number.
You have no idea, or you cannot tell me a
I
precise
cannot
number?
tell you a precise number. I don't know it.
So does mean that you have an idea. So what is the idea you have?
I told you I have no idea. That it means that I don't have an idea. I don't see your point in that idea.
Well, I will tell you, that your witness statement was drafted by somebody who has no clue about tax allocation in Slovak Republic.
But if I may say, it's simple. If people are coming to the village, they stay there and they pay direct taxes for, for being in the village. If there is a company, they pay taxes from the land, and also taxes when there are employees to the government, and those taxes go through the system back to the village budget. So it's both. And I cannot tell you, it's quite, as you might well know, is a complicated system and accounting. So I cannot tell you the exact numbers. Maybe you can.
Well, I'm told there is 2,900 municipalities in Slovakia, and following the rules of budget or tax allocation in Slovakia, each of them gets a small portion of this extra income tax, regardless of the residency of the person which paid the income tax. This is just to answer your question. You ask me, I will respond it.
But it differs, there are older people, there are students, there are people who are working. The number varies. It's not the same.
Yes. Okay. So now let's move to paragraph 15 of your witness statement. And there you discuss a meeting of the council discussing a petition relating to the activities of AOG. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
And you state that there was a vote taken by the council. And then you say on the second line, I see that only 5 people voted. Then you give the names. 4 of them voted in favor and 1 voted against it. How many members did the council have at the time?
7.
So 4 out of 7 is a majority, correct?
It is.
You also state that on, is it,
If I may I interrupt you?
Yes.
We voted not for the council voted. They took into consideration that this petition took place and the result. They didn't vote it for it or against it. They voted that such a petition happened and they took it into consideration.
well,
It's
If
two
I may-
types of voting, that you voting for something to happen, or like budget-wise, and some things like this petition, that it was the result. Okay, the council, the council take it as a fact.
well, if I may point you, sir, to the 5th line of this paragraph 15, you state the resolution states that the municipal council expresses agreement with the petition.
Line, which line?
This is the 5th line in paragraph 15. It starts, therefore, that only 4 people voted in favor. And that state that the municipal council expresses its agreement with the,
Yes,
that's right.
yes.
So do you recall that the petition was signed by,
Feel there's a problem with your bandwidth. Continue, but there's this kind of a background noise when you speak.
I'm really struggling to hear, I'm afraid, the
Yeah,
questions.
yeah.
Call your son.
yeah,
Would you like?
thanks to the time difference, he's not sleeping anymore.
I think I should try my microphone instead. This one seems pretty clear. Do you want to try this one instead? We can swap. I don't know.
Where is the gentleman who was changing the microphones? Or maybe you can do it. Thank you. That would help.
Why we call our women's friends.
Well, I hope it is going to be better now.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so I will repeat my question. Do you recall, sir, that the petition was signed by approximately 340 inhabitants of Smilno?
I didn't count it. The petition says so. Is it 300 and
That's what the petition
exact
says.
number? I'm not sure. I didn't count it.
You didn't. Well, in your witness statement, you state, and that will be, again, I will need to count the lines. This is line 8. Where's it? 8? No, 7. You say on line 7, I don't believe the resolution or the petition showed that the majority of the local Smilno inhabitants were opposed to AOG's project. Can you see that sentence?
Yes,
So you are stating this even though you haven't counted the number of signatures on the petition to satisfy yourself that the petition isn't signed by a majority of Smilno inhabitants?
I didn't count the numbers, but I went through the petition. There were people who were not inhabitants of Smilno. They didn't have permanent residence in Smilno. There were people under 18, and the petition, in many cases, forced people, and the people who ran the petition were troubling people to sign it. They went door to door campaign. I was present in one case because at the same time we were giving presents at an anniversary, and they persuaded one older woman, 80 age. Her daughter was there. She told her, oh, be nice, sign it. But her father, he was over 80 or maybe 80 exactly at that time. He said, no, I'm not signing it. And can you imagine, they went door to door and they were persuading people that there would be water spoilage, and they endangered them with any other issues like earth shaking and so on. So people signed it. And I returned to the fact that there were people who were not inhabitants of Smilno. So what they have to do with our business?
Isn't going door to door the nature of taking a petition?
I don't know. You tell me. Is it the petition?
asking.
I don't know.
Don't know.
Petitions sometimes happen when people stand like a presidency petition in our district town, and people stand, for example, at a square and wait for somebody to show up and sign a petition. I haven't seen in my life a petition door to door. That was the only case in Smilno and in all my life anywhere.
Could I just ask, just on paragraph 15, how many council members were there?
7.
And so 5 participated that voting your paragraph.
Yeah. 2 must have been on their leave or on sick leave. I don't know. I don't remember.
And when you said a few minutes ago that in answer to a question about whether or not the petition showed that the majority of the inhabitants were opposed, your answer was, I may not have counted the number, but I noted that many people were not actually Smilno residents. Do I recall correctly what you
Yes.
said? You went through the petition at the time to see who was a resident and who was not?
No, I just went through like last week because it was,
I see. Okay, thank you.
I came back to it because I was not
Thank you.
preparing for the case, but
Thank you.
it was.
You say in your paragraph 15, I see that only 5 people voted. In the second line of paragraph 15.
He also added that 2 were not there.
Yes.
Must have
I
been
know.
the 2 were not there, yeah. I don't remember. If it's 5, so 2 must have not been there.
But the maximum that could have voted was 7.
Yeah.
Right, and 5 voted, and 4 voted to support the petition,
Yes,
and 1 voted against.
against, yeah.
I mean, that's a democratic vote, that's a free vote. That's, I mean, what's the problem with the vote? Isn't that democracy at play?
It is, I don't underestimate the.
You're not challenging the legality of the vote,
No, I haven't, if I remember right.
so you accept that the vote was legitimate, it was
I
an
have to
expression.
accept as a mayor,
Right.
the majority.
No, I'm not saying you're not, I'm
In-
just
in
trying to
every case.
understand.
Yeah.
So you've got no problem with the vote?
Not at all.
So why does the petition matter if it went to the council and the council took a democratic and a legitimate vote? I don't understand what the issue is with the petition.
What I understood, just to shorten this, I understood Mr. Baran to say that the way the petition, the signatures were collected was he considered unusual at least, and people were forced, and there was a door-to-door campaign when this is not usual for a petition.
Exactly so.
But even if that was the case, the council voted.
Yeah, they were asked to take stand. They voted.
The members of the council could have expressed a view that they didn't accept the petition, they didn't believe the petition, they thought the petition was forged, but they didn't do any of those
No,
things.
they voted as they did. So
Was there a debate before the vote?
there is always a debate during the session and before that.
And you were present at that debate?
Most of the time I'm present.
And did anyone raise questions about the legitimacy of the petition during that debate?
No, I don't remember
You don't
exactly. No, I don't remember if any raised any question of that kind.
Did
You
you
are-
raise any concerns about the legitimacy of the petition?
No. I think I wrote to I don't know which ministry about the petition, what we have to do, because it's very rare, people or mayors, most of the mayors don't come across these kind of things. And they told us that we have to take a stance, so the council members did. That's it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I think we may take a brief look at the text of the petition. It is document R107. It will be shown to you on the screen. So this is the English translation. Could we please scroll down? So I will just read out loud the text of the petition, which is on top. It says, we, the undersigned residents, disagree with the activities related to exploration area, sweetening oil and commercial natural gas, with their consequences have an impact on the environment and municipality Smilno. We therefore request that the Municipal Council of Smilno and the Mayor of Smilno express their disapproval of exploration area and so on, as well as of all the geological works in the exploration area and related activities that intervene in or have an impact on the environment in Smilno. And now I would ask you to show us the Slovak version so that we can look briefly at the, but before doing so, because yeah, that would be perfect if we can have both at the same time. Excellent. So this is just one page. What you can see here is that in the left column, we have the name of the person. In the sort of middle column, we have the primary, it should be actually permanent residence, street number, municipality, postal code. And then we have the addresses. And if you look just on this first page, we can see that out of the 15 signatures on this page, if I counted correctly, 13 are from Smilno and 2 are not, correct?
Number 13.
No. In total, so there's 2 of them which are not from Smilno. I think we can all read Smilno, even though it's in Slovak. Number 3 has a different address. Actually, there's also number 6 and number 8, so I misspoke.
11, I think that is borrowed. Does it say 11 is borrowed? Do I read it right?
It says Smilno 63 and then Zborov.
No. Yeah, it's postcode. It's postcode.
Yes.
So it's
Yeah, exactly, because Smilno is a small village, so the post office is in Zborov, correct?
Yeah.
So here we have 3 are from not from Smilno and 12 are from Smilno, correct? Yes. And we will not verify all 341 signatures, but we could say that a large majority of the signatures on this page are from Smilno, correct?
Yeah, it is, but just in the first paragraph, we residents, and there are definitely the residents, and in many sheets of paper, there nearly on each is a couple of those that are not, and
Well,
many of those are under 18.
so then if we look at just the following one, yeah, please. Would you agree with me that on this one, all of them are from Smilno?
Permanent address in Smilno, they do, but I see one that hasn't lived in Smilno for 20 years. The second, at least.
But so you dispute the fact that his permanent residence is in Smilno?
It is. It was at that time, but he has lived in Smilno for
So
many years.
if his permanent residence is in Smilno, does it mean that he has the right to vote in Smilno?
Yeah, he has. That's okay.
Yeah, okay.
Could I just ask, so just out of interest, do you know all of these people? You recognize the names?
Yes.
They're legitimate people. And do you have any reason to believe that they did not sign this petition?
No, I don't know.
As far as you're concerned, they signed the petition.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sir, do you recall how many Smilno inhabitants were over 15 at the time of the petition, approximately?
If I counted, like, I went through it, maybe 23 out of this petition were not Smilno inhabitants, and maybe it's my guess, like maybe 20 were under age of 18 or 15, so young.
Okay, and so how many inhabitants over the age of 18 did Smilno have at the time?
I cannot tell you. I don't.
Yeah. Would you know how many inhabitants over the age of 15 Smilno had at the time?
No.
Could I draw your attention to document 108? So This is a document actually that we got from the Smilno municipality. This is some sort of statistics which lists the people of age above 15. It goes only to 100 as of the 25th of May 2015. Correct?
Correct.
And then the number on the left column that I assume is the number of the house where these people live, correct?
Sure. I don't know.
So you do not know what the left number is.
No.
But you see here as per house number.
As per house, yeah, now, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And then it gives the total number of inhabitants between ages 15 and 100, and then men and women. Can
Okay.
you see that?
Yeah, now
Yes.
I see, yeah.
And now we scroll down to the last page of the document. We will see the grand total 613 over the age of 15, correct?
Correct.
So let's assume that we did our math correctly. There is 341 signatures on the petition. You stated that 23 were not from Smilno, so we take these out. That brings us to 318. Of those, and then you say that some of them were under the age of 15, but now we are comparing apples to apples because this list is over the age of 15. So if we take these comparing numbers, if the total of such inhabitants is 613, then 1/2 of that is 306.5, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Counted right.
And so if 318 signed, that actually is an absolute majority, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Pekash, are you going to take the witness to the council resolution or no? If not, I will have a question on that document. It's up to you.
I was not planning to.
All right.
But then if you, please
Well,
go ahead. Yeah.
Because I want to concentrate on the, something you said earlier, sir, about what exactly was decided at the meeting. In your witness statement, as Mr. Pekash pointed out, you write that the council expressed its agreement. When I look at the resolution, you don't need to put it up. I'm going to read this line from the resolution, and if council wants to put it on the screen, they may. The following the discussion of the petition on the disagreement of the citizens of Smilno regarding the activities, etc., the municipal council expresses its agreement with the mentioned petition. Now,
I think out of fairness to the
Yeah,
witness,
we
we
should
should
go.
show
Very-
it.
very good.
Because
Fine.
it-
No problem.
Yeah.
of course, no problem. It is R15, yes. But I guess they, please put it on the screen, sir, for the witness. Scroll down, please. Again. Right there. The underlined words at the end. But I suppose you should read the whole paragraph, please.
We also want to show the original in Slovak.
Sure.
No, it's okay. Okay, yeah.
Okay. If I understood your testimony earlier, you said that the council was not saying they agreed with they agreed with the disagreement of the citizens expressed in the petition. You said that the council simply recognized that the petition was taken and submitted to the council, and the council should take that into consideration.
Yeah.
These words suggest otherwise. It says, as I read it, that the council actually expresses its agreement, not its recognition, if you will, but goes further.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, I
You're
mean,
right.
okay.
There are two ways of voting, so this must have been the second one, yeah. You're right, if it says so, yeah, it's unquestionable, yeah.
Right, and I'm not debating the words. Does this accurately, does this reflect what you recall that was happening at the time? Or that the council said, we agree?
Yeah, now I see it's that way, because normally if there is, like there are many things, like, as I said, budget, they have to agree, but some things they just take into, consideration.
Correct.
I thought it was that way, but if it's on paper that they were for, expressed agreement with the petition, so it is so.
Okay, and you're not suggesting that this is inaccurate?
No, no. it's
Very good.
accurate, It's accurate.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Yep. Thank you, Mr. Dreimer. We will now switch to a different topic. I would kindly ask for document C21, C281 to be shown on the screen. So, Mr. Baran, this is an email which was sent among people from Discovery on the 5th of August 2015. Can you see that? Obviously, I'm not going to ask you about the text of the document because I assume you have never seen it, correct?
I don't remember seeing it.
But if we scroll down to the second page, on the very last line, it states, photo attached of Stanislav on the Smilno location with the mayor of Smilno and a farm engineer. And then on the following page, we have a picture. So, sir, is it you on the picture?
Yeah, it's me on the left, yeah.
Who else is on the picture?
If the letter says it's a farm engineer, from behind, I'm not sure, but it must be him. I think if I recall right, there was the dispute of the actual road layout. So the farm engineer must have been called on
Okay.
place.
And is Mr. Benada on the picture, or who is the third person?
Yeah,
on the
Benada,
picture?
yeah, in the middle, yeah.
And Mr. Benada is the one in which of the two other gentlemen? I believe I recognize you on the picture, like I
In
would
the middle,
recognize
I said.
myself actually. But
I said in the middle.
so the one in the black T-shirt.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So when this picture was taken, were you actually standing on the field track or field road, which leads from the Smilno village to the site where AOG was going to drill?
Well, I'm not sure if it was exactly the track, because there at that time and even now there are like two tracks. When it was muddy, the vehicles went left or right, not to get into mud. So it's definitely the direction, but I'm not sure whether we exactly on that road. I mean geographically, but yeah, we on that road. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the direction to that site.
No, but I mean, like, if people from Smilno wanted to go to the site, would they go through
Yeah.
the land you are standing on?
Yes, they would get there. Yeah.
Yes. And then if we scroll further down, there's another picture. So that's another picture of the field track, correct?
Yes.
And the white small sticks, do you know what they are there for?
I think that it was measured that the actual road is in between the sticks. And as I said, it must have been muddy. before or the year before, so the heavy equipment, agriculture mostly went, you know, bit to the left or in this case to the right
Mhm.
from Smilno direction to
So,
avoid muddy roads.
so now, Mr. Baron, I would like to ask you to turn to paragraph 19 of your witness statement. And then, so the paragraph 19 spans over 2 pages, and I'm actually interested in the last 2 words on page 5, and then we will turn the page. So the sentence starts, the agricultural, then we turn the page. Farm, which is located to the southeast of the village, uses the road on a daily basis and has done so for as long as I remember. Can you see that sentence, sir?
Yes.
So now if we can go show again the picture of the road as it was in August 2015. So is it your testimony that this is how a field track looks like if it is used every day?
Yes. The lower one, I mean, you know, not in between the sticks, but the lower one, but it was more passable, you know, because the upper ground must have been muddy in the springtime, so they started to use it, you know, lower, and they continued so
Wait,
throughout the summer.
Excuse me, when you say the other one, you mean the track just after the second stick? Is that what you're saying?
Is because it's on a hill, so after the second stick, yeah, to the right.
And if we go back to the previous picture, please. No, the previous picture. Yeah, so that would be the other track that
Yeah.
you are standing on, correct?
I suppose so, yeah.
Yeah, and so your testimony is that this is how a field track looks like if it is used on a daily basis, correct?
Yes, but I mean, on daily basis, you know, there might be one agriculture machine going there once a day when they are, you know, feeding the animals at their farm. You know, they pick up the grass and just in the morning once.
Yeah, so how,
I know.
actually you did an agriculture school, so you may help me. How often do I get to cut the grass on a field in a year?
2 or 3 times, but you have to feed animal twice a day, at least.
Could I just ask, what is the total length of the field road or the field track?
700 meters, 800 meters approximately.
And does all of the 700 or 800 meters resemble what is in this photograph?
No.
Could you describe for us?
One third. 1/3
1/3 is,
this way.
and what's
Look-
the other 2/3?
The other is like stones and because it has been a road for, as I stated in my statement, for over 200 years as a road to a quarry close by. So another part of the road, which is, I hope there will be a picture of that, is really laid out of stones like these cat hats. You do call it this way, you know, cat hats, yeah. So there are parts of the road really, you know, reinforced.
So that, is this
Quite
what,
steep.
sorry, sorry for interrupting. Is this what you say in paragraph 28 of your witness statement?
Yeah.
Actually, it would be helpful. Is there another photograph in the record of what the
We will,
I might take the
Yeah.
witness in re-examination to some
Okay,
pictures that would
okay.
assist.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
that will not be necessary, I would. I'm going to take the witness there and just to follow up on the question asked by Madam President. Speaking now of the part of the road that we had on the picture. And you stated that 1/3 of the road was in that condition. So when in paragraph 28, you state at the very end of 28, it is still used to this day by the local residents and the neighboring agricultural farm, which drives its heavy trucks over it on a daily basis all year round. That would not apply to the 1/3 of the track that we saw, correct?
You know, it's, there are fields when the road starts and they don't necessarily go to the furthest fields at the end of the road, you know, so they might, you know, conduct harvest in the half of the road. So they don't use all the roads up till the end.
So
So
then this is
that's
precisely,
why the last third looks the way.
so, and this is precisely why I framed my question to ask only about this one last third of the road. Then 1/3 of the road is not used by heavy trucks on a daily basis all year round, correct?
Not necessarily.
And would you agree with me that the pictures that we saw with the grass really do not suggest that heavy tracks pass on it on a daily basis all year round, correct?
I don't agree. If there is a one truck or one tractor, light tractor using the road once a day, it might look as it is on the picture.
Yeah, but in paragraph 28, you don't speak of light tractors, you speak of heavy trucks, correct?
Yeah, but you know, they don't use heavy tractors all the time. They might use like, you know, different kind of equipment. And not you know, as I said, 2/3 that my access to the first field, and at the end is it's the, you know, the least field, so they use maybe different equipment. I don't know.
And
I'm not there. You know, it was like saying they use it on everyday basis, but I don't stand there. I don't count the vehicles. I don't count the tractors.
would you also agree, sir, that given the seasonal nature of agriculture in Smilno, a cooperative has no reason actually to drive there every day all year round?
Or you're, yeah, definitely not in the winter.
I have a question still on document C-281. If you're going to change documents, may I ask that question now?
Yes, please.
Very good. Sir, could you, yes, where is it? Down, please. It's at the end of page 2 of the PDF. Yes. The second to last paragraph. Could you highlight that, please? Access road is a public road, yeah. All right. Mr. Baran, I realize, as you said earlier, that you probably haven't seen this document, or you have not seen this document before.
I'm not sure.
Okay,
To be,
that's fine.
no.
And I realize that you weren't the author of this document, but here it refers to an agreement between an AOG and the land user and you. Do you recall reaching any agreement in relation to the matters that are stated here?
There was not an agreement. I was informed, you know, by the company that they, you know, they measured geographically where the road was supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't sign an agreement. I couldn't, you know, the village is not the owner of the road, not the fields around. So I couldn't sign an agreement was only reached that I saw that the actual track was not the one which corresponded with, you know, with the system.
Okay.
In the maps.
All right, so do you think this is an accurate statement of what occurred in respect of the location of the track?
I don't think it's accurate. It was not an agreement. They informed me that the track was not there as it states in the map, but no agreement. I didn't sign any agreement.
Or express,
Or
you didn't, or did you purport to agree that they could conduct these works?
I couldn't allow them to do the
You couldn't
works.
what, I'm
I
sorry?
couldn't allow
Allow
them
them.
to do
Thank
the
you.
work. So they just informed me of the situation. If they might state it as an agreement.
Okay, yes, and you didn't write the document, I understand that.
Mhm.
The first sentence of that paragraph says access road is a public road.
Yes,
Do you consider that an accurate statement?
yes.
Okay. Did you express that to them, to AOG at the time?
Yes.
I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, let's go back to paragraph 19 of your witness statement. So we read the, yeah, 19, yeah. So, yeah, we can have the second page of 19. Thank you. So we went through the one sentence speaking of the farm, and then in the second sentence, you state the same is true of the quartz mine, which used to be located just 100 meters from AOG's proposed drilling site, the V-shaped forest next to it. So what do you mean by the same is true? What did you want to convey in that sentence?
That the road has been used not only by the farm vehicles, but also by hunters, by people who were collecting or driving wood from the forest, by people who go there. I cannot say on daily basis because it's not. They go in there, pick up mushrooms on cars, on motorcycles, pick up strawberries, whatever. So it's, a combination of those things.
So, but
And it's used by public, and it's also connection, field connection between the villages, Smilo and Mikulášova and Zigla. For tourists, they use it a lot, bicycles nowadays.
But I appreciate your answer, but I think your answer didn't really
Answer your
address my
question.
question. Yes, my question was the same is true of the quartz mine. So, what did you mean? Like the
Let me,
the
which which line is it? The same?
this is the second line on
Okay.
page 6.
I meant that the road is used like that for, not just for the agriculture, but also for the quartz. For the
Mhm.
quartz.
So
Not on daily basis, definitely. No,
And I
because the quartz is not, it's not mined anymore, like
Mhm.
the mineral.
yeah, and when
It used to, like 100 years ago, the Smilo inhabitants, they had not much to do in the winter time, and they were supplying all Bardeo district with the mineral, it's not macadam, but it's softer, the mineral which was mined there, and that had been used on daily basis because they were supplying all districts of Bardeo to have jobs, and the land was, the mines were leased by a person, and also the road was leased to them by a person.
so okay, so the
I meant in this paragraph also the history of the court.
okay, so historically the road was leased to a person or corporation which operated a quartz mine there.
Exactly.
So they were using the road on the basis of the lease they had with the owner of the road, correct?
Correct.
And when did the quartz mine close?
Oh, it was when the technology that could break stones started, like after Second World War, I guess, maybe later, when they were able to crush the stones and create macadam. And later on, the people used it just to, like level their yards. The agriculture farm used it to level, places within their compartment, like not compartment, their parking lots and stuff
Okay, so the,
on a regular, not regularly.
so the commercial.
No,
um,
commercial was not since the end of like the Second World War, from the 1950s, not anymore.
Thank you. So now let's have a look at document C60. So this is a presentation that Discovery Geoservices Corporation prepared for its internal purposes, and which describes its visit to Smilno in August 2014. Again, this is a document that I assume you're not familiar with, correct?
I'm not sure.
Uh,
It's the
I'm-
first page.
Yes, we will.
I don't recall.
Okay, so let's have a look, because actually I will not be asking you, with one exception, I will not be asking you questions about the text. Please, let's go to PDF page 8. So what we see on this picture actually is that in the left, there is an aerial view of the broader Smilno area. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And then the main picture is a picture taken at the place marked by the arrow on the picture. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, we can see that this is basically a grassy field, correct?
It is a grassy field, but it's not a road.
Yeah,
The road, it's behind, like, from, but I see like 100 meters where the road ends
Mhm.
and enters the forest
And
on the upper right side.
and where,
That's not the road at all.
yeah, where on this picture do we have the drilling site?
Like 100 meters straight forward, and yeah.
Okay. So now let's go to page 9. So this is a picture. So again, that's the picture has the same structure. So on the left side, there's the aerial view with an arrow, and then there is the picture taken there. Correct?
Yeah, no, correct. No, it's not correct. The arrow should be where the road enters the V-shaped forest.
Mhm. Okay, so it should be closer to the site than where it is,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
Yes. And then okay, so what we can see is that the road or field track is of what I would say variable condition, right? There are some parts, the part which is next to us has some gravel on it. Further away from us, I cannot see any gravel. Do you agree with me?
You ask me, yeah.
Yes.
It's not a gravel, it's the quartz, the mineral which was
Mhm.
mined, it's in that area.
Yeah, and so the photograph is taken such that the village of, if I wanted to go to the village of Smilno, I would go like away, I would go straight forward on that picture.
Straight and turn left.
Turn left.
Smilno village is on the left.
Yeah. So
Side
it-
of the screen.
So in order to
which
get
is
to
not
the,
there.
yeah, so in order to get to the village of Smilno, I would need to leave the part with you say it's boards on it to go into the part where I cannot see quartz, but some grass, correct?
Yeah, but also this picture is not correct because those trees, the original road goes above the trees and enters the forest. And, people chose to use this road because it was muddy and it's muddy behind the trees. So they like, carved it, more to the, like, from the middle down. So the original road goes above the trees and where it enters the forest. So it's but it looks pretty the same up there.
Yeah.
You-
Oh, I think it's maybe a bit worse up there too.
Yeah, because
That's why
it-
people are taking this one
But
rather
when
than
it
the muddy
enters
one, no?
the forest, is the same, there's this quad.
But well, obviously we have the pictures we have. Okay, so and now if we go one further page down, we see, so this is where the field track connects to a municipal road, correct?
Yes,
So the municipal road is to the left and to the right, and the picture is taken from the field track, right?
yes,
And so we can see that even in the village, the surface of the road is only hardened. It's not the same layer of asphalt that we can see on the municipal road.
it's not
Correct?
It's not true anymore. On the left side, to the middle of the junction, it had been asphalt road, and we did a reconstruction, and it's proper asphalt road now. On the left towards the village, and to the right, that part of the village doesn't belong. It belongs to the state, so we cannot repair it. It's others' property.
Okay, so we have actually three chunks there. So the one to the left is now in even better condition than what
Yeah.
it was at the time.
It's a proper
The
asphalt.
one to the right waits for the state to do something about it, and the field track from which the picture was taken is in the same condition it was in 2014, or is it
Yes,
better?
it's the same, yeah.
Now, if we go to page 16 of the document. And I appreciate, again, that you're not the author of this document, but the fourth bullet point says length of the road to the location approximately 1.3 kilometers. Maybe half length of this road requires some modifications only. Can you see that, sir?
Mhm.
So first, I thought that you testified a while ago that the road is 800 meters, if I recall. Here it states 1.3. So which of the two is correct?
I think it's 700 meters, 800 meters. No,
Like from the
junction-
village, from the
junction. But then, then
Where to where?
then from the road towards the site was another 100 meters. So I can't say, I didn't measure it.
And here Discovery actually states that 1/2 of the road requires some modifications. And I believe actually you answered that question already in response to Mr. Dreimer's questions. You did not approve any modifications of the road, did you?
No, I couldn't, it's not the village property.
So if you look at document C280. No, 80. Apologies. Are you familiar with this document, sir?
Let me see.
We can also show maybe the original version on the split screen, sir.
Yes. That might refer to the photograph with me, Mr. Benada, and the agriculture engineer where the sticks were.
Yeah, and so the document states local investigation took place on 21st of July 2015. in the area of the future construction of a working area for the implementation of exploration works of alpine oil and gas in the cadastral area of Smilno. The subject of the investigation was the location of the access road on parcel type C, serial number 945, unrecorded ownership sheet, built-up area road. Then individual comments, provided that the original boundary of the land, serial number 945, registered as built-up area road, will be respected. So that's what you, that's the sticks, basically.
Yeah.
Okay. But this is not your agreement to anything, correct?
No.
Yeah.
I just, on the other picture, you know, just, I said that it has to be, stay on the road because it's a road, you know.
Yes.
It was my advice,
Yes.
not like my allowance or something.
Now, there's one thing which I find interesting, actually. The original is not in Slovak, but in Czech. Why is it?
I don't know why.
Yeah, but you confirm it is in Czech.
Yes.
Could it be that this document was actually typed by Mr. Benada, who is Czech?
Yes.
So, so you did not authorize the modification of the road at that time. Did you authorize any modification of the road at any other time?
No, not that I remember. Oh.
Well, we can look at the document R61. This is this is an answer that you provided in the name of the Smilno municipality to a question which was asked by the district police directorate with respect to the field track. And there you state. So first of all, are you familiar with this document, sir?
I haven't seen it since 2016, so.
But it's if we scroll a bit
I
down,
signed it, so
you did,
I-
okay.
yeah.
Yeah, so you state the access road located on plot of land E2721/780 has not been assigned any functional class or category pursuant to STN 6110. The Smilno municipality possesses no zoning decision in respect of the creation of the road. 3, the Smilno municipality possesses no building permit in respect of the plot of land. The Smilno municipality possesses no occupancy decision. The Smilno municipality possesses no technical documentation that would confirm the realization of construction in respect of that land plot. As the road was constructed absent of any issued occupancy decision, the Smilno municipality possesses no opinion issued by respective authorities. The Smilno municipality has no archived occupancy permit for construction connected to the road. And then finally, in respect of the plot, the Smilno municipality has not permitted any construction and technical modification. Correct? Can you see that? And all of that information is correct, right, sir? So that is information you provided as of 3rd of November 2016. So now having refreshed your memory, did you authorize any construction and technical modification of the road at any later date?
No.
So now let's turn to paragraph 20 of your witness statement, sir. And you state there, I have also been shown pictures of the Smilno village and road, which I understand have been taken from the website of Slovakia's Office of Cartography. The first image simply shows the road as it is and as it should be. Here you can clearly see the road leading away from the village and arching down towards the bottom right of the image. In the second image, the road is clearly identified as a road in the icon tabs on the left-hand side of the image, and it is also identified by the GPS points as a local purpose-built communication. This is consistent with my understanding of the road status and historical use, and is also consistent with what I have said in this statement and what I had told AOG about the road. Can you see that, sir?
Yes.
When were these pictures shown to you?
Which pictures?
The pictures you referred to in paragraph 20. And if you want to see you refer to them then in the footnotes. So it's exhibit C 420 and exhibit,
418.
oh, sorry. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's C 418 and 19. So this is, this is the one where I
That is not the
misspoke.
right.
So please, yeah, that's it.
And can you repeat your question?
Yes, my question is, when were these pictures shown to you?
These pictures are official, internet. I don't know the abbreviation. MAPI.
No, sir. In paragraph 20,
Yes.
you say, I have also been shown pictures of the Smilno village, and then you refer to these two pictures. So I am asking you when you were shown these pictures.
I don't exactly remember when. What year or I don't
Who showed
recall.
you? Who showed you these pictures?
It must have been Mr. Bernada, I think.
Mhm. But you don't recall the year.
No,
Wasn't it actually shown to you very recently, like in 2019 and later?
no, as I said, I don't remember exactly.
Well, we have a document on the record. It's document R212. And I just, you are not familiar with this document, but I represent to you, sir, that this document issued by the Geodesy, Cartography and Cadastral Authority of the Slovak Republic states that the information shown on the pictures C 418 and 419 is information from 2019. Does that refresh your memory as to the year when you were shown the pictures C 418 and
Not
19?
really. It doesn't refresh my memory. No, I'm not sure when.
Mr. Baran, when I read a statement like this, in a witness statement
Mhm.
such as this, I have been shown a picture. It suggests to me, at least, that you've been shown this by counsel at the time of your signing of the witness statement. Now, I'm not saying that's what it means. I'm asking
Yeah.
you, is that what it means?
Yes.
All right. So, but to the best, again, not what the words say, to your recollection, were you would have, am I correct to understand that you would have been shown these two maps at the time you were asked to approve and sign your witness statement? Or sometime far earlier or by somebody else?
I repeat, I don't remember exactly.
Okay, all right. I just want to say honestly how I understand the words, to give you a chance to address them.
Because it's maps, you can find on internet anytime. I don't recall when exactly I was shown them.
Okay, so I will show you yet another map. It is in exhibit C 315. So C 315 is an email that was sent by Mr. Sikora, who I represent to you was AOG's counsel at the time. In June 2016, to Mr. Josef Stefanski, or Stefanski maybe, who is, I again represent to you, a police officer in Slovakia.
Used to be.
Yes, yeah. So you do know Mr. Stefanski?
Yes. He's from a neighboring village and he was the district police director, so I know
Oh.
him.
Yeah. In which district was he the police director?
Bardeo
Yeah, so this is the district where Smilno belongs,
falls in
correct?
here.
So our AOG's council writes to the district director in Bardeo, and they attach a map. This is PDF page 6. We will read from that, so maybe we can not show the witness statement and instead show only the map. Perfect. So it refers to the object classified as C945. That is the field road, correct?
Yes.
And it describes on the left. So first we can see that the road is there in blue. We recognize the shape of the road, right?
Yes.
And then on the left side, we can see how it is classified at the time. And it states land with an engineering structure, road, local and special purpose road, forest road, dirt road, sidewalk, open parking lot, and other construction components. Can you see that, sir?
Yes.
So would you agree with me that from what is stated in this description, I cannot tell which of these road, local and special purpose road, forest road, dirt road, sidewalk, open parking lot, and other construction components, which of these more specific categories apply to this C945 object?
No, I can't tell which exactly.
While we are on this map, can I just ask you a question? When you speak of the road being 700 to 800 meters, where does your measurement start and where does it end?
It stopped somewhere in the, in the middle. I can't show
Yeah,
it.
it's difficult, but can
but-
you
but-
describe it with words?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
No,
something showed up.
some
Is that
of
your
the,
finger?
no. Bit more to the right, and up, yeah, and to the left. No, left. Keep on the blue track, please. Whoever is
Yeah,
working
it's
with
the
it,
gentleman
and come
in the
down
blue.
with the come down. Yeah, stop, and a bit higher, like 1 centimeter, somewhere there.
So that's the
This is
very
what I
close to the V-shaped forest.
yes.
And then it goes all the way up, the
Towards-
blue line. Further, continue. Can you continue the blue line, along the blue line, please? Up to here?
Yes. That's the junction that was shown on pictures before where it connects to the asphalt.
Exactly.
road.
And the drilling site is next to the
When the red point was in the
corner
beginning.
of the forest.
Yes,
Here?
yeah, and bit down to the left, 1 centimeter, no, to the left, to the left. And bit up.
Yeah, around
Somewhere there,
here?
yeah, somewhere there, yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you very much.
May are you through with the maps? Because I have a couple of questions on maps in a moment. You tell me,
Please go.
right answer. Some counsel, well, excellent counsel always listen to the judge or arbitrators. Really excellent counsel can read their minds. And I love maps. And I was going to take you to 418 and 419 as well, before Mr. Pekash did. Could we look, please, at 418 again? And here you say, well, you pointed out a moment ago on the other map where the drilling site is approximately. Sir, are you able to put your magic red dot on this figure? All right, is that the correct location of the site approximately?
I think it corresponds with the previous picture.
Very good. One of the reasons the first thing I always look for on a map is the legend. It seems to me that sort of rectangle with an image in it, which was close to where the red dot is called a material dump. I'm not making evidence. Is that correct? Are you able to scroll down and take a look? You see the rectangle
No.
near, sir, could you put the red dot back on the map?
Which,
Yeah.
no, it was like that site that was prepared for drilling.
Ah, okay. But as I scroll down, sir, could you scroll down into the, on the image, down to the legend? No, yeah, down. It's at page 4 of 6. There it is. It looks as though, again, I'm not creating evidence, gentlemen, ladies. I'm just looking at this. It looks as though it says material dump. So let me just ask you this. Was there ever any sort of material dump in that?
That must have been, it must be a mistake. It was a field and a swampy area because there's some, kind of stuff that exactly the plot where there was this, level,
Right.
it was leveled for the drilling there, but not that material dump at all.
Okay.
No way.
Do you have any reason do you know whether what this rectangle on the map means?
No.
No.
I see, I noticed for the first time, I thought, I never read this, as you said.
And you see leading to the rectangle is a dotted line.
Mhm.
Sir, that's back on the first page, right? Am I correct to interpret this, as far as you're aware, that this is some road off of the track or road, call it what you will, a path off of the road or track leading to this rectangle? Is that what it's showing me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Sir, could you pull up 419 for one quick minute?
If I may,
Ah.
might there have been a road connecting the road, if we refer to the road, from Smila village to the V-shaped forest,
Yes,
and like junction towards the drilling site, which was created by the company. The connection between the road and the drilling site.
right. But you don't know whether this represents the drilling site or some other geographical feature.
I have no idea what else it could
Okay.
be.
Sir,
Just that we're clear, I understood you to say this is the drilling site.
Yeah, because
Yes.
well, in the area of the drilling site, but not necessarily
But-
or are you saying that's what the map purports to represent?
it is like, the drilling site was actually there where.
That's my point. Okay, okay. Can you clarify
Through questions?
without giving evidence?
I may ask a question.
Yes, you may.
So, sir, assuming the map is from 2019, that would be after the construction of the platform on the drilling site, correct?
Yeah.
So the map would show that structure which was built by AOG, correct?
Yes.
And could the rectangle represent this platform built by AOG?
That's what I said.
Cool. Very good. Thank you. And those are precisely the sort of questions which I did not want to ask. And I think that, no, because they're better come from council, I suggest. Now let's look at 418, please, very quickly. And I said I like legends, but there's not much of a legend on here. Are we to understand that all of the that the description on the left that's in yellow, local purpose-built communication, loose unpaved, that describes the road or track that's shown in yellow? Yes, okay. And I just note for the record that the same rectangle or a similar rectangle seems to appear on that map as well. And includes what seems to be the access between the forest track or road and the rectangle. One last question. You spoke earlier, sir, about, and we saw pictures that I think you said the current state of the road is not exactly as on these maps. Here we see the road continues into the forest.
Mhm.
But the pictures we saw were below the point in the V. And that's where you said the road has been, I'd ask you to repeat that, modified by users in recent years or something like that. Just, I want to understand
No,
what you
no,
were
Let-
saying.
Let
by
me just
users.
summarize
Please,
what I
thank you, madam.
understood,
you.
because I see the time flying
Yeah.
and I'm a little concerned. I understood you to say that the original road goes into the forest and continues in the forest.
Yes.
And, but people have also used a track that was outside of the forest, along the forest.
Exactly so.
Very
When it was too muddy in the 1/3 that I told you, because if you please with that red, where the junction is on the right side, there's a junction like towards the right of the, you go up, yes. And there's a junction and that road leads to Mikulášova. So that's why I said these 2/3 were much proper, and before they were like stones, like these cat heads, you know, you can see them, they're still there in places. And the rest of the 1/3 that was referred to by Mr. Pekash was the less used road. That's why it looks to him like, you know, not being used on everyday basis, you know. So I referred mostly to that track. This one was used much more towards the village of Mikulášova, because they are also employees, and they, when it's good weather, they go by, you know, by terrain vehicles towards the farm,
Thank
not
you.
using the main road.
That's helpful. And just to be clear, I used the word modified before. I didn't mean it in the sense that it's used in this case. Modified isn't gravelled or anything.
Yeah.
I understood what you've just clarified, that people take an alternate route, if you will,
Yeah,
that goes by the bottom of the forest. Thank you very much.
you're welcome.
Mr. Baran, do you recall the picture where you were shown with Mr. Benada and someone from the cooperative?
Yes,
And we established that picture, you were standing on the field track as it was at the time, and then there were also the white sticks which were showing where the road was supposed to be put, correct? If we use this map, and the magic red dot, could you please show us where approximately on this map you were standing
somewhere
at the
there,
time?
somewhere there. Like,
There.
yeah, stop. Yeah, up a little bit up. Yeah, somewhere
So,
there.
so what
somewhere
we, okay, so just to be clear, what we saw on C281 refers to what is in yellow on this map, somewhere between the drilling site and the village, correct?
Yep.
Thank you.
On
Okay.
the third of the track that is less used
Exactly.
because it is after the junction with Mikul.
Mikulášova, yeah, the neighboring village, yeah. Then, you know, the agriculture guys use it when, you know, they have a beer or two, so they they don't use the main road, they rather cross
Mhm. And that would
through
be,
the fields.
that would be because of Mr. Stefanski, right?
Sorry?
That would be because of Mr. Stefanski, the police director who lives in the village and.
No, not in that village. He lives in
Yeah,
different village.
but he might see them on the state road, right?
Not him. He was the director. He never stopped vehicles. It was his subordinates,
Yeah.
I suppose.
Okay, so now going back to how the road is described in official documents, now to in official documents. Let's look at document C-139. So this is the extract from the land registry for the same plot C 945 that we've been discussing all the time, correct?
Yes,
And then when we read the legend, way of using the plot, it says 22, land on which an engineering structure is built, road, local and special purpose road, forest road, field road, sidewalk, uncovered parking lot, and parts thereof. Can you see that, sir?
yes,
So this is actually the same legend that I showed you on the map, which is included in document C 315, and which we know was sent by AOG's lawyer to the police in Bardeo in 2016. Correct?
yes, it's correct
Yes.
what it says. Yeah.
Yes, and again, if I look at this official document from the land cadastre, which is publicly accessible, I cannot tell from the document if it is a road, if it is a local road, if it's special purpose road, if it's forest road, field road, sidewalk, or uncovered parking lot and parts thereof, correct?
Correct. Must be one of those.
Yeah, and only one of those, right?
I don't say only, maybe two of those.
Does the extract from the land registry tell you who owns the field track?
No, I can see it now.
Yeah, because it's not a title deed, so we will pull up the title deed, which is C 140. So if we zoom in, this is extract from the land registry, extract from title deed number 1367. We can see that the date of execution is 20 June 2016. So, sir, do you agree that this is the title deed for the field track or field road?
Yes,
And then if we just scroll down, we can see that there's hundreds of co-owners. If I'm not mistaken, on the last page, or actually it's not the last page of the document, but there's 209 co-owners there. No, it's- Yeah. So, yeah, we can see that the last one was Mrs. Klimovichova is the 209th co-owner at the time. Is it consistent with your recollection that the road had like 200, approximately 200 co-owners?
yes,
And this information is again publicly available in the land registry, right?
yeah, it must, in a certain time, you know, the road, I think it was in year 2000, when there was this overall registration of lands conducted in Smilno and other neighboring villages. And it must have been changed from the road to a field with those owners, and I'm one of those.
So, so in May 2016, you got a written request for information from AOG's attorney. It's document R 155A. So this is an email which is, so first of all, this Smilno 2001, is that your address, sir?
Yes. It's my email address, yeah.
Is it your official address or your private address?
It's my private address.
And the email was sent on 17 May 2016, right?
It says so.
It states, as a follow-up to our phone call, I would like to ask you for information on the nature of the road specified in the attachment to this email. we would like to express our opinion that the road in question is a public special purpose road. And according to our information, it has been used by citizens as well as by a local farmers cooperative for decades without any restrictions. And then if we scroll down, we can see the attachments. So the first attachment is a request for information on the letterhead in a more official form. And it states it relates to the land plot and where the road is, the title deed 1367, which we just saw. And then 3 questions are asked. Is the aforementioned field road a public or non-public special purpose road? So you're not given much of a choice there. It's either public or non-public, but in any event, special purpose road. Second, is the town of Smilno the owner of the above mentioned special purpose road? Third, who conducts the management and maintenance of this special purpose road? We kindly request the response to this request to be sent to the following address, Alpine Oil and Gas in Bratislava. Do you recall receiving this document at the time?
Not exactly, but I must have received it. Yeah, I don't recall receiving it.
Well, you don't recall, or you must have received it, or you do
I
not?
don't recall. I don't remember when I received it. But if depends if I answered to that letter, I must have received it.
Mhm.
But I'm not sure. But, I don't remember whether I received this particular letter.
Okay.
It's been years. What date it says?
If we go up,
2016.
that was,
So
it was presented by council to Discovery as attachment to the email, which is on the first page of this document, which dates 17 May 2016.
okay. I must have received it.
And then there is another page of the same attachment, or a second attachment, which is actually a draft response. So it's a draft response sent by the town of Smilno to Alpine Oil and Gas, which provides the following suggested answers to the question. So the question 1, the suggested answer is the field road located on the land parcel and so on is a public special purpose road. And the suggested answer to the second question is the town of Smilno is not the owner of the above mentioned special purpose road. And the suggested answer to the third question is the town of Smilno does not have knowledge of who conducts the management and maintenance of this utility road. Sir, do you recall receiving the document at the time?
No, I don't recall receiving that. I might have, but I don't recall receiving.
Mhm. But you do recall receiving the email, right?
No, I don't.
Not
As
even
I said
that.
before, no, I don't recall it.
Okay.
I might have, but I don't
Yeah.
recall.
So if we go back to the email, the email says as a follow-up to our phone call. Do you have an idea which phone call it may refer to?
No, I don't.
So you don't recall having a phone call with Mr. Sikora, in mid-May 2016?
Not exactly. I know that he called me, the lawyer, Mr. Sikora, but I don't know exactly whether that call referred to the letter or so. I don't remember.
Mhm. And so if we go back to the third page, we see some, the suggested answers that I read out loud to you. Is it your recollection that, could it be that these answers summarize the advice that you gave to Mr. Sikora by phone?
No, I don't recall that.
Thank you. So let's look now at document.
If I may, had you met any representatives of AOG by this point?
You mean in this?
By this date, 15, 16 May.
I don't recall exactly. No, I cannot say for sure.
Okay,
I met them, but I don't know exactly whether that this date or that it's years back. I don't
I
remember.
appreciate that, but I don't know if this is helpful or not, but in paragraph 6 of your witness statement, you say you initially met with representatives of AOG on or around 18 May 2015.
I
This
don't,
is 2016.
I understand.
I don't remember, you know.
Okay. Um,
Should we not let counsel proceed with his examination because we are disrupting, I'm afraid.
Very good. Yeah. Okay, so in you actually did provide an answer. It is document R156. So this is an answer sent to Cestis Milno on 6 June 2016. So that would be approximately 3 weeks after the document I just showed you, R155A. And here you state the Smilno municipality received your request for information pursuant to Act on Public Access to Information concerning free access, and regarding the land plot on the title deed 1367 in the real estate registration area of Smilno. So could it be that this is your answer to the email 155A and its attachments? Do you recall?
It could be, but I'm not sure.
Okay. But you're sure that this is your answer, right?
The answer in my statement, yes. I'm
Yes.
sure about that.
So this is a document you sent.
Am I signed there?
We can show you the Slovak original with the signature.
The last paragraph, the village mill is not the owner of the. I don't remember exactly, you know, because it's many things. I might add it on the right. I remember, yeah.
Mhm. And so in the answer that you provide, actually, you answer first the field track, and in Slovak it's polná cesta, so this would also translate as field road, situated on parcel of land and so on and so on. And then you describe the historical use of the road, correct?
Yes,
And in the second part, you state the village of Smilno is not the owner of the above mentioned field track, correct?
it's still true, correct.
Yes. So in your answer, you do not use the expression public special purpose road, do you?
No,
And so if we go back to the extract from the land registry C945. Oh, sorry. This 139, yeah, C139. You know, when we see way of using the plot, 22, and there is several options, right?
Mhm. Yes.
So from these options which are available here, you pick the field road, the option which is listed last on the first line, correct?
Yes,
You did not pick local and special purpose road, correct?
obviously, so yes.
Thank you. That concludes my cross-examination.
Could I just ask on that, the request for information pursuant to Act number 211/2000 it is dated about 3 weeks earlier. So there's 3 weeks between the request and the response. This response, if we could bring back the original of R156, please, on the screen, the original and the English would be great. And if you could put the original just so that Mr. Baran can have his original text next to it, that would be fantastic. Thank you so much. So 3 weeks pass about between the request and the response, which is perfectly reasonable. You've signed this document. did you carry out the research to prepare the response, or did someone else in the council prepare a draft for you?
No, I did it myself.
So you carried out the assessment of how to characterize the field road or the track or the path or the road or whatever it is.
Yes,
So you're explicitly asked with the draft response to characterize it as a special purpose road or that characterization. And you don't do that. So you've gone through an intellectual exercise of your own, and you appear to have rejected that characterization and used a different characterization. Could you explain to us your thinking on why you did not follow the suggestion that was put in the draft and instead characterized it as a field track? What was your thinking behind that?
because it's me. I don't need to be, advised or told what to do. And I said it as it was, and it is called by the local people polna cesta, which means field road. There are no road signs, so it rules out the possibility of being special purpose road, in spite of the fact that it has been used for century and it's known among all villages in Smilot that it's a road. But it's the play of words. It's it's field road, yeah.
So can
We call it field road.
Can we take it from that your view in your letter expressed on the 6th of June 2016, R156, is that this thing is not a special purpose road?
Yeah, I stick to what I said. It's polna cesta. It's a road, but a field road. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think out of respect for the court reporter, we should now really take a break, and then you can come back with redirected questions if you have any, and the tribune may add a few questions if there are still some questions left.
Thank you, Madam President. I can tell you I have no re-examination. I have no re-examination.
Fine. Do my colleagues have further questions? Then you surprise me. I'm not ready, but let's.
heard you.
Let me just check whether I have questions left here, if you bear with me.
If it's less surprising, I'll say that I don't, because Professor Sands just put the questions that I would have put to the witness.
Yeah, that was one of my questions too, but that it is answered. No, I have no questions left either. So, Mr. Baran, thank you very much for your assistance. And
Thank you,
this ends
madam.
Your
thank you.
examination.
Thank you.
Let us take 15 minutes now and resume a quarter to. Good morning, madam. Do you hear the Slovak translation when I speak? Ano?
Yes, I can hear well.
Good, excellent. So welcome here. Thank you for being with us. You're Vladislava Slozachikova. Ano?
Yes, I am indeed.
Did I pronounce it correctly? Thank you.
Absolutely correct. Thank you.
You're the prosecutor of the District Prosecution Office, Badeo? Ano?
Yes, I am.
You provided two written statements. The first one was dated the 24th of March, 2023, and the second one, the 11th of December, 2023. Is that correct? Ano?
Yes, that is correct.
And you have were witness statements there, I see.
Áno,
Yes, correct.
You're heard as a witness and you're under an obligation to tell us the truth. Can you please read into the record the witness declaration?
áno. Slavnostne vyhlasujem na
I
svoju
solemnly
čest,
declare
že budem hovoriť
on my
pravdu,
conscience
celú pravdu
and
a len
mind
pravdu.
that I will speak truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. So I first turn to Respondents Council and then you will have questions from claimants.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning, Dr. Slosarčíková.
Ďakujem.
Have you had a chance to review your two submitted witness statements recently?
Áno,
Yes, I had.
And do you have anything to change or modify in either of your two witness statements?
nie.
Thank
No.
you. We have no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Toshingham.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Dr. Slosarčíková, I am counsel for Discovery the claimant, and I'll be asking you some questions this morning. If you do not understand the question that I ask, please tell me and I will try and rephrase it. Is that clear?
Rozumiem.
I understand.
You have served as a prosecutor in the Bardejov District Prosecution Office for about 20 years. Is that right?
Áno,
Yes, that is correct.
In 2016, how many prosecutors worked alongside you in your office?
ak si dobre pamätám.
If I
bolo
recall
to
well,
7
approximately
v
seven.
tom čase.
7 at that time.
That's what I had thought. The town of Bardejov is about 13 kilometers by road from the village of Smilno. Is that right?
Áno,
Yes.
And in your first witness statement at paragraph 1, you say that you currently reside in Bardejov. Do you see that?
áno.
Yes.
Where did you live in 2016?
V Bardejove.
In Bardejov.
Do you know anybody who lives in the village of Smilno?
Nie.
No.
Before you arrived in Smilno on the 18th of June 2016, were you aware that AOG was carrying out an oil and gas exploration project in the region?
Nie.
No, I was not.
Had you heard about any company in the region that was exploring for oil and gas prior to your arrival in Smilno in June 2016?
Nie.
No.
Had you heard about a protest that had taken place in the city of Prešov in January 2016 about an oil and gas exploration project?
Nie.
No.
The office that you work in has a close working relationship with the Bardejov District Police Force. Is that right?
Nerozumiem otázke.
I don't understand the question correctly.
Forgive me. The Bardejov District Police Force is another office that is responsible for enforcing the law in the town that you are based in, correct?
Dá sa to tak povedať.
Yes, we could use those words as well.
And if the police notice criminal activity taking place, then it would be likely that your office would be informed about that, correct?
Áno.
Yes, indeed.
And so you would presumably know many of the police officers who worked in the Bardejov police force in 2016. Is that right?
Osobne nie.
Not in person.
But you would be aware of who generally was working for the police force in 2016. even if not by their specific names?
Tých riadiacich
Well, the
pracovníkov,
managing
áno.
police officers, yes.
And what was the name of the managing police officers that you refer to?
Tak riaditeľ
Well, the
okresného
director
riaditeľstva
of the
policajného
district
zboru v tej
directorate
časti
of the
bol
police
doktor
force, this was
Štefanský.
Dr. Stefanski at that time.
V kontakte
In
sme boli
contact,
s
we have been in
riaditeľom
contact with
odboru
the
vyšetrovania.
director of the police
bol
investigation
doktor
unit.
Kvokačka.
This was Dr. Kvokačka.
Vedúci
And
odboru
the
operatívny,
head of the
bol doktor
operational
Rojko.
activities was Dr.
v tom
Rojko
čase.
at that time.
Were you aware that the police had been called out to AOG's drilling site in Smilno on a number of occasions in early 2016?
Nie.
No, I was not.
Could I show you a document, please, which is Exhibit R150, page 1. And if we could pull up the Slovak version on the right-hand side. This is a resolution, which you can see in the top left-hand corner, if we scroll up, of the Bardejov District Police Department, dated the 15th of February 2016. Do you see that?
Áno.
Yes, I can see them.
I think the witness's screen has a dialog box, which is obscuring the view of much of what is on the page. I wonder if we should pause for a moment whilst we sort out.
There's the other street on the right.
Yes. Dr. Slosarchikova, on your right, there's another screen that you could look at if that's acceptable. So do you see at the top of the page a document dated the 15th of February 2016 from the Bardejov District Police Department?
Áno, vidím to.
Sorry.
Yes, I can see that.
And I will represent to you that this is a resolution relating to a criminal complaint which AOG filed against Ms. Mariana Varianova. Do you see the stamp at the top of the page?
Áno, áno.
Yes, I can see that.
And that's the stamp of your office, isn't it?
Áno.
Yes, it is.
Do you recognize the signature?
To bude administratívna pracovníčka.
This would be one of the administrative clerks at the office.
And once the administrative clerk has accepted the document, would it then make its way up the chain to your office, to the attention of you or your colleagues?
Well, it goes to the district prosecutor.
And who is that person?
At that point in time, February 2016, this was Dr. Tuleja.
And once Dr. Tulia has received that document, would he then make a decision about what to do with it?
Well, he appointed a specific prosecutor who is responsible for the case and who is responsible for proceeding.
And that could have been you.
Theoretically, yes.
Do you recall receiving or reviewing any documents relating to a criminal complaint that involved Ms. Mariana Varianova in 2016?
Nepamätám si to.
I do not recall that.
Could we scroll forward, please, to page 3? Do you see this as another document dated the 24th of March 2016? And we see the same format stamped by your office.
Áno.
Yes.
And again, I will represent to you that this is a resolution relating to a criminal complaint which Ms. Mariana Varianova filed against AOG's Polish and Czech contractors. Is it your evidence today that you have no recollection of any, I'll withdraw that question. I'll start again. Is it likely that this document would have been received by Dr. Tuleya that you referred to earlier?
Je to isté,
It is quite
pretože
certain
všetky takéto
because
dokumenty
all such
idú
documents
vždy
go
cez ruku
directly
okresného prokurátora.
to the
To
desk
nie je
of the
vec,
district
ktorá by bola
prosecutor.
doručená okresnej
There is not
prokuratúre
a single
Bardejov,
case which would be
ktorú by
delivered to the
okresný
district
prokurátor
prosecution service of
nevidel.
Bardejov, which wouldn't be
Takže
seen
určite táto
by
vec
the head
prešla cez
district
okresného
prosecutor. So it must have
prokurátora.
been
A v
on
tomto
the
sa
desk
bol
of the
stále ešte doktor
district
Tuleja.
prosecutor. At that time, this was still Dr. Tuleya.
And do you recall having any discussions with Dr. Tuleya in or about early 2016 about complaints involving Ms. Mariana Varianova?
Nie.
No.
Do you recall having any discussions with anyone else in your office about criminal complaints in early 2016 involving Ms. Mariana Varianova?
Nie.
No, no.
Your office has you have six other colleagues in your office. We established that earlier, correct?
Áno.
Yes.
And one of those six people is Dr. Tuleya, correct?
7.
He is the seventh.
He's the seventh. And I'm going to put it to you that it's likely that you would have heard about a criminal complaint involving Mrs. Mariana Varianova in early 2016.
Na začiatku roku
At the
2016
beginning of
som neviadla
2016, I
vlastne
was
oznámenie
not aware
pani
about
Varianovej.
any criminal complaint by Madame Varianova.
Každý z nás je procesne
Every single one
samostatný.
is
Ja
an
neviem, či
independent
bývajú
acting
iní
prosecutor.
kolegovia,
I am not
ale
aware
na
of the
začiatku
cases
roku
proceeded or
2016
processed by other
žiadna
colleagues.
vec,
I
pani
was
Varianovej
not
pridelená nebola.
given any task submitted by Madame Varianova early 2016.
What about later in 2016, but before you arrived at the drilling site in June of 2016?
Nerozumiem otázke.
I don't understand the question.
Your answer initially was, at the beginning of 2016, I was not aware about any criminal complaint by Madame Varianova. I'm asking whether you are aware about any criminal complaint involving Madame Varianova between the beginning of 2016 and June of 2016.
Pamätám sa, že som mala pridelené
I remember
dve
that I
veci.
was
Vystupovala
given
ako
one
účastníčka
task where she
konania,
was
či
a
už na jednej
participant
alebo
in the
na druhej
proceeding,
strane pani
on one
Varianovej.
or the other side, Madame Varianova. Yes.
Can you tell us a bit more about that, please?
V akom smere? Trošku viac o tom.
In what direction do you mean? How can I elaborate?
Or you say you recall that you were given one task where she was a participant in the proceeding. What was the nature of that proceeding?
Ja som
Well,
žiadneho človeka
I
nevypočúvala.
was not interrogating any single party to the
Toto sa
proceeding.
nestalo.
This was not the case.
What was the task that you were given involving Ms. Mariana Varianova?
Bol mi pridelený spis,
I was allocated a file
ktorý sa začínal
which
takýmto uznesením.
started with a similar criminal complaint with a similar resolution.
Mojou úlohou bolo
My task
preskúmať
was to
to rozhodnutie,
read through, to investigate the resolution,
preskúmať dôkazy
to
zažurnalizované v
look
spise,
into the different proofs and
rozhodnúť,
different
či to rozhodnutie je alebo nie je v súlade s
different
trestným
files,
poriadkom
and
a
I was
trestným
to assess
zákonom.
whether the criminal complaint and the resolution was in line with the penal code and with the criminal code.
And what do you recall about the nature of the resolution which you were asked to look into?
Jedna vec bola poškodzovanie cudzieho
One
motorového
item
vozidla,
was
zrejme
related
to je tá
to
vec,
the
ktorú
damages
zamestnala,
to a
som si
motor
istá, že je to
vehicle,
predsa len veľký obsah
motorized
času.
vehicle. I'm not quite certain.
Vyhodnotila
It might be one of the
som,
files
že sa
which are
nejedná o
discussed
trestný
also
čin,
here. I
ale
came to the
ide
conclusion that
o
this is not a criminal offense,
civilný spor
but this was
o
a
náhradu
civil
škody.
dispute for payment of
A
damages,
teda to uznesenie
and
som
therefore the
nezrušila.
resolution was not quenched.
So you were aware of events in Smilno at some point in 2016 before June involving Ms. Mariana Varianova?
Nie.
No,
Ja som mala
I was
poškodenie motorového vozidla.
looking
O
into
žiadnych
the
protestoch ani
damages
žiadnych
on a
akciách,
motor
ktoré
vehicle,
prebiehali.
no protests and no other
Smilno
activities
sa
which
ten
were
skutočne
carried out
netýkal.
in the municipality of Smilno. These were not discussed in the file.
But you'd read her name at least.
Prokurátor má pridelených v
The
priebehu
prosecutor
roka zhruba
is
500
given
spisov.
approximately 500
Tie
files
spisy nie sú
every
ukončené
year.
hneď, ako ich
These are
vyberá,
not
čiže ja môžem mať
immediately
živých
closed
700,
down.
800
So I can
spisov.
have 70
Mohla som
or
zaregistrovať
700
meno,
or
ale pre mňa
800
to bolo
living
iba také
cases
zrejme.
on my desk.
Nejako
I might
neupatrila
have
som
read
do
the
toho,
name,
čiže
but it
nemala
was
som
a name
dôvod
as
si
any
to
other
zapamätať.
in a numerous cases I was. I had no reason to specifically remember this particular name.
Could we look at another document, please? Pull up C316, both in English and Slovak. And specifically page 3 of each document. Page 3. You see this is a letter. The letterhead at the top is referring to RO Payne, dated the 25th of May 2016, addressed to the National Council of the Slovak Republic. Do you see that?
Áno, vidím to.
Yes, I can see that.
And do you see in the first paragraph, the letter begins, on behalf of the dissatisfied inhabitants of the municipalities of Smilno, ... we ask the members of the parliament to investigate observance of stipulated conditions for the determination of the exploration territories. Do you see that?
Áno, ten text vidím.
Yes, I can see the text.
And do you see in the next paragraph, it begins, quote, we are frustrated by the presence of the foreign oil company Alpine. Do you see that?
Áno.
Yes.
And then over the page, please, at page 4. Do you see in the final paragraph, it says, as citizens, we have used all legal possibilities. We have addressed ... the prosecutor's office. Do you see that?
Áno, vidím.
Yes, I can see that.
And it's signed by Mr. Noga of RO Payne.
Áno.
Yes.
Have you ever heard of Mr. Noga?
Teraz prvýkrát.
This is the first time I hear that.
Have you ever heard of RO Payne?
Nie, teraz prvýkrát.
Yes, it's the first time.
Could you turn to your first witness statement, please, at paragraph 12?
Áno.
And if we could have open on the right-hand side, the English. Sorry, I think on the right-hand side, we need the English version. Do you see in the second sentence, On the final line, it says, the police called the prosecutor, and then over the page, on duty. Do you see that? Sorry, we need to go over to page
Ano.
5. Sorry, on the English, we need to go over to page 5, I think. Yeah, and you were the prosecutor on duty that day, is that correct?
Áno.
Yes.
So is it your evidence that you received a phone call from the police directly to you?
Áno.
Yes.
Could you, and you see in the final line, it says, I decided to go there. Do you see that?
A prosím vás, môžete mi ešte raz povedať, v ktorej časti tejto výpovede?
Would you please say which part of the testimony are you now referring to? Which specific part?
The very last 5 words of paragraph 12. I decided to go there. Sorry, maybe more the words in Slovak.
Áno, vidím to.
Okay, I can see it now.
Could you now turn, please, to your second witness statement at paragraph 5? It may be easier, Dr. Slosarchikova, to do this by the hard copies so that we don't waste quite as much time bringing up the documents, if that's okay. Is that okay with you?
Mám ju pred sebou.
I have it right here in front of me.
Yes. And at paragraph 5 of your second statement, you say in the second line, I was on emergency service duty on the 18th of June when I was sent to the scene. Do you see that?
Áno.
Yes.
But then later down, you say, I decided to go to Smilno. So which one was it? Were you sent to the scene by your superiors, or did you decide to go there of your own volition?
Kontaktovala ma najprv
I was
polícia.
first contacted by the police force.
Vysvetlila mi,
I
že
was
sa
given an
obávajú
explanation. They
trestnej
explained that they are
činnosti,
afraid
že
a
ako
crime
obvinenec
might be committed on site.
prokurátora,
So as the prosecutor on duty,
by boli teda radi, aby som tam
they would
prišla.
welcome my
A
presence there.
medzi tým mi
In the
volal aj
meantime,
okresný
I was
prokurátor,
also
ktorý
called
bol
by the
kontaktovaný
district prosecutor.
krajským
So I received a phone call from the
pretože
district
polícia
prosecutor. He was
rovnako
contacted by the
potrebovala
regional prosecutor
nejaké
because the police force
poradenie
also
alebo
needed
vysvetlenie v rámci nejakého
needed a
postupu.
guidance on how to
A volala
proceed,
svojim
and they
nadriadeným,
called
a
their
na tejto
superiors.
úrovni
And on
krajský
the level
riaditeľ
of
polície
regional
naozval
police
krajský
director
prokurátor
and the
a
regional
zase
prosecutor,
na tej
they've
vysockej úrovni
communicated, and
telefón
again,
mi volal
they
aj
contacted me
okresný
on the
prokurátor.
service phone, and I was contacted by the district prosecutor in that case.
But you don't refer to any discussions with the district prosecutor or the regional prosecutor in your first witness statement. So it's likely that you were sent there by your superiors, isn't that right?
Nie.
No,
Poslal ma,
I was not sent there.
nebol daný takýto
I was
pokyn.
not given an order or an instruction in
Skôr
this way.
išlo o informáciu,
This was more information
teda bol
sharing.
informovaný
So he was
nadriadeným
informed
prokurátorom, že
by the superior
niečo sa
prosecutor
deje
that
v
something
Smilno
is happening in
a možno by
Smilno
bolo dobré
and
sa
that
tam
it might
osobne
be good
pozrieť.
to see it in person.
Ale žiaden
But
pokyn
I was
alebo,
not given
alebo
a
usmernenie
specific
alebo nejaká
instruction
inštrukcia, že tam mám
that
ísť,
I was to go there.
nebola. Bolo to na mojom
This was not the
zvážení.
case. This was my own personal assessment.
Could we open please exhibit C245? Do you see that document?
Áno.
And do you recognize?
Yes,
Do you recognize this as a map of Smilno?
Je to tam uvedené.
it is clearly stipulated there.
And do you see the curved road in black leading away from the village down to the drilling site that you went to on that day?
Áno, vidím tú cestu.
Yes, I can see that road.
And did you drive down that road that day?
Áno. Ale nie ja osobne.
Yes, but not, I was not driving in person.
Who did you arrive there with?
Viezla ma hliadka policajného zboru. z
I was
Bardejova.
transported by a police unit from Bardejov.
And who was that police unit from Bardejov?
Zo stálej služby.
This was the service on duty, the police officers on duty.
Is it usual that you would be transported by a police unit to the scene of a protest?
Na miesto konania protestu nie.
Well, a place
To
of
bolo prvýkrát,
where a protest
ale
is
na
being
miesto
held,
činu
no, this is the
bolo
first time, but
normálne.
the place of crime or the site of crime, definitely yes, this is quite normal the case.
But all you were told in the phone call is that you were concerned, that the police were concerned that crime could happen, not that crime was happening.
Že hrozí riziko, že
They
môže
said
byť
that there is a
spáchaný trestný
risk
čin.
that a crime might be committed.
Did you ask for permission from anyone before you entered onto the road that you were driven down by
Nie.
the police unit?
Nie.
No,
Did you have any reason to believe that this land that you were being driven on was private land?
Bola to polná cesta.
this was a field road.
Exactly. And if it was private land, you would have needed to execute a search warrant in order to access that land. Is that right?
We object this question.
On what grounds?
Can you state the reason for the objection, please?
Well, there's an assumption there that permission is needed to enter privately owned land. There's no foundation for that assumption provided by counsel.
So maybe the witness can explain that to me best, to drive to a place where there is a protest and do you say there is a risk of criminal activity and the place is accessible by a road that is on private land? Would you need a search warrant to access the place?
Rozhodne som nepotrebovala
I
žiaden
certainly
žiadne
didn't
povolenie na
need
takýto vstup.
any warrant or any permission for an entry.
Polícia nepotrebuje
The police
povolenie na takýto
doesn't
vstup.
need a permission for such an entry.
Thank you.
Now, the events that we are talking about today took place over 7 years ago. Is that right?
Áno.
Yes, indeed.
And in the intervening 7 years, you would presumably have attended at the scene of hundreds, if not thousands, of other incidents as a prosecutor. Is that right?
Áno.
Yes.
Apart from your 2 witness statements, did you ever prepare any incident report or other written notes about what happened that day on the 18th of June, 2016?
Nie.
No.
And it's therefore difficult for you to recall the precise details of what you saw, what you said, and what you did that day, correct?
Pamätám si to dobre.
I remember very well.
Takéto udalosti sa v
Such
Bardejove
events
nestávajú
do not
často.
happen in the city of Bardejov very
A to sa mi
frequently.
to naozaj vrilo
So
do pamäte.
it really got stuck in my memory.
Could you please be shown exhibit C-332? Do you see this as an email dated the 28th of July, 2016 from Mr. Jakiewicz? Do you see that?
A len v anglickom jazyku.
I only see the English version.
Apologies. Well, I will represent to you that this is an email dated the 28th of July, 2016 entitled State Attorney at Smilno. The last line of the email says, quote, I attach a few images which I made during that situation. Could you then be shown, please, page 2, which we may need to zoom into? And does this picture show what you saw when you arrived at the scene on the 18th of June 2016?
Nie.
No.
Could you be shown page 3, please? Is that you on the right-hand side with the white trousers and the hat?
Áno.
Yes.
And police officers are standing next to you in green shirts. Do you see that?
Áno.
Yes.
And are they the police officers who drove you to the scene?
Nie.
No.
Do you see the man in the pink striped t-shirt?
Áno.
Yes.
And he was AOG's attorney, Dr. Vagayashtok. Is that right?
Áno, tak sa mi predstavil.
Yes, that's how he introduced himself to me.
And the police officers would have been able to hear what you were discussing with Dr. Vagayashtok, correct?
Mohli.
Yes, they could.
And you appear to be holding a document in your hands. Do you agree?
Súhlasíte?
Áno.
Yes.
And that document was the interim injunction which Ms. Mariana Varyanova had obtained against AOG, correct?
Je to dokument,
It is
ktorý
a
dal
document that
Dr.
was given
Varga Eštok a
by
nepamätám
Dr.
si,
Varga
ktorý
Eštok.
konkrétne, ale mohlo
I
to
don't
byť
remember
aj
which document it
injunčná
exactly was, but it could have been that interim injunction.
Could you turn to the next page, please? Do you see you're still standing in this image with the white trousers? Do you see that?
Áno.
Yes.
And do you see a person dressed in a green t-shirt?
Áno, vidím.
Yes, I see.
And that was Ms. Mariana Varyanova, correct?
Neviem, vy to tvrdíte. Ja
I'm not
neviem,
sure.
kto je tá
You're the
osoba.
one claiming it. I don't know what person that is on the picture.
Well, do you remember seeing someone in a green t-shirt when you were there that day?
Rozhodne nie.
Definitely
Nepamätám
not.
si
I
to.
don't remember.
8 rokov.
It's been 8 years.
Do you remember talking to a woman on the road in that location on that day?
So ženou som sa v tom čase nerozprávala.
I did not
To viem,
speak
no.
with any woman there at that time.
Did you speak to the man dressed in the beige t-shirt?
Nie.
No.
And the police officers in black in this picture, were they the ones who drove you to the scene?
Nie.
No.
So who are those police officers and where are they? Where were they on that day?
Títo policajti patria,
These police
to je
officers,
zásahová
it's
jednotka
an
a patrí pod
intercept unit.
právomoc krajského
It goes
riaditeľstva
under the
policajného
jurisdiction
zboru.
of
Ja
the
s nimi nie som v žiadnom kontakte.
regional police force headquarters. I am in no contact whatsoever with them.
Je to iná zložka polície. S
It's a
touto
completely
zložkou
different
polície my nespolupracujeme.
unit of the police. We do not cooperate with them.
So the regional police force is based in Prešov. Oh, is that correct?
Áno.
Yes.
So in order for police officers in the larger city of Prešov to drive you to the scene, it must have been a fairly important matter to them, mustn't it?
I understood
Oh, I'm
the
sorry.
witness to say that the
Ja som pochopila svedkyňu,
policemen
že ktorá
in
povedala, že
black
policajti
were not those
I'm
who
sorry, I
drove
misunderstood
her.
the answer. Yes. Could you now be shown exhibit C-321? And the original Slovak on the right, please.
Can you read it?
Maybe to the right of your, if you look at the monitor on the right, it might be
Trošku
easier.
zväčšiť.
Yes, could we zoom in, please, at the text in particular? Yeah, that should be fine. Dr. Slosarchikova, have you seen this document before?
Nie.
No.
Could you open your witness statement? We don't need to bring it up on the screen, but could you just look at your second witness statement at paragraph 7, footnote 5? That's
Okay.
the same document that you referred
Yes,
to.
okay.
That's the same document you referred to in your witness statement.
Okay.
And,
Okay.
this is a post dated the 19th of June 2016 by Ms. Mariana Varianova. And can you please just read the text to yourself and let me know once you've read that yourself. Don't read it out loud, just to yourself.
Mám to prečítané?
I've read that.
And this document, which was published by Ms. Mariana Varianova the day after the events in question, is an accurate summary of what you told AOG's attorney on that day, isn't it?
Nie.
No.
You accept that you are holding a copy of the interim injunction in the image that we looked at earlier, correct?
No, that's not exactly what she said. She said she was given documents and it may have
Yes.
been the preliminary injunction.
Forgive me. You accept that you read a copy of the interim injunction when you were in Smilno that day, correct?
Je to správne? Dr. Vargajstok
Dr. Vargajstok gave it to me into my hands, and he let me read it, so I had the opportunity and time to read the injunction. Yes, indeed.
And once you had read the injunction, you then asked Dr. Vargajstok to check whether he understood the text of it and asked him to respect it, didn't you?
Toto si nepamätám.
I don't remember this.
I have no further questions in cross-examination.
Thank you. Any questions in redirect?
We have no questions.
Do my colleagues have questions?
Not here. Thank you.
I don't have any questions either. So this concludes your examination, Mrs. Slivashchikova. Thank you very much for your assistance.
Ďakujem.
Thank you.
The next witness is Mr. Sorimos. Should we hear him? How long? Or let me just see what the estimate is. Yeah, I think it is over an hour, so we might not be able to complete the cross before lunch, but we could as well start.
We had scheduled 2 hours for Mr. Solomos in total, so it breaks between the lunch and before lunch and after.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
So
Yeah,
the
yeah.
the only
carries
question
on.
I had was whether we wanted to take a lunch break now and start. or-
No, because I understand that lunch is not ready before 12:45. Yeah, so we better carry on and take the break afterwards. Can you call him in, please? Thank you for being with us. Do you hear the Slovak translation when I speak?
Yes.
You were the Minister of Environment of the Slovak Republic from March 2016 to January 2020. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
What is your current occupation?
At the moment, I'm done with politics and going back to the business life slowly.
Good. You have provided us with two written statements. The first one of the 24th of March 2023 and the second one of the 11th of December 2023. Is that right?
Yes, it's correct.
And you have them in front of you, I understand. You also have in front of you the witness declaration. You're heard as a witness and under a duty to tell us the truth. Can you please read the witness declaration into the record?
Slávnostne vyhlasujem na svoju česť a
I solemnly
svedomie,
declare
že
to
budem
my
hovoriť
honor
pravdu, celú
and
pravdu a
conscience
pravdu.
that I'll speak the truth, nothing but the truth and the entire truth.
Fine. So I will first turn to Slovakia's counsel for introductory questions and then to the claimant's counsel. Mr. Pekar?
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon, Mr. Solimos.
Dobrý deň.
Good morning.
Mr. Solimos, you submitted two witness statements in this arbitration. Is that correct?
Áno, je to správne.
Yes, it is correct.
Have you had a chance to review these witness statements recently?
Áno, mal som to
Yes, I did have the opportunity.
Is there anything you would like to change in your witness statements?
Nie,
No.
nie je tam nič. Je
There's
to
nothing.
podané, ako som
It's
to,
been put down as I witnessed.
Thank you. We have no further questions on direct.
Good. Thank you. Mr. Toshingham?
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Solomos, I am counsel for discovery and I'll be asking you some questions this morning. If you don't understand any question I have, please ask me to rephrase it and I will do my best to do so.
Ďakujem.
Thank you.
You were appointed as the Minister of Environment after a parliamentary election had taken place in Slovakia in March of 2016. Is that right?
Áno, je to správne.
Yes, that is correct.
And prior to that election, you had served as a member of the Slovak National Council, the legislature, since 2010. Is that correct?
Áno, je to správne.
Yes, that is correct.
After the 2016 election, the ruling SMER-SD government was replaced by a new four-party governing coalition. Is that right?
Áno,
Yes,
And that government was led by Mr. Robert Fico, the Prime Minister, correct?
áno,
yes,
The coalition government comprised the SMER, SNS, MOST, and Network parties. Is that right?
áno,
yes,
And as part of the coalition negotiations, it was agreed that each political party would be entitled to appoint ministers and certain officials to particular government departments. Is that right?
yes,
So you were from the MOST party, is that correct?
áno,
yes,
And your party made appointments to the Ministry of Environment.
áno.
Yes.
My sme dostali túto možnosť.
we were given the opportunity.
The SNS party is the Slovak Nationalist Party, is that right?
Áno.
Yes.
And the SNS party were given the opportunity to make appointments to the Ministry of Agriculture, is that correct?
Áno.
Yes.
In 2016, do you recall that AOG was carrying out oil and gas exploration in eastern Slovakia under licenses granted by the Ministry of Environment?
Áno.
Yes.
And as you say in your second witness statement at paragraph 6, as a minister, you were, quote, aware of their problems with activists. Do you see that?
Áno.
Yes.
Vidím.
I see it.
The activists were opposed to AOG's project, weren't they?
Namietali, áno.
Yes, they objected. You could put it that way.
And do you recall having any meetings with any of the activists?
Myslíte stretnutie
Do you think
s
meetings
aktivistami
with
z-
activists
ministerstva?
at the ministry
Zo strany ministerstva?
or with someone from ministry? I misunderstood your question.
Forgive me. Any type of meetings that you were personally involved with the activists?
Keď sa dobre pamätám,
If I remember correctly,
čo sa týka
with
Smilna,
regard to the Smilno,
tak som
I
konkrétnymi aktivistami,
have
s tými ľuďmi, ktorí tam
the people, the activists who were conducting the protests, I have not myself met them or spoken with them personally. I do not remember that.
In your second witness statement, in the third sentence, you say, local activists communicated with the Ministry of Environment and sought the ministry's intervention. Do you see that?
kde to má byť?
Where is it supposed to be in a text?
It's highlighted. If you look on the right-hand side in the monitor on your right-hand side, it's actually highlighted. The relevant
Paragraph
section.
6, sir.
Ďakujem.
Thank you.
Musím hľadať.
I was looking at it in my hard copies.
Áno, vidím.
Yes, I can see that.
And were you aware of communications between the activists and the ministry?
Samozrejme, vedel som o tom,
Of course, I was
že
aware of the fact that
je záujem
there is an interest by some people, activists,
aby sme
for us to, as the ministry, somehow
riešili ten problém, ktorý sa
tackle
tam
the
v
problem
Smilne
that
s
had
vrtom.
occurred in Smilno in relation with the drilling well. That's the information I had, of course.
And who was providing you with that information?
Tak, samozrejme,
Well,
poskytovali mi
of
tieto
course, it was
informácie
given to me
ľudia na
by those
ministerstve,
people at the
ktorých
ministry
táto agenda
who are in charge of this type of work.
Was that information provided to you by Mrs. Matova?
zvyčajne ako
Usually,
minister som
as the
držal
minister,
kontakt
I would keep in
a
touch,
komunikoval som
communicate
s riaditeľkou sekcie.
with
To bola
Director
pani
General
Jana,
of a DG at the ministry. It was
chodila aj na
Jana, who
ministerské
would
porady,
attend
ktoré som ako
ministerial
riaditeľ
meetings
všetkých
I held weekly
riaditeľia
with
sekcie.
all the DGs, Director Generals.
Perhaps we can just establish some basic points about the organizational structure of the ministry, and this might assist the line of questioning. So at the top of the ministry, you have the minister's office. Is that right?
Áno,
Yes.
And you're supported there by a team of ministry officials in your office. Is that right?
Yes, we had a team at the ministry, at the minister's office.
Next level down, you had 2 state secretaries. Is that right?
Yes,
And they also had a team of officials.
yes, they do each have their own office.
And then you have a number of different departments within the ministry. Is that right?
Correct.
And each department has its own team of officials. Is that correct?
Correct.
Approximately how many officials worked within the ministry in any given year while you were the minister? Are we talking hundreds, thousands, ballpark?
Ballpark be hundreds. It would be between 300 to 400, if I remember correctly, when I was there.
One of the departments within the ministry was the Department of State Geological Administration. Do you recall that department?
I know that we did have such department, of course.
And that department was responsible for issuing licenses and other decisions in the name of the ministry under the geology. Is that right?
Yes,
And while you were the minister, the director of that department was Mrs. Vieira Matova. Please forgive my pronunciation.
yes,
And Ms. Matova would have reported to you as the minister. Is that right?
of course, she would report everyone at the ministry through a chain of command, as it were, would report to me, of course, at the end, ultimately.
And in the weekly meetings that you referred to earlier, would she be attending those meetings?
If I remember correctly, she would only attend when Madam Director General was unable to attend. So she would be replacing from her Directorate General. So from time to time, Madam Viera Matova would attend in place of the Director General missing.
And is the Director General Ms. Vlasta Yanova?
Yes, the DG was Madam Vlasta Yanova, correct. Geology DG.
And would the ministry take minutes of those weekly meetings that you referred to?
I think yes. I think minutes were made.
And you attended these meetings?
Usually I would, when I was unable to attend, the meeting would be led by one of the 2 state secretaries or head of the office or chief of staff.
But if an important matter was happening within the ministry that had reached your desk, it's likely that you would have attended those meetings. Is that right?
I would always attend when I was able to. Well, let's say I would be on traveling or away at another site away from the ministry, I would not be able to attend.
And the minutes of those meetings that we established were taken, would they be held somewhere within the ministry's internal files as a written document?
I'm not sure where it was archived.
But it's likely that some archive would exist of those weekly meetings.
I'll tell you honestly, I don't know whether such existed or not, or if there was a procedure in place, or what was customarily done with these minutes from these meetings.
We would need to ask Ms. Matova or someone else who attended those meetings.
U.S. carries out strikes in Iraq and Syria against.
Can we proceed? Yes. So the director, Ms. Matova, that we referred to before, she'd been the director of the department since 2014, before you became a minister. Do you recall that?
Áno.
Yes,
Aj pani Janová.
even both Madam Janova and Matova were there.
And do you recall another MOE official at the time, Mr. Tomas Hervol?
Poviem úplne, nepamätám sa.
I'll tell you honestly, I do not remember.
You don't recall anyone by the name of Mr. Hervol? Maybe I'm not pronouncing it correctly.
Hrbol, tak,
The name Hervol,
teraz, keď som sa
now that I've
pozeral na tie dokumenty,
looked
videl
at
som,
the
že jeho meno
documents,
nepamätám.
I notice his names, but his name there in the documents, but do not remember him.
So he was a very junior official, was he?
Bohužiaľ, mal som len 300-400 ľudí.
There were 300 to 400 people only at the ministry proper. Of course, I did not meet every one of them in person.
If you had had discussions with any particular officials, would those discussions have taken place by email?
Nezvykol som komunikovať,
No, I would not
s
customarily speak with my staff through email. Whenever I would try and resolve something, it would go through the hierarchy, through DGs or through state secretaries.
But if you had had a discussion with the DGs or the state secretaries, there's likely to be some documentary evidence of that, isn't there, in the ministry's files?
Nie vždy.
Not always.
Sme
Sometimes
komunikovali, diskutovali.
we would just discuss in person about issues.
Diskutovali sme a išli sme
We would
ďalej.
stop the discussion and move on,
Ja som
meaning
tiež
that
zápis
I
bol
think that
vykázaný,
minutes were only made whenever an official important meeting were to be held
pri bežnej agende.
with a regular daily business not.
Could you look at paragraph 12 of your second witness statement, please? You say here, it was standard practice that officers of the ministry inform me about important matters that were happening at the ministry. This, of course, became an important matter. Do you see that?
Áno, vidím.
Yes, I see it.
And the important matter that you are referring there to is AOG's application under Article 29 of the Geology Act. That's what you're referring to as the important matter, correct?
Mal som na mysli skôr
What I
celý ten
had in
problém,
mind, the
s-
overall
s AOG.
problem with AOG,
Konkrétne o to.
not only
Som-
specific the
som vnímal.
submission, the way I
dôležité.
perceived what I meant by saying I perceived the AOG issue as an important one overall.
Well, look back at the previous paragraph to read the context in which you've made that statement, please. Just read the first paragraph to yourself.
Ktorú vetu konkrétne?
You don't need to read
Which sentence do you have in mind specifically?
the whole of paragraph 11. If you just read that to yourself, don't read it into the record. It begins, I also understand from counsel in your second statement.
Môžem aj slovenskú vetu, lebo tam nemám.
Can I have a Slovak version up on a screen? Thank you.
Áno,
Yes,
vidím to.
I see it.
So you understand that discovery alleges that someone from high levels of the ministry issued instructions to reject AO's request under Article 29 of the Geology Act. You understand that?
Áno, vidím.
Yes, I see it.
And the paragraph goes on to say, discovery infers that this instruction was issued in response to the information for minister dated the 13th of February 2017. Do you see that?
Áno, vidím.
Yes, I see it.
And then on to paragraph 12, you say, although I do not recall the specific information for minister dated the 13th of February, it was standard practice that officers at the ministry inform me about important matters. This, of course, became an important matter. Do you see that?
Áno, vidím.
Yes, I see it.
To som povedal.
So the important matter that you're referring to is AOG's application under Article 29 of the Geology Act. That's what you're referring to there.
Hej, ja tu hovorím
Yes,
o tom, že
what I'm speaking about
kauza,
is that the
to som
whole
mal na mysli aj pred
case,
chvíľkou, čo som
what I had in
povedal,
mind during my
tá
previous
kauza ako
statements,
celá,
the entire
tá
case
bola
as such
dôležitá,
was an important one
udalosť pre
as an
naše
event
ministerstvo,
for our
aj
ministry,
pre mňa.
even for myself.
And given that it was an important event for the ministry, there are likely to have been internal discussions about that event. Do you agree?
Tak samozrejme, že sme o
Of
tom
course, we've
rozprávali,
discussed that
keďže aj sme ten
as
problém
we
nejakým
have
spôsobom riešili.
had to address the problem somehow.
Takže bola to dôležitá
So it has been
vec
an
pre nás.
important matter
Bola
to
to
us.
dôležitá vec pre nás aj preto,
It was
lebo sme
important
vedeli,
also
že
because we knew,
sme dostali
or we were
informáciu
giving
od
given
AOG,
information from
že
AOG that
keď bude im
when
zmarená táto
their
investícia, tak budú
investment
žiadať,
will be
alebo
marred or
chcú
somehow
pristúpiť k tomu, že budú žiadať
thwarted, they will be requesting compensation from the government, from the Slovak Republic. So we were not in any way impersonal to it, or we would try to address the matter.
And so there is likely to be some documentary record of those internal discussions that you're referring to.
Neviem, či existujú
I don't know if
záznamy,
there
či
are
boli
such
takéto
records,
záznamy.
if such records were ever made.
Hovoril,
As I
záznamy
said,
sa robili vtedy, keď
records were made
boli tie
when
zasadnutie
the meetings were
takého
held
charakteru,
of
aby
such
sa
nature,
urobil nejaký záznam.
requiring
Keď
minutes
malo bežné,
made out.
bežnú prácu na
If there was
ministerstve,
a regular
alebo
business of the ministry,
diskusiu, tak tam sa záznamy
no records or minutes were made out.
Now, AOG's application under Article 29 concerned state-owned land located in Kriva Olka. Do you recall that?
Áno,
Yes,
som si to osviežil.
it just recurred to me now.
That land was managed by a state-owned entity called LLC. Is that right?
Áno,
Yes,
And are you aware, or were you aware at the time that you were a minister, that in order for LLC to enter into a lease over this state-owned land, it needed to obtain the approval of the Ministry of Agriculture?
bol som zoznámil som sa s tým vtedy, keď som
I became
problém riešil.
familiar with the issue when I was required to act on it when the problem emerged regarding the lease.
Ale nepoznám ja
But I do not
osobne
personally,
vzťahy,
am not familiar
na iných
with
ministerstvách.
relations at other ministries, what they were.
Now, your first witness statement in this arbitration was signed in March of 2023. Is that right? You can see it in your signature block on the last page.
Áno. Neviem, ktorú časť myslíte.
Yes, but I'm not sure which part are you referring to.
I'm just establishing the date of your first witness statement. And your second witness statement was signed in December of 2023. Do you see that?
The second one, yes.
Now,
Yes.
in your first witness statement, you made no reference to AOG's application under Article 29 of the Geology Act concerning the land at Kriva Olka. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Could you please be shown Discovery's memorial, which can be found in Pleadings Claimant document number 2. It's Pleadings 01, subfolder A, Claimant, document number 2, Claimant's Memorial. Do you see that this document is dated the 30th of September 2022 in the middle of the page?
Yes.
And so that's before you signed your first witness statement in March 2023, correct?
Je to správné?
Yes.
Could you please be shown page 64 of that document? Paragraph 152. And I will read to you what it says, and it can be translated. Discovery's understanding at the time was that the relevant department of the MOE was initially minded to grant the Section 29 application. However, this was reversed after an order had come from above that it should be refused. As AOG noted in a report dated the 10th of March 2017, sent to JKX and Romgaz, on the 9th of March, we were advised by the Ministry of Environment that our application for a compulsory access order under Section 29 would be rejected. The legal department indicated to us that they had been preparing to issue an order in our favor when they received an instruction from above to refuse the order instead. My question is, before you signed your first witness statement, were you aware that Discovery had made these allegations at paragraph 152?
I don't remember that. That with the first testimony that we would actually discuss this specific issue.
So if I can just clarify, you don't recall having any discussion about this issue before you signed your first witness statement. Is that correct?
This problem has been addressed by me in my second testimony, witness statement. So I probably did not address this in my first statement.
And all I'm trying to establish is whether that is because you weren't told about it or whether you made a decision not to address it in your witness statement.
No, I was not informed to speak on this issue.
Now, before you signed your second witness statement, were you shown any internal ministry documents about AOG's application under Article 29?
Before I signed the second which documents are you referring to?
I'm asking generally, were you shown any internal documents of the ministry about AOG's application under Article 29?
No, I don't think so. I did not see any documents. I did not have any such documents. I only had information that I remembered. And afterwards, I was given the documents, an opportunity to read them, to refresh my memory, how the events unfolded during 2016 and 17.
When you say I was given the documents and an opportunity to read them to refresh my memory, which documents are you talking about?
It was my decision about sustaining the application, the appeal against the paragraph or the Article 29 of the Act. I think it was a decision of the Director General for Geology refusing the application. I have seen such documents.
Right. And are those the documents that you've referred to in the footnotes of your witness statement? Specifically from footnote 8 through to 13.
Which one do you mean again?
So do you see paragraph 11 and the footnote number 8, which is where you're talking about the Article 29 application, over the page through to footnote number 13? Are those the documents that you were shown before you signed your second witness statement?
I do not know.
Did you draft these paragraphs yourself, Mr. Solomos, or were they drafted for you by someone else?
No, I wrote these.
So if you wrote these paragraphs, it's likely that you would have looked at the documents, isn't it?
Yes, you're not wrong.
And apart from the documents that you refer to in footnotes 8 through 13, were you shown any other documents about the Article 29 application?
There were, I think, 2 or 3 such documents, which I have seen regarding this. And I remember my rejection. I remember rejection of the application of the Geological Administration. I remember when I've sustained AOG's application in the appeal. And then I remember there was another document about delays in proceedings, but I do not remember when exactly I have seen these documents, to be honest with you.
And the document about delays in proceedings, was that an internal ministry document?
No, this was a decision. I think it was a filing by AOG to resolve the original filing. I think this has been also made This was no internal document of the ministry. Other stakeholders were put in copy.
So your testimony in paragraph 12 is based, number one, on your own attempt to remember what happened over 7 years ago, and number two, from the documents that you're referring to in footnotes 8 through 13. Have I got that right?
Áno.
Yes,
Som si osviežoval
I was
informácie,
refreshing
ktoré
the information that
roku
were
2017, 18,
in
18, lebo som si to
2017 and 18, which I no longer remembered. So I had consulted this with the people who were there at that time.
When was the last time you spoke with Mrs. Matova?
pred mesiacom asi.
About a month ago.
And what did you discuss with her?
Osviežoval som si svoju,
I was
som vedel, že
refreshing my
som si
memory,
svoju pamäť o tom, že
knowing I was to attend this hearing,
aké boli vtedy
to
procesy, keď
try and
som
recall
sa
what the
procesoval
processes were back then,
všetky
because I have
ktorých
not
som bol zúčastnený.
directly participated in all of them processes.
Riešila tá geológia.
It was done by the geology department.
When was the last time you spoke with Mr. Hervol?
Nepamätám sa na to, že som
I do not remember
niekedy komunikoval.
ever communicating with him. I don't remember.
Could we look at a document, please? Exhibit C336. Do you see this as a letter from Mr. Hervol in the name of, sorry, I'll rephrase the question. Do you see this as a letter from the ministry, the Department of State Geological Administration, addressed to LLC? Do you see that?
Áno.
Yes,
And in the contact section, there is a reference to Juris Dr. Hervol. That's Mr. Hervol, right?
Áno,
yes,
asi.
I guess.
And this document is dated the 10th of October, which was after AOG filed its Article 29 application. Do you see that in the first paragraph, further to the application filed by AOG on the 30th of August, 2016?
Vidím dátumy, áno.
I can see the dates, yes.
And over the page, do you see that the letter is signed by Mrs. Matova, the head of department?
Áno.
Yes,
And so it is likely that Mrs. Matova and Mr. Hervol would have been involved in internal discussions at the ministry about AOG's application. Is that right?
Áno.
yes,
And the ministry is likely to have some documentary record of those internal discussions, isn't it?
Neviem.
I don't know, maybe yes.
We need to ask Mrs. Matova or Mr. Hervol directly, would we?
Tak ja neviem, že
Well,
ako oni
I don't know how
komunikovali a že
they communicated and what records they have about this.
Could you now be shown, please, exhibit C337 and page 2? There's only the English version, I'm afraid. I will represent to you that this is an email from AOG's attorney, Mr. Beran, dated the 17th of October 2016, subject section 29 Kriva Olka. And I will just read you a few sentences from this email, and it will be translated for you. Quote, in the first paragraph, we were able to get in touch with Mr. Hervol. Next paragraph, he was fairly communicative. He told us that during his time at the ministry, they decided approximately 10 Section 29 cases. It typically took 2 to 4 months. We inquired more about the Kriva Olka proceeding. He informed us that based on the request we submitted, he sees no reason why the ministry should not decide in favor of Alpine. And due to the fact there are only 2 participants, he expects the decision should be issued sometime between the middle to the end of November. And then over the page. However, one thing that could, in his view, cause a problem is the position of the minister. So it appears that there is still a risk that the minister will not allow the decision to be taken, even though it would not be on legal grounds. Now, my question is, it appears from this email that Mr. Hervol was concerned that you, as the minister, might cause a problem for AOG's Article 29 application.
Maybe Mr. Hervol did have such concern, but I did not enter those proceedings.
Do you recall, having now seen this email, having any discussions with Mr. Hervol in about October of 2016 about AOG's Article 29 application?
I don't remember that I would discuss this with Mr. Hervol.
You need to look back through the ministry's internal records in order to refresh your memory about these events. Is that right?
If such records exist.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we need to correct the transcript. There is a significant mistake. A not is missing.
Sorry, in which line?
That was about.
Yeah, in 131041, I did not enter those proceedings.
No, yeah, okay.
Yeah. But it appears from this email, Mr. Solomos, that you, as the minister, the highest authority in the ministry, had the power, quote, not to allow the decision to be taken. And that's right, isn't it? Because you were the highest person in the ministry.
I did not want to have or did not want to, and nor did I do such decision. And when an appeal had been filed by AOG against the Geological Administration's decision, Mr. Hervol, Mrs. Mateva, I've sustained that appeal and returning the case for further proceedings. So me as a body that was an appellate body, I never entered proceedings of lower level bodies.
We'll come to the appeal in a moment, but I'm just interested in one last sentence in this email. And I'll ask you a few questions, and then that may be a convenient moment to break, if that would be acceptable. Reading on a bit more in this email, the email says, as the Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of Agriculture are controlled by persons from different, most of the time very antagonistic political parties, let's hope that no one from the Ministry of Agriculture will be able to influence the Minister of Environment. Now, my question is, We established earlier that the Ministry of Agriculture was controlled by SNS and the Ministry of Environment was controlled by your party, MOST. Do you agree that MOST had an antagonistic relationship with its coalition partner, SNS?
It could not be put this way that we would have an antagonistic relationship.
Nemali sme antagonistický vzťah.
We did not have an antagonistic relationship.
Did you ever
Boli
have,
sme koaliční partneri.
We were a coalition partners.
but as coalition partners, did you agree on absolutely everything? Or was there any occasion when you disagreed?
To by bolo, ja si myslím, že
I think there would be an ideal world. There is no such thing in the world that any government consisting of 2 or 3 partners, that there wouldn't be no disagreements. I'm not at least aware myself of such country,
ale bolo by to fajn.
but it would be fine.
Thank you. Would that be a convenient moment?
That would be a perfect moment to break for the lunch. And Mr. Scholliman, while you're on the witness stand, I would ask you not to communicate with anyone. So you will of course have lunch, but you will have somewhat lonely lunch, and the council will tell you where you can have it. And I wish you nevertheless a good lunch. I resume
Ďakujem
and
pekne.
would you?
Thank you very much.
Sure. Would you wish to resume at 2?
If that would be acceptable.
Maybe, I think that would be
Yes.
good because we still have quite some progress to make this afternoon.
Could I just raise one
2
matter on that front? I mean,
Yes.
we are sort of slightly behind schedule, and we're concerned there is a risk that Mr. Lesko we may not get to him today. But I'm in the tribunal's hands as if you would wish to sit later today so that we could complete the witness testimony, or whether you would prefer to spill it to Monday.
Right now, I would still hope that we can complete the schedule. And we'll see where we get in the course of the afternoon, but for now, this is the plan.
Understood. Thank you, Madam President.
And Mr. Toshingham is too?
Yes, thank you,
Good.
Madam President.
Please go ahead.
Mr. Solomos, just before lunch, we were looking at the email at C337, which, if you go back to the previous page, was dated, we get it up on the screen and scroll down a bit. It's dated the 17th of October, 2016. Do you see that?
Áno.
Yes.
And that was the email where Mr. Hervol was expressing concern that you might cause a problem for AOG's application. Do you remember that, the contents of the email?
Áno.
Yes.
Could you now be shown, please, tab 14 of bundle 101? And scroll to page 5, please. Now, I'm not going to ask you any questions about the contents of any of these documents, which were identified in the Slovak Republic's privilege log, but I just want to ask you some other questions. Before you signed your second witness statement, were you shown a copy of this entry recording a document dated the 17th of October 2016?
Neviem, o aký dokument sa jedná.
I do not know what document this is concerning.
Neither do we, but my question is simple. Have you seen a copy of this
Tak
page
som
before?
nemohol ani vidieť.
I couldn't have seen it then.
But my question is, were you shown this page before you signed your second witness statement?
Ja sa nepamätám.
I don't remember.
Možno áno.
Maybe I did.
Do you see that in the first box, there is a document described as draft of the information for minister, author Mr. Hervol,
Mhm.
recipient Minister of Environment, dated the 17th of October 2016. Do you see that?
Ano.
Should
Yes,
we
Yes.
explain what the privilege log is? Because it may not be obvious to the witness
Yes.
what he's looking at.
Please forgive me for not explaining that. Mr. Solomos, this is a log prepared by Counsel for the Republic where they have withheld disclosure of particular documents on the grounds of legal privilege. Do you understand that?
Nie celkom.
Not
som
really.
v týchto právnych veciach.
This is not exactly my domain, this legal
No, in
area.
the arbitration, some documents are requested by one party from the other. The other can either give the document or say, yes, the document exists, but I cannot give it to you because it contains privilege protected sensitive information. And then rather than giving the document, what the party that refuses to give the document does is write some kind of a list of these documents, saying just what it is, draft of the information for the minister, who wrote it, Mr. Elvol, who was receiving it, the Minister of Environment, and when it was.
Chápem?
Essentially, this is what it is, so that you understand, this is a document prepared
Okay.
for the arbitration, but that refers to documents that were not produced because they were protected. Is it clear now?
Understand.
Je to jasné?
Áno.
Yes.
Thank you. And can I focus your attention on one other entry in this table entitled subject matter? Quote, the document contains, and this is, sorry, in the first table, so if we just scroll up a bit on the page. No, the table, this one, subject matter, the other subject matter. The document contains an assessment of potential implications of denying AOG's request under Article 29 of the Geology Act to the Ministry of Environment. Do you see that?
Áno.
Yes.
I'm going to suggest to you, Mr. Solomos, that in or about October 2016, you were considering whether to deny AOG's Article 29 application. Do you agree?
Nepamätám sa na to, že by som
I don't remember
eh,
me
že by som ja riešil a uvažoval nad tým,
actually
že
addressing,
by som
even
podal
considering
nejakú žiadosť, keďže
some kind of
to nie je
request or
iba-
application, because that has also been addressed at other level than mine as minister.
When you were the minister, would you ordinarily receive documents entitled information for the minister?
Áno, občas som dostal.
Yes,
také
sometimes I would
informácie.
receive some information.
And if that
Áno,
information,
pripravovali mi takéto informácie.
They would draft such information for me.
and they being officials within the department, is that correct?
Áno, zamestnanci
Yes,
ministerstva,
the
sekcií a
staff,
rôznych organizácií,
various
ktoré pod ministerstvom
departments of the ministry, its director generals. There are 14 other organizations outside of the ministry which fall under the ministry's jurisdiction.
And if an information for minister document reached you, that would indicate that it is an important matter, wouldn't it?
Can I
Yeah.
just ask for a clarification? Here, it doesn't say information, it says draft. The
Yes.
recipient is specified as the minister.
Yes.
However, I read this as there was a draft in the files of the ministry that was intended for the minister, but was not given to the minister. Do I misunderstand?
Well,
Or do I have to ask the respondent?
I wasn't going to go that far, but.
No, because it's
but-
important to know
yes,
whether
exactly.
the minister has, he says he doesn't remember, but has he received such an information or has he not?
Yes.
Is there an allegation that he has received it?
Was he the actual recipient or the intended recipient?
Well, we don't know the answer to that question, but I would with the tribunal's
Well,
permission.
the respondent prepared the privilege log, so would you be able to help us on this or
Yes.
not?
Yes, the draft was prepared, but it was not delivered to the minister.
Thank you. No, so we understand that you did not receive this memorandum entitled information
well-
because it was in draft, at the draft stage.
I'll tell you honestly, I do not remember at all ever receiving such document. I don't remember, so I likely have not received it.
Well,
That's
then it's
what we
been-
understand, yes.
Could you please be shown exhibit C348? And on the right-hand side, if we could pull up the Slovak original version, please. Mr. Solomos, this is an article that you wrote on the 3rd of December 2016, published in the newspaper Denik N. Do you recall writing this article?
Yes, I remember.
And Denik N is one of the main national newspapers in Slovakia. Is that right?
Let's say it is. Depends for whom.
And you wrote this article in response to comments that had been made by Mrs. Iveta Radičová. Is that right?
Yes,
And Mrs. Radičová is the former Prime Minister of Slovakia. Is that right?
yes.
Could you turn, please, to the second page of the document? Do you see there is a grey bar with a heading entitled Tutti Quanti? Do you sleep well with FICO, events of the week? Do you see that? And that was the title of Mrs. Radakova's weekly column, which was published in Denik N. Is that right?
I don't remember that. Perhaps it is.
But do you recall that she wrote a weekly column in Denik N?
I do not remember that. I remember her writing an article back then regarding the Ministry of Environment.
Yes. And in her article, she had issued a public call for your resignation as the minister. Isn't that right?
I don't remember that. I'll tell you honest, what she wrote in that article.
Well, you said earlier on, you remember writing the article. And is that your position?
I do remember my article, but the article of Madame Radičová, I do not remember what all she wrote therein. I would have to read it again.
Well, please take your time to read the first, well, why don't you just, to be fair, read the article yourself so you can refresh your memory. And the tribunal can read the English at the same time. If we
That's
scroll
the
back.
second page.
No, just if we go back to the first page, please. And the same on the left-hand side.
Thank you.
Yeah. we move to the second page, please, if that's convenient? And on the left-hand side, if we could just scroll up slightly. Yeah. I don't know, that's fine. And could we just turn to the last page, please, on the English? I'm just waiting in case the tribunal needs any more time. Minister, Mr. Solomos, have you had a chance to now refresh your memory about this article?
Yes, but this is my article, not that of Madame Radičová. And what I was saying, referring to her article, something I don't remember.
No. Well, perhaps we can take it this way. So in the first paragraph on page 1, you're saying I must reject purposefully connecting the extension of exploratory well licenses with the issue of mailbox companies. That was the criticism that the Prime Minister had made, to which you were responding. Is that right?
Yes.
And then if you could turn to page 3 of the English, and I think it's page 2 of the Slovak. And the paragraph beginning based on expert assessment. Perhaps Mr. Pikash could help me with the particular paragraph.
I'm trying to find it because there's no paragraph starting with based on expert assessment. Slovak version, yes. Third one, no, that's the third one from in Slovak, it's ministerstvo na základe odborného posudzovania.
Yeah, that's the paragraph I'm looking for. Do you see that, Mr. Solomos?
Hello?
Yes, I can see that.
Yes. And so do you recall that in July 2016, AOG's exploration licenses had been extended for a period of 5 years by the decision of the ministry? Do you recall that?
I know that happened.
And in this paragraph, you are taking personal responsibility for that particular decision, aren't you?
As a minister, I had to assume the responsibility, even though I was not the one making the decision. It was a department in charge of that. But me, as the minister, had to assume responsibility for that politically.
And Mrs. Radikova was not from your party, the Most Party, was she?
No, but when we were in government together, we were coalition partners.
But she is issuing criticism about your decision to extend the exploration licenses, or should I say the ministry's decision to extend the term of the exploration licenses, correct?
Yes.
Now, it's clear that by the date of this article in December 2016, you were coming under some considerable pressure in the media about AOG's project, weren't you?
Well,
pod nejaký významný tlak, to by som to nehovoril, ale určite
major
to bol
pressure
problém a samozrejme
is not
médiá
the way I would
veľmi
put it,
písali o tom.
but of course, media picked it up and did report about that.
Yes, and there were,
Problém bol určite.
There was an issue, of course.
yes, and there were quite a lot of media reports in the national news that were expressing negative views about AOG's project and the exploration licenses, correct? Is that consistent with your recollection?
Yes,
Objavovali sa negatívne články.
negative articles would appear against that, of course.
And sometimes you yourself would be personally identified in those articles and also in social media. Is that right?
Samozrejme vyplývalo
Of
to z
course,
mojej
it resulted from my capacity as minister.
And so you were therefore reluctant, as at December 2016 and following, to take any decision or to have the ministry take any decision which might be portrayed negatively in the media. That's what was going on at this time, isn't it?
určite nie.
Definitely
My sme
not.
sa hýbali aj
We
v
would,
v rámci
and I
zákona
myself,
a potom
would
vlastne
stay
tie
within the
zákony,
limits of the law,
medzi ktorými
and,
samozrejme sme sa museli hýbať.
we had to
Či to bolo
do so,
populárne alebo nepopulárne.
whether it was popular or not, regardless of that.
But if the ministry had made a decision in favor of AOG in its Article 29 application at Kriva Olka, that would have generated a significant amount of negative publicity in the media, wouldn't it?
Ja neviem, že
I don't
aké
know
boli reakcie.
what
Určite by boli
the
aj
reactions
negatívne
would
reakcie,
be.
tie,
Of course,
ktorí
there would
boli-
be some
tí,
negative
ktorí boli nastavení
reactions
proti
because
takýmto
there were
činnostiam, ktoré sa
people
týkali,
in favor or against
zásahu
such
do
activities
životného prostredia, ale nielen v tomto
interfering with the
prípade.
environment, not only in this
Komisia
case,
v
but
auguste
many other
predĺžili
cases.
ako
But in August, we have
ako
extended by a further 5 years
žiadosť
the
na
application
súkromné územie. To znamená,
for
že
exploration.
ministerstvo sa
So the ministry
ministerstvo nekonalo podľa
did
názoru,
not act based on any
spoločnosti,
moods
ktoré
of
považovali
society,
za vhodné
but based on
a
what we deemed
správne a zákonné.
right and lawful.
But it's possible that there were other people high up in the ministry who would be concerned about negative publicity and drilling at Kriva Olka on state-owned land. That's possible. Do you accept that?
Musím povedať, že nie,
I have to say no,
lebo na
because
ministerstve
at the ministry,
ľudia, ktorí robili na
people
ministerstve
working
a robili
there,
v tej oblasti
they had been in the field, each of their field, for instance, geology,
naklonení k tomu, aby takéto prieskumné
and they were
firmy pôsobili na Slovensku, lebo
not
bolo
be
prospešné.
in favor of any exploration companies be operating in Slovakia. They were, correction by the interpreter, they were in favor of granting applications to geological companies.
Council, may I ask you, when you refer to other people high up in the ministry, are you referring to the civil service, what perhaps Canadians and British would understand as the civil service, the Director General and others?
No, I'm referring to political appointees.
That's what I wanted to know.
So Mr. Solomos, I'm specifically referring to officials and other political appointees that were associated with your party, the MOS party, that were appointed after the election in 2016 to the
Who
ministry.
were allegedly high up in the Ministry of the Environment, whatever that might mean.
And so do you accept that those people would be opposed to exploratory drilling taking place in Kriva Olka?
Nie.
No,
Nemám o tom vedomosť, že by
I have no
niekto
such knowledge that anyone at the ministry would be doing or interested in doing anything like that.
Okay. Do you recall that you had a meeting with AOG on the 15th of December 2016?
Áno, viem, že to stretnutie
Yes,
bolo.
I know the meeting took place.
And do you recall that you discussed AOG's Article 29 application at Kriva Olka at this meeting?
Nepamätám sa na to.
I do not remember that.
Can you please be shown exhibit C160? And if we could get up the Slovak original as well, please. Do you see that this is a letter addressed to you? And for the tribunal, I will note at this point that the English translation appears to have a date error, 13th of December, whereas the original Slovak is dated the 14th. But I understand that the translation is consistent. But my friends will pick me up if that's incorrect. And Minister, do you see in this is a letter addressed to you entitled Exploration for Oil and Gas in Northeastern Slovakia. And do you see, could you read item number 2 to yourself, please?
Áno, vidím.
Yes, I can see that.
So one of the points that Mr. Lewis, the CEO of AOG and Discovery, wanted to discuss with you at this meeting was the status of AOG's application under Article 29 of the Geology Act.
Áno.
Yes.
Could you now please be shown exhibit R-213? Now, you were not copied into this meeting, this email, but this is an email dated the 15th of December 2016 entitled, "How did the meeting go?" And I'm going to, and it's from Mr. Fraser, who was one of Discovery's representatives at that meeting. And I'm going to read into the transcript so that it can be translated to you some words in this email. It was well attended by the minister and 5 of his colleagues, who were very aware of and sympathetic to our challenges. Although the minister was most keen on addressing his domestic concerns, he was prepared to be helpful, provided he got some positive PR in return. Now, pausing there. The domestic concerns referred to in this email was the negative press attention that you were facing in the media, such as the article from Mrs. Radikova that we looked at earlier. Is that right?
Ja neviem, ten mail teraz
I don't know. This is the
vôbec neviem, kto
first
to
time
písal.
I see this email.
To bolo
I don't know
podľa-
from whom to whom it was written or addressed and based on what.
Well, you accepted earlier that there were quite a lot of articles in the national media being published at this time, which were negative about AOG's project. That's right.
Povedal som, že áno, boli
I
aj také
said
články,
there were such articles, of course,
ktoré sa negatívne
that would be
stavali k tomu.
putting into a negative light.
And those articles were also putting the spotlight on you as the minister, weren't they?
Na mňa
To me,
nebrali zlé svetlo.
it did not
pretože
shine
my
a
sme,
bad light because we simply
postupovali, jak som ešte
have
raz
proceeded,
hovoril,
as I said before,
podľa záujmov štátu,
according to the
podľa
interests of the
zákonov.
state
To znamená,
and
že
laws.
vždy sú ľudia,
It's
ktorí
there are always
s tým
people
súhlasia a
who
dávajú si
disagree
to- dávajú si to
and
najavo.
they
To ste-
make it known.
to funkciu, tak s tým musíte
If you are
žiť.
in such position, you have to learn to live with that you'll be criticized always by someone on one hand.
Nemôžete tomu podľahnúť.
You need not become subjugated by such criticism.
But what was going on at this time, Mr. Solomos, is that you were prepared to help AOG but only if you were able to get some positive PR in return. That's what was going on, wasn't it?
Nie, vôbec.
No, not at all.
To nebolo.
It was not about that.
Well, can you point
Sa mi
to,
to nepamätám, že by som
I do
riešil
not
v
remember this
tomto prípade, chcel
ever
riešiť
in
problém.
this case trying to be worried about any PR.
Vyriešiť ten problém.
Instead, we were interested in resolving the issue.
well, could you point to any document in the records which contains the ministry's minutes of that meeting? Have you seen any minutes of this meeting on the 15th of December, 2016?
Neviem,
I don't
či
know
existuje takáto
whether
zápisnica,
such minutes exist,
či sa robilo zápis,
whether a
či
minutes
existuje
has
takáto
been made
zápisnica.
out or whether it exists. I don't know.
And I'll state for the record that we are not aware of any minutes of that meeting. Our only understanding is of what happened was of this set out in this email. Could you look down to the paragraph beginning, the section 29 application in relation to Kriva Olka is still in process and appears not nearly as negative as we were led to believe. We understand the minister will get a recommendation from his senior legal officer to approve the application. The final decision is in the minister's discretion and is now due in early January. Do you see that?
Mhm.
Yes,
And so do you accept that the final decision in relation to AOG's application rested with you as the minister?
Nie, to riešil
No.
ten
it was done
úrad,
by the office.
sekcia geológie.
It was a
alebo úrad
Director General for Geology,
geológie,
where there
ktorý
was
vydával tieto
Geology
rozhodnutia.
Department
Ja som to neriešil.
issuing those decisions. It was not me
Do toho
addressing
nevstupoval,
that.
do toho
I've never
procesu ako takého.
interfered with that process of this kind. Of course, it did end up with me because of the appeal. I was the one making the final decision on appeal, on granting the appeal, and the Geology Department initially rejected the application. But the decision was made by the Geology Department because it was their jurisdiction,
Geologická správa.
geological administration.
So you referred in your answer there, it was done by the office. It was the Director General for Geology. Is that Miss Janova?
Sekcia geológie.
It was Geology Directorate General, or DG, or it was either that department of the ministry or the, no, can't remember the name of the office. It's an authority, exactly what it's called. Madam Maťová was the head of that. Yeah, I'm not sure which one was the one, which department or office was in jurisdiction to make decision on behalf of the ministry. I think it was the geological office, rather.
So you say you're not sure.
If I may interrupt, there
Yes.
was one slightly incorrect translation or transcript, because in the previous answer, it refers to the Director General, but the answer was the Directorate, the institution of the person.
Sorry, are you referring to which line in the transcript? At 14:29, 59 seconds.
So in 14:30:55, for example, it says it was Geology Director General, and it was Directorate, not Director.
Yes, but are you quarreling with the interpretation that 14:29:59? No, it was done by the office. It was a Director General for Geology.
That's the same issue.
I understand. Let me just, when the minister said Director General, it was meant, except when it's specifically the person, it was meant to be what he sometimes translated as Office of Geology or Department of Geology. This is all the same in your understanding?
Je sekcia.
It's in Slovak, it's section, but in English translation is Directorate General
Riaditeľstvo, alebo neviem, jak som to nazval.
of Geology,
V rámci tej
within
sekcie
which
fungoval
there was
úrad
an office
geologickej,
of geologic, can't remember exactly the name of it,
geologickej správy,
geologic administration,
ktorá vydávala
That was the body issuing licenses for exploration
And
under
is-
that Directorate General.
and that is a subsection of the Director General of Geology? The ones who issue the licenses?
Je to úrad?
Yeah, like that.
Áno, je to úrad.
Here's an office
geologickej
of Geological
správy,
Administration,
ktorá bola súčasťou tej sekcie.
which was a part of the Directorate General section in Slovak.
Dobre pamätám, ale musel by som sa pozrieť.
If I remember correctly, I would have to look it up. I'm not exactly what the interrelations, competencies, jurisdictions were, but there was a section we call in Slovak Directorate General, under which there was this Geology Administration Department.
I think it's clear.
Was the president, the person who ran the directorate, the section, was that person a political appointee or a civil servant who remained in place as governments changed?
Samozrejme, minister vždy mal.
Because the minister would always have the authority or opportunity to choose the most immediate colleagues, but this was a professional civil servant position. The DGs, we have about 8 to 10 of them, water, geology, air, and so on. These would be highly expert positions, expert individuals serving as civil servants, director generals, covering for their each respective Directorate General.
Thank you.
So just to be clear on who we're talking about here, so it's Ms. Yanova in the Directorate, is that correct?
Pani Janová bola generálna
Madam
riaditeľka
Janova was
sekcie
the Director General of the
a pani Maťová
Directorate,
bola
and
šéfka,
Madam
ktorá bola jej
Maťová
zástupkyňa, ona
was
bola
her
šéfka tej,
deputy, and she was the head
geologickej správy.
of the Geological Administration
pamätám.
Office, if I remember correctly.
Yes. Now, in order to work out what went on internally within the ministry in connection with AOG's Article 29 application, we would need to look at the documents that were being exchanged between Ms. Yanova and Ms. Matova. Isn't that right?
Oni medzi sebou určite komunikovali.
Of course, they've communicated together, I'm not sure.
And you haven't looked through those internal documents yourself before coming here to give testimony, correct?
No.
Could we now move forward, please, to Exhibit C365? If we could bring up the Slovak as well, please. And we're looking at page 2 of each document. You see, Mr. Solomos, these are minutes of a oral hearing held by the Ministry of Environment in connection with AOG's Article 29 application. Do you see that at the top?
Áno.
Yes.
Have you seen this document before coming here to give evidence today?
Nie.
No.
And do you see it says, on behalf of the administrative authority, Ms. Matova, the Director of the Department of State Geological Administration, and Mr. Hervol, State Councillor of the same department. Do you see that?
Áno.
Yes.
Now, were you aware that an oral hearing was taking place by the ministry to discuss AOG's application under Article 29 of the Geology Act?
Nie, nevedel.
No, I did not.
Do you recall being informed about about this meeting by any official after the meeting had taken place?
Nie, takýchto
No.
pojednávaniach
Such
na
hearings and
ministerstve
meetings
na
at the
všetkých
ministry
úsekoch boli
at variety of departments, there
10
were
ročne,
dozens
mesačne.
or more a month.
Ročne
Annually, there would
sa
be a
neinformovali.
great number, so they did not inform me. they would usually only brief me on the results thereof.
Could you please be shown document C366? And page 2. If we could scroll down slightly, please. Again, you are not copied into this email, but this is an email from AOG's attorney dated the 7th of February concerning the hearing under Article 29. And the minutes that we looked at earlier established that Mr. Baran was present at that meeting on behalf of AOG. I'll represent that to you. And do you see in the third paragraph, the email says, the hearing ended with no specific conclusion whatsoever, with Mrs. Matova saying that we have not moved anywhere. I think they wanted to persuade the Ministry of Agriculture to grant their approval to the lease agreement, as the Ministry of Environment does not want to be the one that will have to decide. However, the Ministry of Agriculture did not want to grant the approval, and they refused to state anything else in the hearing besides saying they are not the participant. Were you aware of any discussions taking place at the time about the events discussed in this email?
No, I was not following that particular process that was underway at the Geology Institute. I was not involved in that. I would put it that way.
But it appears that what's happening at this time, as shown in this email, is that the Ministry of Environment is trying to pass the buck back to the Ministry of Agriculture, so that the Ministry of Environment wouldn't need to make any decision in favor of AOG. That appears to be what's going on. Do you accept that?
It is logical, as the owner of the land and administrator was the lessee or forest of Slovakia. They had the jurisdiction and right to conclude a lease agreement. So in its first instance, approval must be granted by the owner or administrator of the land. So it's quite obvious.
I'm sorry, there's one misinterpretation. I believe the minister didn't say jurisdiction. He just said they had the right.
Could the interpreters confirm that? I don't think it really matters.
Correct.
It might matter.
Well, I will ask this question then. Mr. Solomos, are you aware that in late 2016, the ministry itself accepted in correspondence that no agreement had been reached between lessee and AOG concerning access to Kriva Olka land?
No, I did not notice that, this problem as minister.
And so if no agreement had been reached between the manager of the forestry lands and AOG, then it fell to the ministry to make a decision under Article 29. That's the correct position, correct?
Well, ministry, or not ministry, but the Geological Administration Office did make some decision. They would address this issue and they would address the procedure. It was their jurisdiction.
I have one question. on the go. Pardon me.
In the first instance, first step.
Please.
No, if you're going to leave the document.
I'm not.
Please
I'm
stay.
just gonna
Very
ask
good. Then I shall wait.
Thank you, Mr. Dreimer. Now, if the Ministry of Environment could find a way of passing the decision back to the Ministry of Agriculture, then you as the minister or the ministry itself wouldn't receive any negative press attention in the media by making an order in favor of AOG. That's correct, isn't it?
This was not. It means not the Ministry of Environment should be the one in the application or granting it because we had no relation to the land. It was administered and owned by LLC Limited. It was their land and they had to basically issue a decision and make a decision. We could enter the game only after they were unable to agree with the owner. So it was not us forwarding our responsibility to someone else.
But that's what happened when the decision was ultimately issued on the 9th of March, wasn't it? You passed the buck back to the Ministry of Agriculture.
Objection. There's no you. I mean, it's been well established what
Sorry,
the decision
please,
was.
please, I would rephrase the question. That's what happened when the decision was ultimately issued on the 9th of March. The Ministry of Environment passed the buck back to the Ministry of Agriculture. That's what happened, wasn't it?
I don't know which decision are we discussing now and who issued the decision. I'd like to know what we are discussing. Which decision?
Okay, well, I think I've concluded my questions on this document. So if Mr. Dreimer, if you would like to.
No, that's quite all right. I think you've covered the points I might have discussed with the witness. Thank you.
Okay, now just remember, so this is an email dated the 7th of February. Could you now please be shown bundle 1 tab 14, the privilege log again, page 5. And I'm now interested in the second table. And again, this is a document dated the 13th of February, a draft that has been prepared by Mr. Herval, intended for you, as I understand the position. And do you see the subject matter says, the document contains an assessment of potential implications of positive and negative decisions on AOG's request under Article 29 of the Geology Act to the Ministry of Environment, as well as a description of the proceedings to date. Do you see that?
Yes.
And were you shown this entry from the Slovak Republic's privilege log before you signed your second witness statement?
I was informed that I was supposed to receive some information from Mr. Herval, but I don't remember that information at all. I don't even remember ever receiving it. I have no recollection of that.
You were informed by whom?
The law firm.
Right, and that's the point.
Whether I could respond to that. And I did respond by saying, I've never seen anything like that. I do not remember having anything like that.
Right, and if we could turn to your second witness statement, because I think this is the point that you're trying to make here at paragraph 12. Do you have that in front of you, your second witness statement?
Oh.
And you say that,
yes,
although I do not recall the specific information for minister dated the 13th of 2017. Now, the questions here are, before you signed your witness statement, were you shown a copy of the draft document identified in the privilege log?
Čo by malo byť? Prepáč, nerozumel som.
Apologies, I did not understand the question. What document?
So you're referring here in paragraph 12 to
Áno,
a document entitled, I do not recall the specific information for minister dated the 13th of February 2017. Do you see that?
áno,
Yes.
áno. Pamätám sa.
Yes, I do not remember.
Nepamätám sa na tú informáciu.
I don't remember that
ktorú som mal
information
dostať.
I was supposed to have received regarding AOG at all.
Neviem, či som ja to vôbec
I'm
riešil.
not even sure I was involved in that.
Now, do you agree that your recollection of events 7 years earlier may be different if you had been able to see that document?
Tak,
Well,
určite, keď
definitely.
bohužiaľ nie všetko si pamätám pred 7 rokov, čo som...
I don't remember everything from 7 years ago. I would be reading hundreds of documents back then. Had I seen something later on recently, I would have remember. It's quite logical.
Exactly. So without having looked back at that document or any other internal documents of the ministry, you cannot say that you never gave an instruction to deny AOG's Article 29 application.
Ja som nikdy nedal inštrukciu.
I never gave such instruction to refuse based on Article 29 to AOG.
Mr.
No, go ahead.
Mr. Solomos, in answer to my earlier question, you confirm that your recollection of events may be different if you had been able to refresh your memory by reference to the contemporaneous documents. And that's true, isn't it?
Samozrejme.
Of course.
So without having looked at the contemporaneous documents, you can't deny from your own recollection that you gave an instruction.
You're asking him whether or not he did not give an instruction.
Correct.
No,
It's-
no,
it's-
no, no.
It's a double negative. You,
Mr. Solimus, I think what we would need to be explained is, on the one hand, you say that without seeing the document, you're not sure whether your recollection could not be changed. And at the same time, you're very affirmative when you say that you did not give the instruction to reject the application. So how do you remember so well the fact that you did not give an instruction when other things you say maybe I could change my recollection if I see the documents?
Som preto tak presvedčený.
The reason I am so
lebo nikdy som
convinced
nevstupoval
of
do
that
prvostupňového
is that because I have never entered
rozhodovania v rámci
first
ministerstva,
instance
keď som bol
decision
vo
by the
vláde.
ministry when I was the appellate body.
A keď sa
And when
prvostupňové,
the first instance
prvostupňové rozhodnutie bolo
decision
negatívne
was negative
tak oni sa na mňa
against
obrátili
AOG,
ako
they actually approached me
odvolací
with an
orgán.
appeal as an
Ja som
appellate body.
im vyhovel. To
And
znamená,
I've
vrátil som
granted
to.
the appeal,
A
returning the
ďalšie
case back to
konanie,
further proceedings
ten prvostupňový orgán, to bolo nielen v tých
to the first
prípadoch,
instance body. This
ale
was not
boli
only
prípady
this
napríklad
case,
EIA,
many other
ktoré-
cases,
ktoré
various
ja som ako
EIA,
minister bol,
me as
nadriadený
the minister
orgán,
was the superior
odvolávací orgán.
body, the appellate body rather.
So are you saying that whenever you were the appellate body, you would not enter, you say you would not interfere or become involved, maybe better, in the first instance proceedings?
Áno, lebo
Yes, because
potom by som nemal
then I would
voľné
have
ruky sa rozhodnúť.
no free hands to make a decision in the second instance.
So your services were making
Práve
the,
si nepo...
sorry,
Asi.
your services were making the first instance decision without reporting to you, without asking questions about how the decision should go?
Zvyčajne áno.
Usually, yes.
Usually means there were exceptions.
No, ja som nezasahoval som do tých.
I did not interfere in those decisions.
But Mr. Solomos, do you remember we looked at the letter that AOG sent to you on the 14th of December? One of the points that was being discussed at the meeting on the 15th of December was AOG's application under Article 29. That's the position, isn't it?
Áno.
Yes,
So you
it was in
attended,
that letter.
and you attended the meeting on the 15th of December where the application was discussed.
Yes,
So you
Dobre,
were,
to list, áno.
so you did enter proceedings at first instance concerning this application.
Nezasahoval som
I did not interfere
do
into the
toho,
process
rozhodovania
of the decision
geologickej
making
správy.
uh,
A keď
of
sa
the geological
pamätám,
administration.
to stretnutie
If I remember
z
correctly,
pamäti z toho stretnutia takto,
it occurred in my
po
memory
tom stretnutí,
8 years later now
že
that from the meeting
celé
that
to stretnutie sa točilo
the
okolo
entire meeting
Smilny a
entirely
sa
almost
týkali Smilna.
was
Preto
discussed
hovorím, že
the
ani
issue
sa
of
veľmi
Smilno.
nepamätám na to, že na tom
That is why I
stretnutí
say I
riešili
don't really remember
tento
much
problém krivé
of
olky.
this issue of Kriva Olka
V decembri
being discussed.
skoro všetko sa točilo okolo
In that
Smilna,
December,
pretože
everything, almost
protesty
everything
ľudia
was
protestovali
around the
proti
Smilno site because of the
protestovať
public
proti
protests of the
výpise noviny a tak ďalej,
activists
tak
and
ďalej. To znamená,
papers
že preto
reporting.
hovorím, že
So that's
nepamätám
why
si
I
na
say
to,
I do
že
not
sme
remember
sa o tom ak
that
bavili,
we would
alebo
even
že by
discuss
sme sa nad
that,
tým niečo, by sme sa dohadovali.
that we would
Na
actually
tom.
even
To
be
si
trying
som
to agree
vzal
about
na
something.
vedomie, že sa to
I just
koná
acknowledged it, that it is
konanie
underway,
na
the proceedings at the geological
geologickej správe,
administration,
ale nepamätám sa na to, že
but
by
I do
sme
not remember
tam na niečo
that we would
sa dohodli, alebo proste o niečom
actually
by sme sa
agree
dohodli,
on
by sme
something
debatili. To sa
and
týka krivej olky a
discuss anything regarding Kriva Olka or the Article 29 of the Geology Act.
So do I understand you correctly to be accepting that at the meeting on the 15th of December, you acknowledged that the application was underway, but you didn't give any indication to AOG that it would be denied at that point? Is that your position?
I did not claim that. Not sure if I claimed that. All I said was I do not remember that we would actually, regarding Kriva Olka, agree on something with AOG on that meeting, or even that there would be any serious debate on that meeting about this issue. I rather remember everything being about Smilno and the problems there.
I thought you'd covered everything, but now we've circled back. Let me ask you this question. Do you recall whether or not at the meeting on the 15th of December, 2016, you gave AOG's representatives any assurance regarding whether or not the application would be approved or rejected?
Definitely neither nor, because it was still pending at that time at the Geology Administration, and I was not that involved in that.
Thank you.
Could you please be shown now exhibit C370? Now, again, I will read this into the record so it can be interpreted for you. But this is an email from AOG's attorney dated the 9th of March 2017, addressed to Mr. Fraser, and it says, "Hi, Alex. We had a bad news. We talked to Mr. Hervold regarding the decision under Section 29 proceeding. He informed us the decision has been issued and sent to AOG, but that it will be negative. It should be delivered today or tomorrow. He said," and that's Mr. Hervold, "they were finalizing the decision, the wording in favor of AOG, when they received instruction from the high levels of the ministry to decide negatively." Have you seen this email before?
Nevidel, počul som o tom, že
I did not see, but I've heard about such email existing.
You've not seen this email before.
No.
Could you turn back to your second witness statement at paragraph 11, please? Do you see in footnote number 8 a reference to this email from Mr. Beran dated the 9th of March 2017? You see that?
Áno,
Yes.
Mrs. Thomas, did you draft these paragraphs yourself? You sure about that?
áno.
Yes.
Mal som informácie o tom, že
I had
takéto
information
existuje, ale
about such email existing,
keď som to teraz prečítal,
but this is the first time I've just actually read it.
vedel som, že je.
I knew it existed.
Okay, so it's the first time you've read this email. Do you have any reason to believe?
Myslím si, že áno.
I think so, yes.
Do you have any reason to believe that Mr. Hervold was not telling the truth when he spoke to AOG's attorney on the 9th of March and the conversation as reported here?
Ja si myslím, že
I think that
že nie,
no,
lebo
because
nebolo to v záujme ministerstva.
it was not in the interest
spôsobom.
of the ministry
Myslím, že konať, aby sme
to
kladli
act in this way,
prekážky,
to be
firmám,
placing
ktoré robia
obstacles to companies conducting survey
v
work
Slovenskej republike.
within Slovakia.
Skôr sme im
We
pomáhali,
would rather try and help them
aby to vedeli robiť.
in order for them to be able to proceed.
So you're accepting here that a decision adverse to AOG in March of 2017 is an obstacle that you would be placing in the way of AOG's ability to carry out its exploration. That's your position.
Že ako sa rozhodlo, ako rozhodla
That
geologická správa,
how the
oni sa
geological
rozhodli
administration
podľa
decided?
nejakých,
Well, they decide based on some
nejakých právnych argumentov,
legal
nejakým
arguments
spôsobom.
in a certain way.
A nechcem im to
I don't want to
zazlievať.
hold it against them.
Ministerstvo sa
And
rozhodlo
then
inak,
ministry
respektíve ja som sa rozhodol inak.
or myself as minister had decided differently.
Ale prekážka to určite nebola.
But this has not been an obstacle, definitely.
So they've bent the rules, have they, to make a decision against AOG? Is that what you're saying? They've made some legal arguments, but really what they were doing was finding a way to come up with a decision against AOG.
Objection. The witness didn't say anything about bending the rules or finding a way.
The minister said, well, they decide based on some legal arguments in a certain way. Are you saying that those were the correct legal arguments or
If you
incorrect?
decide according to legal arguments, that should not be bending the rules, no? I don't understood this in this fashion.
Perhaps I will explore further in a second.
Yes.
Yes. If we go back to the email, please, at 370. Do you see the sentence which reads, in our view, they are just scared to pass any decision that might raise negative public reaction. Mr. Hervold kept assuring us the whole time there is no reason why they should not issue a decision. Why would Mr. Herval be making that assurance, Mr. Solomos?
Ja fakt neviem.
I really don't know.
Mám odpovedať na to, že prečo pán
Unable
Hrvol,
to answer why Mr. Herval
takýmto spôsobom formuloval,
formulated
to, čo
his
formuloval.
words, what he did in this
Jednoducho,
way. Simply,
štátna
the State Geological
správa,
Administration,
podľa určitých
according to
ja
certain
som právnik,
legal,
oni podľa určitých,
I'm no lawyer,
právnych
but
aspektov sa
must have been
priklonili k
based on
nejakému
legal aspects,
názoru
they have
a
leaned
ten,
towards an
sa
opinion
rozhodli.
and they had
Ja si
decided
myslím,
so.
že,
So
je
I
to
think
úplne
that
v
it is
poriadku, nejak sa museli
completely
rozhodnúť a oni sa
okay.
takto
They had
rozhodli.
to make some
V
decision
každom
and they
prípade,
did. In any event,
jedná sa o veľmi
this is a
citlivú záležitosť,
very
pretože
sensitive
ide
issue
o
indeed,
ústavný
because
práv
we are going
chovateľov,
into
zákon
constitutional
o
rights
chovateľoch,
of owners
keď
with that
na-
particular
keď
act.
je,
And when there is,
napriek tomu, že oni nechcú
despite the fact that they are
sprístupniť
refusing
svoj
to
pozemok,
grant access to their
na
land
takéto účely,
for this
tak
purpose,
ministerstvo
ministry
tento paragraf
through this
29
Article
takým
29
firmám umožňuje.
grants
Takže je
such
to
access to
veľmi
those companies.
citlivá záležitosť,
So it is a
ľudia
very sensitive
takto,
issue, and that
pristupovali,
is how they have
ministerstvo
approached
životného
the
prostredia
Ministry of
takisto
Environment,
pristupovalo
have
aj
approached the issue
geologická
accordingly, including geological
správa.
administration,
Rozhodli. Tak
when
určite
they
z
have
určitých,
decided as they did,
určitých právnych
based on
aspektov
certain
sa
legal
takto
aspects.
rozhodli.
They have
Bolo ich
made
rozhodnutie.
such decision. It was their decision to make.
May I just state that I'm not sure whether or not it's established that Mr. Herval actually made the statements that he says were made by him in a letter written by somebody else.
Yes.
So not only can the mayor, excuse me, pardon me, sir, the minister not know why Mr. Herval may or may not have said certain things. We don't even know whether he in fact said them, as you put it to him. At least we haven't determined that yet.
That's understood, Mr. Driver. But just going back to your answer, Mr. Solomos, you mentioned that it was a very sensitive issue, this decision. Is that right?
Áno, citlivé.
Yes, sensitive.
And you referred to the fact that we are going into constitutional rights of owners with that particular act. You remember what you just said there? But the state is the owner of the land. That's right, isn't it? State Forestry is managing the land on behalf of the state.
Áno,
Yes,
taký istý vlastník ako hocikto iný.
same owner as anyone else.
Now, going back to the email, do you accept that if a draft decision was being, if wording was being finalized in favor of AOG in relation to this application, there is likely to be some documentary record of that draft wording?
Ja neviem, či sa finalizovalo
I'm not
podľa tohto
aware
mailu,
whether it was finalized based on this email, whether
takým spôsobom, jak je
it was
to
finalized
uvedené.
in this way
Rozhodnutie
described
bolo vydané
here.
nejako,
Decision was
ale to bude
issued
pre mňa
in a
záväzné.
certain way and it was binding for me.
Can we move forward, please, then to Exhibit C25, which is the decision itself? And do you see that this is the decision rejecting the petition of AOG under Article 29 of the Geology Act? Do you see that on page 1?
Áno,
Yes,
And do you see in the top right-hand corner a reference to file number 2205 slash 2017-5.3?
yes.
Is that, when you were the minister, did the ministry have a filing system that was sort of broadly consistent with that description?
Tak asi áno.
I guess so, I don't know.
Asi takto to bolo uvádzané, áno.
I think this is the way it's been kept, yes.
So when an application is made by a contractor under the Geology Act, a file is opened in the ministry. Is that right?
Poviem úprimne, že
Tell you
neviem,
honestly,
ktoré sekcie, akým
I don't know
spôsobom,
which
to
departments
riešia,
how
takéto procesy,
would
tak
address these
pravdepodobne,
processes,
keď sa
then
nejaký
likely
spôsob,
if
nejaká-
a file
niečo sa otvorilo,
or
tak
something was
to
opened,
zaregistrovali, dali tomu
they would
nejaké číslo.
put it on record and issue that file a number,
Identifikačné.
some ID
Mohlo by to
number.
tak byť.
It could be that way.
And is that file likely to contain internal documents about the application on the part of the ministry?
Ja neviem.
I don't know.
Úprimne povedané, neviem.
Honestly, I
Neviem
don't know.
ten spis.
I have not seen that file.
So prior to coming here to give evidence today, you didn't look through that file.
Toto rozhodnutie, myslíte?
You mean this decision specifically?
Neviem, koľko to má strán.
I don't know how many pages it has. 5, is it?
No, my question was slightly different. This is the decision that you're discussing in your witness statement, correct?
Áno.
Yes.
And at the top right-hand side, it records a file number. We established that earlier, correct?
Mhm.
Tak?
Áno.
Yes.
And so before coming here to give evidence today, did you look through that file?
Na spis nie.
No, not the
Čítal
file.
som toto rozhodnutie,
I have
aby
read the
som
decision
si
to
ozrejmil,
refresh
že
my
o
memory
čo sa tam jednalo, lebo
what it was
takýchto
about,
rozhodnutí
because
vydávali stovky.
there were
Jednotlivé
hundreds of such
sekcie,
decisions made by
ale ja som
individual
tieto
ministry
ani
departments,
nečítal. Poviem
and
úprimne,
I
nikto sa k
didn't
nemu
read all of
nedostal.
them. Many
Toto
never
sa
made
dostalo
it
ku mne
to
preto, lebo
me.
je z toho problém.
This one did because it turned into a problem.
Yes. Now, if an instruction had been given from high levels to decide negatively, do you think it's likely that there would be some evidence of that instruction in file number 2205?
Ja neviem.
I don't know.
Ja neviem o nejakých pokynoch zhora.
I'm not aware of any instructions from above,
Či by tam boli, alebo
whether
neboli.
they would be there or not.
But any drafts of this decision are pretty much, it's likely that those drafts are going to be held in that file, isn't it?
Na čo myslíte?
Which you're referring to?
Jakého
What
rozhodnutia?
draft of what decision?
Let me ask it this way. When the ministry prepares decisions, when officials prepare decisions under the Geology Act, are those decisions normally drafted in the first instance by officials? Is that consistent with your recollection as during the time you were a minister?
Asi áno, má
I
nejakého
guess it
referenta,
did.
ten spis.
The file has a
Rozhodnutie potom
person
ten
responsible
vydávateľ,
assigned
orgán,
to it,
ktorý je na
and
to
then the body empowered,
zodpovedný a ktorý má
having
právomoc
jurisdiction, would issue
vydať
decision
toto
about
má právomoc vydať odbor
this.
štátnej
It was the
geologickej správy.
state geological administration having jurisdiction over making such decision.
And you said the file has a person responsible assigned to it. Do you remember we looked earlier at Mr. Herval being the contact person identified in the correspondence with State Forestry in late 2016? Do you remember that letter that we looked at before lunch?
Yes.
Otázka je,
And the question is,
So my question is it likely in your, based on your own time at the ministry, that if Mr. Herval was identified as the contact person in a ministry letter, that he would be the person responsible for that file?
keď ja viem, tak pán Hrvol bol
as far as I
zamestnancom toho
can
odboru
recall,
štátnej správy,
Mr.
tak,
Herval was the employee, the civil servant at the State Geological Administration.
pravdepodobne
So
robil na tom
likely
rozhodnutí,
he would
ktoré
work
robí
on that
v tom
decision
odbore.
or on that issue, but what specific position and task he had, I don't really know.
Could we now move forward, please, to page 5 of the decision? And I'm interested in the words in bold. Could you read those to yourself, please?
What's in bold?
Yes, just read those words in bold to yourself, due to the fact.
Áno,
Yes.
Now, the application was rejected, purportedly on the basis that granting an order in favor of AOG would accede to the competences of another government agency. That's the Ministry of Agriculture, isn't it?
áno.
Excuse me. Yes.
Orgán štátne, alebo lesov, ja neviem.
It's the administration. It could have been the forest administration. I don't know exactly whom they meant in that paragraph.
Nie som právnik, takže neviem, že...
I'm no lawyer, so I'm not exactly what competencies they were
Myslím na ministerstve
interfering with at the Ministry of Agriculture.
Mr. Solomos, this wasn't the real reason why AOG's application was rejected. The real reason was because an instruction was issued from above to decide negatively. That's what happened, isn't it?
Stále tu rozprávate o nejakom...
You keep speaking about some kind of instruction I'm not aware of. I'm reading the decision of one body, our body, that leaned towards the legal opinion that they don't want to interfere. It says in the English translation, accede to the competence because it's another governmental agency regulated by special legal regulation. That is how they decided. I don't know about any other reason why that body had decided that way.
Can we now move forward to document C-174? Now, do you see that this is a decision issued by you on the 13th of June 2017?
Áno.
Yes.
And you annulled the decision that we just looked at on the 6th of March, the date of the 6th of March 2017. Is that right?
Áno.
Yes.
And you did that on the proposal of a special commission that was appointed by you. Is that correct?
Áno.
Yes.
And who formed part of that special commission?
Táto komisia je...
This commission
rozkladová komisia
is
ministra.
so-called appeal or appellate commission of the minister,
Je asi 12-13 členná.
which consists of about 12 to 13 members
Rôzni odborníci, nezávislí z rôznych
from
odvetví.
various staffed by various experts from independent
z rôznych,
institutions,
akademických
including academia,
kruhov,
academic
ktoré
bodies
sa zaoberali
that
s
were
problematikou
dealing with the
ktorú
issues
ministerstvo
the
rozhoduje.
ministry
Boli
was
tam,
also
z právnickej,
dealing with.
právnickej obce,
It
boli tam
included
odborníci,
legal
boli tam,
experts, it included
odborníci z ministerstva
experts
vnútra
from the
a z
Ministry of
ministerstva,
Interior or
životného
Ministry
prostredia,
of the Environment,
z rôznych
from various
oblastí,
areas.
práve preto, aby
That the
vedeli
reason for it being that
pre ministra pripraviť,
for them to be able to prepare for the minister in such cases when it involves some appellate proceedings,
nejaký právny a
prepare some kind of a expert and legal
podklad alebo názor,
paper or
by som
opinion
sa k tej
how the minister should
postaviť, keďže
approach
nie sú
the
všeliek.
issue at hand, because
Tam bolo
minister is
strašne veľa
not
vecí,
omnipotent.
rôznych
There were
oblastí,
many
ktoré
things
sme
from
museli
many
riešiť.
areas we had to tackle.
Tak bola táto komisia
So that is
vymenovaná
how
na
and why
základe
this commission
vecí.
was annually
A
appointed,
boli tam takíto
and it included
vysoko
highly
kvalifikovaní
qualified
odborníci z
experts
rôznych oblastí,
from variety of
ktoré-
fields.
ktoré proste potom posudzovali tie
They would then
záležitosti,
judge
to, jak
issues at hand,
tento prípad.
including this case under discussion.
So this commission, comprising the experts, prepared a legal paper for you about how you should approach the issue at hand. In summary, is that what you're saying?
Áno.
Yes,
And they recommended that you should annul the decision at first instance.
Áno.
yes.
And did you discuss the paper that was prepared by the special commission with anybody?
Som na to nepamätám.
Well, I don't remember that.
Či som
whether
s
I have,
niekým diskutoval.
Discussed this
Asi
with
áno, možno.
anyone. I might have, I don't know.
You'd need to look back through the records of the ministry in order to tell us. Is that your position?
That's mischaracterization, sir. He didn't say anything about having to look back through the records. He said he could not remember.
That's right. The witness said that he could not remember, and then the comment was more like a question, an
It was
additional
a legal
question,
question, yes.
saying, well, to remember, you would need to go to the records of the ministry. Is this right?
Ja neviem, či
I don't know whether
som si sa s niekým o tomto bavil.
I have,
neviem, či
discussed
vôbec
this with
takýto
anyone,
záznam takéto
whether
existuje.
any
Nemyslím si.
such record exists. I don't think so.
Could you turn to page 9, please? That's your signature on the document, isn't it? If we just scroll down slightly.
Áno.
Yes,
And did you draft the entirety of this decision yourself, or was it drafted, was a draft prepared for you by officials?
Pripravené z úradníkmi.
it was drafted by civil servants for me.
And if we go back to the first page, you returned, if we scroll down, please, to the bottom. You returned the matter to the ministry, specifically the Department of State Geological Administration, for a new discussion and decision. Do you see that?
Áno.
Yes,
Now, so at the time of this decision, you were the highest representative of the ministry, correct?
Áno.
yes,
And as the highest representative of the ministry, you would have had authority to amend the decision under appeal and grant an order in favor of AOG under Article 29 of the Geology Act, correct?
To ja neviem, či to, či
I
som
don't
ja
know
ako
whether
minister takéto
I,
niečo
as
mohol
minister,
urobiť. Bolo
was
to
able to anything like that.
kompetencia odboru
It
štátnej
was in
geologickej správy.
Jurisdiction
Treba
of the
nakoniec
State
vyniesť
Geological
nejaké rozhodnutie.
Administration to issue a final decision.
But I'm talking about the position before you returned it back to the Department of State Geological Administration. Do you accept that as the minister, the highest representative of the ministry, you could have granted an order in favor of AOG rather than returning it back to the Department of State Geological Administration?
Ja si nemyslím, že ja som mohol
I don't
takéto
think I
niečo
was
urobiť. Sú tam
able,
postupy, ktoré,
authorized to make such
preto
decision.
som
There are
urobil tento
procedures in
postup, lebo
place.
takto sa
That is why I took this
zo zákona
procedure,
by malo
because that's
postupovať.
by law, one should proceed.
Ja som mohol buď
I
prijať, alebo súhlasiť, alebo
had
nesúhlasiť
the right
s tým,
of either agree or disagree
názorom
with
odboru
the opinion
geologickej
of
správy.
the
To
State,
rozhodnutie
the
musí
Geological
spolužiť
Administration,
asi
first
štátnej
instance
geologickej správy,
decision,
preto sme
but
to
they are
takým
the ones
spôsobom,
issuing the
riešili.
final decision. That is why we proceeded in this fashion.
To konanie, oni
The
musia
proceedings is in their hands to be completed by them.
But at this stage, the proceedings are, before this decision is issued, proceedings are pending before you as the minister, correct?
No. Decision came to me, an appeal came to me by AOG against the decision of the State Geological Administration.
Yes, and during,
And I've returned. So I disagreed with the decision of the State Geological Administration, returned that case back to further proceedings for them to decide in favor of AOG, that they are able to decide in favor of AIG. I was not able to make that decision.
Can I just ask for a clarification? Many appellate bodies have a choice between annulling and remanding to the first instance or amending a decision, annulling and granting the application. Did you have this choice or not?
I'll tell you honestly, I don't know whether I had such power. We would always proceed in this way. The body is supposed to decide, and if we viewed the first instance decision, or me as minister, as incorrect, we would return it back to the body, overruling the initial decision or further proceedings rather. I'm not sure. This is how it worked.
You have rendered a number of these appellate decisions, I suppose, during your 4 years at the ministry.
Yes, we did have such appeals where we would
And would you
have to
always
address them.
would you always follow this practice of either confirming or annulling? And if you annulled, you would return to the first instance, whatever it was? Or did you sometimes amend the decision yourself?
I myself have never approved. So I don't remember making such an approval. But we simply, when we disagreed with the first instance body, we would overrule the first decision, giving the case back to them to decide again, so they could complete the proceedings.
Thank you.
Minister, if you take a look at the very first paragraph of the decision, your decision, it says pursuant to section 61, et cetera, of the Administrative Procedure Code, I make the following decision.
Yes.
Is that where somebody should look to find what the authority of the minister is on appeal, either to remand or to amend? Is that the basis on which you made the decision here?
Tell you honestly, I'm no lawyer. That means that I proceeded based on what the professional departments, including legal department, prepared for me. So I usually would have leaned, not usually, almost always, lean towards the opinion of those experts that have addressed the problem. In legal cases, it was a legal department.
Okay, and so when you say you would have relied on the view of the experts, you don't mean the special commission? You mean lawyers within the ministry? I'm trying to understand.
Both. In this case, it means if in that appellate commission that would give opinions on appeals, Within the commission, it included highly regarded lawyers as well. So the legal opinion would come up from the commission, both expert and legal opinions would come out of the commission as a recommendation to the minister. That appellate commission would give it.
Okay, and just to be clear, it's clear from the decision in the near the bottom of page 9 that the special commission recommended that the case be remanded back. The question is whether you were required to follow that advice or whether you had authority to say, no, I take that into consideration, but I'm deciding not to remand it. I'm deciding to change it. And if I understood your answer, you're saying you never exercised your authority in that way.
I have, to my best recollection, I was able either to accept the decision of the State Geological Administration, that I agree with their interpretation, based on which they have rejected an application, or I would overrule the decision, give the case back to them. In this case, I've leaned towards the Commission's recommendation that the first instance body did not do everything they needed to do in order to come to a final decision.
Very good. We'll let the lawyers tell us what the administrative procedure code says or doesn't say. Thank you.
Could I just clarify one translation point here? 1529, you said the transcript is, I was able either to accept the decision of the State Geological Administration that I agree. I think the question I have is that correct? So you mean the special commission? You mean the original decision?
Which original decision do you refer to?
I really understood this to say I have the choice between upholding the first decision or quashing and returning.
I just wanted to double check that. So can we now look, please, at exhibit R075? Do you see, this is a decision dated the 27th of June, 2017, the same file reference number that we saw earlier, suspending the proceedings. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that's signed by Mrs. Matova.
Yes.
So this is on remand. The Department of State Geological Administration suspending the proceedings pending the resolution of a preliminary question, which is the submission of documents demonstrating the results of negotiations between the parties to the proceedings on the conclusion or non-conclusion of an agreement on the use of real estate concerned. Do you see that? Do you see that, Mr. Solomos?
I do, but this is the first time I see this.
Right. And is it likely that you would have discussed this decision before it was issued in the name of the ministry?
This is the first time I see this decision. I don't even know what it's about. It was not issued by the ministry. It was issued by the State Geological Administration Department. And I don't know what it is concerning.
This came 14 days, 2 weeks after your quashing decision earlier in June.
Yes, perhaps, I don't know.
čo to je.
what it is.
Do you find it surprising that the ministry suspends further proceedings in the matter immediately after or 2 weeks after your quashing decision?
Neviem, aký bol dôvod.
I don't know what was the reason. Really, I am unable to respond to that.
Ja som ďalej neriešil.
I did not further address the issue or even follow it. I just returned it back, and I'm not sure even of the final outcome.
Okay, Mr. Solomos,
Tu je niečo, že
There's something here that
ministerstvo bude v konaní pokračovať.
ministry will continue in proceedings as soon as the obstacle will be removed due to which proceedings were interrupted. I'm not sure what the obstacle was, but there was statement saying that they should continue once the obstacle will cease to exist. No, I'm not sure what the obstacle was.
so you weren't involved in this decision, so I won't ask you any more questions about it if that's your position. Can I now move on briefly to discuss the environmental impact assessment issue? And at paragraph 8 of your second statement, you refer here to your meeting with AOG on the 15th of December 2016. Do you see that?
Áno.
Yes.
And you say that at this meeting, you made a quote proposal to AOG. I proposed to AOG to voluntarily agree to undergo a preliminary EIA for their drills. Do you see that?
Áno.
Yes.
Sorry, if we could get up. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. And I want to focus on the word voluntarily in the sentence. Therefore, on the back of this legislative change, I propose to AOG to voluntarily agree. Do you see that?
Áno.
Yes.
Keďže
Since
zákon
the act
o environmentálnom
on
hodnotení
environmental impact assessment did not require with these back then with these activities of drilling,
prieskumného vrtania,
exploration drilling,
malú EU, takzvanú, čo
the
bola
so-called
vydaná
small
environmental
EIA, environmental impact assessment,
ale už vlastne bol
but
prijatý nový zákon,
a new act was already
vstúpiť do platnosti
promulgated,
1.
which was
1.
about to enter
2017,
force
kde už
1st of
zákon,
January 2017,
podľa
which
zákona, čo
act
bude
already
vyžaduje,
was going to require
takáto malá,
such
tak preto,
so-called
aby
small EIA.
Yes.
som
That's why,
tú situáciu nejak riešil,
in order for me to address the situation, I've made such proposal for them as a suggestion. It was merely a suggestion to try and release the tensions in Smilno present at that time.
So do you accept that AOG had no legal obligation to perform an EIA for its exploratory wells when you made, as from the 1st of January 2017?
No,
No.
I think that when the suggestion was made, it was at the meeting.
On the 15th of December, yes.
Exactly.
But my question was slightly a follow on from that point. Minister, do you accept that
s čím?
with effect from the first?
With
Sorry?
S čím súhlasím?
what with do I agree?
I'll rephrase my question.
Dobre.
Very well.
And I'll focus on the last sentence of paragraph 8. If you turn over the page, please, in the English. I confirm that this was the first and last time I suggested to AOG to voluntarily undergo a preliminary EIA. Do you accept, Mr. Solomos, that you mention your proposals on a number of occasions, both before and after this meeting on the 15th of December?
Jeden jediný krát som
Only single
zástupcom
time I have
túto vec
recommended to
navrhol
AOG
na
representatives
vašom
this thing.
stretnutí v
It was at the
decembri 2016,
December 2016 meeting
keď zákon nebol platný,
when
to
the
znamená,
act was not yet in force.
ktorý
So no
vykonával
one
v tej dobe
pursuing back
prieskum,
then
nemusel to
geological
zase,
survey
urobiť, mal
obliged
len,
to
keď
undergo
chce
EIA in order to go ahead with
to raz navrhol
geological
a
drilling.
raz alebo dvakrát,
I've suggested that to them
som o tom,
once or
hovoril
twice.
z médiá.
I mentioned that to the media as well when I was asked about that.
Yes, and when you mentioned it in the media, you would have known that AOG would be listening to what you were saying. That's right, isn't it?
Tak samozrejme,
Well, of course,
že keď čítajú
when they read
noviny, tak sa im to
the
do
paper,
uší dostane.
it gets to them.
Bolo
It was
jedno možné
one
riešenie na to,
possible solution
aby sa
in
mohli
order
odstrániť,
for
tie prekážky,
removing the
v
existing
tom probléme,
obstacles
ktorý v Smilne,
in the
ktorý
problem
som
in
hovoril
Smilno,
pri tomto
when
prípade,
we discussed in this case the Smilno site.
nastali.
Those obstacles occurred there.
To bol
So that was the
môj návrh.
suggestion I
Ako
made
to riešiť.
in order to address and resolve this problem.
Could you turn, please, or be shown exhibit R144? Now, this is an interview that Ms. Mariana Varianova gave to a newspaper on the 22nd of November 2016. Do you see that?
Áno.
Yes, yes.
And could you go back, turn on to page 5, please? She was asked, what would be the impact of the drills on nature? And she responded by saying, according to this article, I don't dare assess that, I'm not a professional. That's why I'm asking the minister to designate somebody to assess that and assume responsibility for the drills. As a resident, I request that interventions like that be official procedures. In the EU, it is the EIA. Do you see that?
Áno.
Yes.
So in this paragraph, Ms. Varianova was requesting you as the minister to designate somebody to assess the environmental impact of AOG's exploratory drills, correct?
Áno.
Yes.
Could you go back to page 1, please? Do you recall ever meeting with or speaking with Mrs. Varianova at any time?
Nepamätám sa na to.
I do not remember that
By som sa s ňou mal stretnúť.
that I would meet her.
But do you recall having any discussions with any other activists who were opposed to AOG's project?
Viem, že som sa
I know that I have met
aktivistami. Stretol som sa
with
s,
activists.
s biskupom,
I
ktorý
met
tam
a
do
bishop
toho sa tiež
who
vložil.
got involved in that
Stretol
as
som
well.
sa ešte
I also have
s
met
pánmi,
with gentlemen
že z Vlku, ale neviem,
from
či
the
to bolo,
VLK, VLK,
kvôli tomuto,
that is the Wolf
alebo kvôli niečomu.
a civic
To znamená,
association.
stretával som sa s aktivistami,
I would be
ale
meeting
osobne
activists
neviem
on
presne,
multiple
či kvôli
occasions, but
tomuto
I don't know
veci,
exactly
alebo
whether
či
about
sa
this issue
s niekým
specifically
stretol.
I would meet with someone.
Nevylučujem to, že som
I do not exclude it,
niekým, ale
that I might have
nepamätám sa na tú pani.
spoken about this with someone, but I do not remember that lady.
Is the gentleman from VLK that you referred to, Vilk, is his name Mr. Furco? Does that ring a bell?
o ňom hovoriť?
Neviem, či,
I don't
neviem,
know.
či to bol pán
I don't know,
Ferko,
it was Mr. Ferko or whether it was him
Litvíny,
or someone else,
ale
but I don't know.
nepamätám sa, že by som sa
I don't
pri
remember
Smilnu s nejakými
debating
konkrétnymi
Smilna
aktivistami stretol. Nepamätám sa na to.
at a meeting specifically with some activists.
Could you turn, please, to exhibit C157? This is a press release dated the 29th of November 2016, which is 7 days after Mrs. Varianova's article was published on the 22nd of November, correct?
Mhm.
Yes?
And the press release quoted you directly, as we see in the italicized quotes. Do you see that?
Áno,
And you had held a press conference where you had made certain remarks in the presence of certain journalists, I assume. Is that right?
neviem, či to bola tlačová konferencia.
I don't know whether this
ale
was a press
tlačová
conference,
konferencia
only a
bola
press
to-
release, to be honest with you.
But it's quoting you saying, with the license, or the minute the press release says, with the license holder dash Alpine, he plans to agree a compromise step. That's a reference to you, isn't it?
Samozrejme, keď
course,
sa
when,
vydávali tlačové správy,
we
tak
would
vždy tam
issue
bol
press
iba
releases.
jedna alebo
There would
dve
always
vety.
be a couple of
Konkrétna
sentences
situácia
as a
zapísaná
quotation
do
when
problému, ale
describing a
nemusela to
problem,
byť
but it did not
taká
necessarily
tlačová
have to be
konferencia. Nehovorím, že nebola.
a
Ale keby bola
transcript from
tlačová
a
konferencia,
press
tak asi
conference.
by to
If there
vyzeralo
was a
inak.
press conference, I think this would look differently.
So it seems though that your request that AOG offer to carry out an EIA was made in direct response to the article that Mrs. Varianova had published 1 week earlier. Is that right?
Ja som o tom, že pani
About the fact
mala,
that Madam,
mala ten
what's her name,
článok, nevedela a
had
vôbec
such
sa
article, I did not know
neriešili
about that.
veci
And
podľa toho,
we
že
did not address issues
podľa
based on
niekoho iného, ale podľa toho, čo
someone
my sme
else,
uznali
but
za
based on
vhodné
what we
v tej-
deemed
v tej situácii.
appropriate in the given situation that needs to be done.
Now, do you see in the final paragraph, there is a reference to the fact that there are currently 80 exploration licenses in Slovakia. Do you see that?
Áno,
Yes,
áno.
yes.
And you weren't making an equivalent request to any of those other license holders that they perform a preliminary EIA, were you, in this press release?
Nie,
No,
to vôbec, samozrejme, som nerobil. V tomto prípade
that was
som
not
to
done, of
učinil
course.
preto,
In this particular case, the
lebo tam
reason
bol
why I
seriózny
have
spor.
done so, because there was a
Chcel som,
serious
by som to
dispute
povedal, vypustiť
and I
ten
wanted
tlak
to release the pressure,
ktorý
so to
tam
say.
bol medzi aktivistami a medzi ťažiarmi.
The extra pressure
Aby
which was
proste
between the
sa tá
activists
situácia
and the
uklidnila, aby tí
drillers,
ľudia vedeli ťažiť a aby
for the
vedeli,
drillers to
že
be able to
nič
go
zlé
ahead
nebude,
and for
že
people
sa
to
im
live there
nič
in peace,
nestane a
knowing nothing is
prírodou
threatening
nič
them
vážne
and nothing serious is
neohrozí
threatening
sa,
their
ich
nature
príroda tam
and the
kde žijú.
nature where they
To
live.
znamená, bolo to,
So it was,
a cítil som, že
and I felt
riešenie toho problému
that the solution to that
je,
problem
je len také, keď
is
sa urobí
such
kompromis,
when we make a
že aby tí
compromise
jeden alebo druhý, ísť
that
aj
either one
obidve
or the other
strany
side,
proste
ideally
urobili nejaké
both sides,
kompromisné kroky, aby
make
sme
a compromise
z toho mŕtvého bodu sa vedeli dostať.
to be able to move forward from the stalemate situation. There was a mere suggestion.
Could you just be shown, please, exhibit R162? Do you see this as an email dated the 29th of November 2016? and you obviously won't have seen this email before, but it's reporting on a conversation that has taken place with a spokesman of you. Who was that spokesman? Who was your spokesman at the time of this email?
Prepáčte, mena mi.
Excuse me,
Tomáš.
the name Tomáš.
Jak sa volá?
Don't worry if you don't remember. I'll just ask you this. Do you see in the next sentence it says, she said that she didn't expect this kind of solution from him, but that he was under big pressure from media and activists. Do you see that?
Ja vtedy som mal ešte, prepáčte.
Excuse me,
som
back
mal
then I
ešte,
had
tlačovú
also
hodinku, v tej dobe ešte bola ona.
spokesperson,
A vidím tú vetu po anglicky.
and I
ale
can see the
neviem,
sentence in
čo
English,
to
but
je.
I'm not sure what it's supposed to be about.
Well, all I'm going to suggest to you is that as at this date, it's true that you were under big pressure from media and activists, and that's correct, isn't it?
Tak
Well,
ja som to nepociťoval ako nejaký...
I did not
takýto-
feel this as
takýto
any
konkrétny
extra
normálny-
pressure. I only
normálnu-
perceived it as a
normálnu vec, ktorú
normal
treba riešiť.
issue that needed resolving.
Počas štvoročného obdobia bolo
And
mnoho.
over the 4 years of
Ale bol to
my
problém.
mandate, there were millions of such, but it was definitely a problem.
Možno, že hovorkyňa to
Perhaps
tak vnímala, lebo
The
ona
spokesperson
ako novinárka,
lady
ona
perceived
bola
it
tá
as
stena,
such
ktorá
because she was
medzi
the
nami,
wall,
medzi
the
nami a
firewall
veľakrát
between the
bola
journalists and me.
hovorkyňa, hej. To znamená,
be
že ja som
the
veľakrát nevedel, že
spokesperson.
čo všetko sa deje, lebo
Many
ona
times I was not aware of everything going on because she would be
tlaky z
the one
strany
absorbing
médií.
those pressures from the media.
Thank you. I have no further questions. for Mr. Slamos.
Other questions and redirect?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Just with respect to one document, could we please look again at document R75? That's the decision on suspension. And again, please, if we could have both language versions on screen. Yeah, perfect. So, Minister Solomos, do you recall answering questions about this document?
To bol ten druhý dokument, ktorý
That
som
was the
nevidel,
second
hej?
document that I have not seen, right? Or which one is it?
Well, do you recall this document was shown to you like 30 minutes ago?
Áno, asi tento.
Yes, I guess this is the one.
The document is only one page. I would ask you to take your time and read the Slovak version of the document.
Áno.
Okay. So now please focus on the one paragraph which follows the title reasoning. It states, on the basis of the ministry's call record number dated 27 June 2017, the party to the proceedings, Alpine Oil and Glass, SRO, Bratislava, represented by Mr. Benada, has been requested to submit the results of negotiations with the party to the proceedings, Lesy Slovenskej republiky State Enterprise, on the conclusion or non-conclusion of an agreement on the use of the real estate concerned, which are specified in the operative part of this decision. Can you see that, sir?
Áno.
Yes.
So on the basis of your reading of this document, was this request the reason why the proceedings were suspended?
Podľa toho, čo tam je
According
napísané.
to what is written therein, yes.
And then if we look at the third paragraph of this reasoning part, it says, the ministry shall resume the proceedings as soon as the obstacle for which the proceedings were suspended no longer exists. During the suspension of the proceedings, the time limits pursuant to Article 29.9 of the Geology Act do not lapse. Can you see that, sir?
Áno.
Yes.
Would you agree with, so what is it that AOG was required to do to end the suspension?
Mojich vedomostí.
According to my knowledge, AOG was supposed to, in order for us to proceed in the proceedings, after my
zrušení vlastne
revoking the
toho pôvodného rozhodnutia,
original decision,
tak sme potrebovali
we
jedno
needed
jednoznačné
one
vyjadrenie
definite
od lesov,
position of the
teda
lessee,
pozemkov
state company, as the
a
landowner,
vlastne od lesov,
lessee as the
že
forest administration, that
nepredĺžia
they will not
AOG,
extend the lease
AOG.
to AOG.
K tomu, aby sme my mohli
In order
postupovať
for us to
ďalej
proceed
s paragrafom 29
with Article
geologického
29
zákona,
of the
sme
Geology
proste
Act, we
museli
simply had to
mať jedno
have
jednoznačné takéto
a definite
vyjadrenie.
position,
To
statement.
bolo rozhodnutie vlastne tej
That was a decision of
rozkladovej komisie,
that
a kvôli
appellate
tomu som
commission.
vrátil
That is why I have returned the case
naspäť na konanie
back to further
prezentované,
proceedings,
lebo podľa
because
ústnych
according to oral
stretnutí, ktoré sa
meetings
konali v rámci
that
toho
were held
rozkladového konania,
under the
a
appellate commission,
nadobudli naši
our
spolupracovníci
co-workers had come
pocitové
to
mienku, že
an impression or an
nie je to
opinion
jednoznačné,
that
že
it is not
lesí
definite
SR
that the
nepodpíšu novú nájomnú zmluvu.
lessee
Lebo tam bol
company
nejaký
would not sign
nejaký komunikačný
a
problém
lease
medzi
extension,
lesmi
because
a
there was some kind of a
ministerstvom
communication
vodohospodárstva.
problem between the
To znamená, že aby sme
Forest
my mohli
Administration and the
uplatniť
Ministry of
paragraf
Agriculture.
29
In order for us to apply Article 29
geologického
of
zákona,
Geology
to
Act,
znamená, aby sme mohli
so in order for us to
aby sme im mohli
be able to
AOG vlastne povoliť vstup
grant AOG
napriek tomu,
access,
že to nepovolí
despite
majiteľ, ale my.
the owner will not
Museli
grant
sme mať
so,
jedno
we would
jednoznačné,
overrule the owner's
jednoznačný odpoveď
approval.
lesov,
We
že oni to nesú.
needed a definite position
Proste
statement by the
sem, teraz keď to
Forest
čítam,
Administration that they
to je
would not
presne to, že,
extend the lease. Now, when I'm
vlastne
rereading it
štátna
now,
geologická správa
understanding this paragraph
dala vlastne
is the fact that the
túto požiadavku
Forest
AOG,
Administration
aby doručili
put requests upon AOG
také
to
nejaké
deliver
rozhodnutie. Buď, že
some
majú
kind of
ten
decision,
nájom,
whether they do have a
alebo
lease agreement
nemajú
or
ten
they
nájom
do
od
not,
lesov,
from
aby
the
oni mohli
Forest
ďalej
Administration,
konať.
in order for them
Na
to
to,
continue proceeding.
prerušili to konanie. Je to
And
teda
that's
tak.
when the Geology Department had suspended proceedings.
Wasn't there also a third possibility, which is that they write to lessee, but lessee don't respond?
We object to the formulation of that question, basically, that is leading.
No, let me ask a question because I came up in my mind as I was listening to the answer. What would have happened if lessee simply had done nothing?
Keby lesy nekonali, tak
Lesy did not
nepravdepodobne
act,
by sme
we would
paragraf
likely
29,
have
použili aj v tomto
enforce
prípade.
Article 29, also in
Takže,
this case.
asi pravdepodobne,
Likely,
tak
yes.
by to nakoniec,
This is how it would have
dopadlo.
come out.
Potrebovali sme k tomu
We
ale,
needed for that, however,
tie kroky urobiť,
these
ktoré
steps to be
sme
made
povedali, keďže som hovoril, išlo
that
hlavne
needed
o
to be made because
citlivú
this
záležitosť.
has been a sensitive issue.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. No further
No
questions.
further questions. Do my colleagues have questions for the minister? Yes, please.
If you could just have a look. paragraph 15 of your statement.
Paragraph 15, first.
Statement, paragraph 15, it's just about the EIA process. And I understand you're not a lawyer, and this is a quite complex legal issue on EIA requirement. You say in paragraph 15 that the press release from January 2017 and the Environmental Impact Assessment Act has been in effect since the beginning of the year, to which new exploratory drills are subject to an environmental impact process. However, this does not apply to explorations that have already been approved. This press release thus confirms that the EIA is tied to new drills, not to decisions determining exploration areas. Now, I know this is turns on matters of legal interpretation, but I'm just want to get a sense of what you understood as minister was happening. I'm not looking for a legal interpretation. Am I right in thinking that the change that took place with effect from the 1st of January 2017 was that in relation to any area in which drilling had not begun for exploratory purposes, an EIA would be required?
Áno, je to dobré.
Yes,
vysvetliť, lebo
this is well to be
apologize.
explained.
There was a mistake in the Slovak translation. Instead of drilling, we had exploitation, which here obviously is very different in this context. So arbitrator says, I'm really sorry I interrupted, but maybe you repeat your question so that it can be translated properly.
Okay, you've added to the confusion. I'm just trying to work out.
You can use this, no, it's the system, it's not the mouse, it's the wires, so that's the reason I'll get these out. We can use these from now on. Thank you so much.
I mean, I just want to be very clear here. This is essentially going to be, I suspect, largely a matter for legal interpretation. So I'm not asking for a legal interpretation from you, but just your understanding as minister. Let me put the question very simply, or as simply as I can. What was the effect of the change of law which took place on the 1st of January 2017 in respect of the obligation to carry out an environmental impact assessment for drilling that was exploratory where no previous drilling had taken place?
Ten zákon aj ten záver,
The act and
ja
the-
skúsim byť takisto veľmi
I'll try to be straightforward
s odpoveďou.
with my answer.
Jednoducho,
Simply,
niekto
when someone
chcel
wanted
zapýtať do zeme
drill
po
into
1.1.2017
ground after 1st of January
prišiel
2017,
vyšší,
an exploratory
väčší,
drill
či hlbší,
deeper
prepáčte,
than
hlbší ako 600 metrov,
600 meters
tak predtým, ako začal
before
do zeme,
they started to drill
musel mať na ten vrt
the ground,
environmentálnu
they
štúdiu,
needed
takzvanú
an
malú E.
EIA, the
Pred
so-called
1.
small
2017
impact
takáto
assessment.
povinnosť
Prior to
nebola.
1st of January 2017,
Ten-
such obligation did not
Ten
exist.
rozdiel je proste v tom.
The difference
Keď
is
chcel vrtať,
this.
tak
When they
potreboval.
wanted to drill,
To
they
vtedy
needed
mohlo byť, keď mal povolenie
EIA.
čo? Ale
Previously,
keď chcel zavrtať,
they
tak tam
could do so with permit,
potreboval malé
but after
testovacie
1st of
kontroly.
January, they needed the small impact assessment.
So if I've understood correctly, if AOG had put a drill in the ground on the 30th of December 2016, is it the case that they would not have required this new EIA?
nemuseli žiadať. Preto som
They needed
dobrovoľné.
not to request an EIA. That's why I asked for a voluntary one. That's the information I was given because they already began drilling at that stage based on the then applicable law before 1st of January 2017. When they had the well in such state, they did not need EIA. If someone after 1st of January started drilling, in order to start drilling, they would need to have this so-called preliminary EIA. There was the European Union condition we had to meet by 1st of January 2017.
Sorry, just to understand, because the translation was slightly odd there. My understanding was that at Smilna, there had been no drill that had entered the ground by the 1st of January 2017, and that in accordance, therefore, with this law, an EIA was required. Is that correct?
Sorry, is it appropriate for me to?
Please, we're just trying to work out what's going on here.
Mr. Lewis's evidence, and he refers, I can give you the exact paragraph after the break, but do you recall that they did manage to drill the conductor hole on the site? So, but because of the blockade on the road, they weren't able to bring the drilling rig to drill further beyond the conductor hole. The conductor hole was the first stage of the well being drilled.
And to what depth did the conductor hole go?
I can give you the exact depth. There's a document somewhere in the record which I can pull up.
I mean, you'll understand that this is, I think, both on the factual
Yes.
stuff and the technical stuff. I can't, it doesn't seem appropriate to put the question to the minister because he's not going to know those types of details. But let me put this a different way then. Let me ask the minister. As far as you were aware, was the situation that as at 1st of January 2017, AOG had not started to drill at Smilna for exploratory purposes?
Ja som mal informáciu.
I had the information at that time from both representatives of AOG when they presented to me at our meeting their work that already in Smilno they have begun drilling. That's the information I had. And that's what I was basing my further actions on and communications on.
So if they had begun drilling before the 1st of January 2017, why would they need to carry out an EIA? I thought I'd understood your evidence to be that if drilling has happened, no EIA is required. So I'm slightly confused as to why after the 1st of January 2017, it's being said they required an EIA as a matter of law rather than voluntarily, when no drilling, when drilling had already happened.
Asi sme sa zle pochopili.
I think we misunderstood each other.
Ja som nikdy nehovoril,
I
že
never
oni
said
musia,
they had to,
urobiť
or they were
Smilne,
obliged to
som,
do EIA in Smilno.
ako ústretový
What I
krok
said was
preto,
as a forthcoming
tam tí aktivisti
step
nerobili
in order for appease the activists,
dokončiť ten vrt,
for them to be able to complete the drill, they could undergo a voluntary EIA. And I said this to media on many occasions. This is not required by law because they already began. That's the information I had. They already began before January 1st, 2017, meaning that act could not have been retroactive.
So are you saying that even in 2017, the small EIA would have been voluntary?
Nie.
No,
Nie.
No, it was, I understand it was mandatory under the law. But those who had started drilling before January 1st, 2017 were not under
Presne.
this
Exactly.
obligation. And if you understood that AOG had started drilling in 2016, then they would not be subject to the obligation. in
No.
2017?
Nie, nie podlieha.
No, they did not.
Nepodliehali tejto
They were
povinnosti.
not under this
Oni
obligation.
nakoniec,
At the end of the day, they have actually
aktivistami,
agreed with the activists
že dobrovoľne urobili
that voluntarily they
to, čo
would
som
go
ja
ahead with
navrhoval
these
ešte v
AI.
decembri,
What I proposed to
že
them
sa
back
na
in
tom dohodneme s
December,
aktivistami
they've
v
ended up
marci.
agreeing on that same
Keby
in
to
March
urobili v
with the
decembri,
activists.
možno, že už v marci
Had they
môžu
done
začať,
it in December,
alebo ja neviem,
they could have
hej.
begun
Ale vlastne
perhaps
urobili to isté, čo
drilling
som ja
by
navrhoval
March.
len na
They had done
iných
exactly what I
aktivistov.
suggested, but
Neviem,
upon
prečo
agreement
bolo,
with
aké boli
the
pochody, ale
activists.
taký
I don't
to
know what
bol.
the
Ale oni,
incentive
keď
was,
začali
but that's what
vrtať
they have
pred
decided.
1.1.2017,
When they started drilling before January 1st,
tak zo
2017,
zákona nemuseli
mandated by law, they were not
environmentálnu
to
misiu.
have the EIA.
Just to further complicate the matter slightly, because I'm not expressing any views on any aspect of this. I'm just trying to feel my way through it. I've actually worked on EIAs for more than 30 years. So I do know about EIAs, but I don't know anything about Slovak law. I do know about the EU directive. And at Mr. Lewis's first witness statement, paragraph 66, we've got the information on the second drilling attempt, as you put it, Mr. Lewis. The conductor rig was able to drill a conductor hole down to a depth of 21 meters. Query whether that constitutes drilling for the purposes of exploration. I'm not expressing any view on that. I have no idea. But your testimony then, Minister, is that having voluntarily assumed the obligation to engage in an EIA, your belief was that an EIA would now be required as a matter of your ministry's practice going forward. Is that correct?
Ja som to navrhol
I have suggested it
aby
due to
oni
the
vlastne vyriešili
them
ten problém s aktivistami
to
a miestnymi obyvateľmi Smilne.
resolve the problem with the activists
Oni zo
and
zákona
Smilno
mali všetko
inhabitants.
splnené,
By
oni
law,
nepotrebovali
after they
EIA,
have met
aby
everything, they
pokračovali
did not need
v
an EIA
tom,
in order to continue
Chceli
drilling.
vrtať len do 600 metrov, tak
If they
bolo
only
všetko
wanted to drilling
splnené.
up to 600
Chceli, ja
meters,
neviem,
they
ako oni
needed
zodpovedali,
no
nemôžu zodpovedať,
EIA.
čo tam chcú, ako
I
to
had
chcú,
no
ako to
knowledge
majú, hej?
to
No.
what extent they were
Ale
going to explore the area,
ale pravidlá boli také.
but the rules were
Keby
such,
chceli vrtať
if
do
they wanted to
400
drill
metrov, tak
up
mohli
to
vrtať,
400 meters, they could
ale
have
nevedeli sa dostať.
went ahead,
To bol ten
but
problém.
they were unable to
Na
access the
odstránenie
land.
toho
That
problému,
was the
aby sa tam
problem.
vedeli vôbec
Now, in order
dostať,
to
aby sa
remove that
dohodli s tými
problem, to gain access to the
miestnymi,
land,
tak sme
to
navrhli
agree with the
tú,
locals,
EU,
we have proposed EIA,
dobrovoľnú.
small voluntary EIA.
And can I understand, was your thinking about this proposal? No, let me put the question in a different way. To what extent, if at all, was your thinking about this voluntary EIA proposal influenced by the proceedings brought by the European Commission in relation to EIA and the inadequacy of the pre-existing Slovak law? In other words, did you know there was a change coming as a result of the change imposed upon Slovakia by the European Union? Or was there some other motivation for you to make this proposal?
Myslíte teraz
You think
prijatí toho zákona,
adoption of the act coming into
vykonávaní
force
pri-
1st of 1st,
pri
2017,
skúšobných vrtoch?
mandatory EIA with exploratory drills? Is that what you have in mind?
Well, you're the minister, so you, I assume, were aware that there was a change taking place. There had been a judgment of the European Court of Justice in 2015 that imposed certain EIA requirements for certain forms of exploratory drilling. There was an infringement procedure against Slovakia in relation to the inadequate transposition of that 2011 European Union directive. And so I suppose what I'm asking is, did those factors influence you as you made your proposal?
Of course.
Tak, ešte predtým, jak som ja
Well,
nastúpil na
before
ministerstvo,
I assume my
zasadnutie komisie a
position of the
ministerstva,
ministry,
kde
at the ministry. There was a commission that met in the ministry that made a commitment to remove this shortcoming by the end of 2016 by the Slovak Republic. That is why we adopted this act by 1st of January 2017, having removed this shortcoming held against us by the commission, due to which we have had infringement. That should have happened long time ago.
And final question, are you aware of any other projects in Slovakia in which issues of this kind arose with these transitional provisions and changes and projects that were crossing over a particular time period? And if there were other projects, how were they treated? Were they treated in the same way as this project or differently from this project?
Do you mean that if there was any other company having the same problems with a similar drill like AOG, whether there was such other problem?
I mean, I'm thinking slightly more broadly in terms of other projects that were caught or possibly caught by the change of law that was going to take place on the 1st of January 2017, and whether the ministry had a general policy on how to deal with these cases, or whether this case was unique or was treated specially.
Definitely, this has impacted every single company who, after 1st of January 2017, wanted to conduct such kind of exploratory drill deeper than 600 meters, because they had to undergo additional responsibility before commencing drilling. So every single company conducting exploratory work in Slovakia, but this could have included the government, the state. They also do geothermal drills. The same obligation applied to everyone. So after 1st of January 2017, if you wish to start drilling, that's the way it is. But in Smilno, this was not the fundamental underlying problem, AEIA, there was another problem there.
And did you know, as at that time when you made your proposal, how deep the drilling would go, and in particular whether it would reach to 600 meters or more than 600 meters, or whether it was going to be less than 600 meters?
Do you think in Smilno in general?
Just in Smilno.
Well, I don't know, if you look for oil, they were looking for oil. There usually is a depth. I'm no geologist. So there was likely, or perhaps certainty, they were going to go beyond 600 meters, because that was what they communicated. I'm not sure how deep they were intending to go. There was not even a question at hand whether 600 meters or beyond.
Thank you very much for your answers.
Sir, in certain countries, a former minister is still referred to as minister. Is that the case in Slovakia? Should I refer to you as Mr. Solimos or the Minister Solimos?
Ďakujem pekne. Nech sa páči.
Thank you very much, but please go ahead.
All right, well, should I refer to you as Minister Solimos or as to Mr.? I'll ask the question. Two questions. One is a very picky question about a word you use, but you know lawyers. They will split words any hundreds of ways. And I'd like to close off any possible debate about this now. At 15:38:08 of the transcript, Mr. Tushingham asked you, it's in the transcript, it's not in your report. Mr. Tushingham asked you whether you mentioned your proposals regarding a voluntary little EIA on various occasions. Your answer was, that is the only single time I recommended to AOG that they conduct a voluntary little EIA. So I just want to ask you, at any time did you recommend to AOG that they do that, or were in your view your suggestions mere suggestions or proposals, which was the question that you were asked? Do you see the difference between a proposal and a recommendation?
I'm not a lawyer, so
Right.
I don't even know the distinction. In this case, I wanted to resolve the problem. I wanted to resolve the problem that had occurred, proposing an option how to resolve this problem by this procedure, by which they could remove concerns of the population that some environmental threat is threatening them. That was all.
All right, I'll leave it there. My second question for you is on the theme of a number of questions by claimant's counsel regarding record keeping and records within the ministry. Please accept that there is certain evidence on the record that we heard from other witnesses that there were meetings with the ministry prior to Mr. Fico's third cabinet in which you were a minister, specifically meetings with representatives of the ministry under Mr. Fico's second cabinet, where I saw from the internet your predecessor was a Mr. Gigo, I think.
Yes.
That evidence, which you haven't heard, but which we have heard and we have to determine later on, is to the effect that certain representations were made by the ministry to AOG's representatives that the ministry was sympathetic to their concerns with the activists, and that the ministry seemed to believe that it was all political, tied to the upcoming election in which you joined cabinet, and that once the election was over, these problems would disappear. My question is, did you ever see any records, either when you assumed the function of minister or later on when you became involved in the issues with AOG, referring to those meetings under the predecessor government and any representations that may have been made to AOG by the ministry in that predecessor government?
I did not see anything. No such documents that would previously be addressing the AOG issue.
Very good. That answers my question, but just for counsel's sake, I refer among other among other things, to Mr. Fraser's witness statement, paragraph 43. If you're wondering where I pulled that from. Those were my questions, Madam. Sir.
Yeah. I understood you to say that if AOG had started drilling in 2016, they were under no obligation to do a small EIA. You said, however, they committed to the activists in March 2017 to do small EIA. Does that mean in your view that they had an obligation now? Because this was an agreement with the activists. This was not a commitment towards the state. How did you see the situation after they agreed with the activists?
Honestly, I don't know at what stage they were realistically, those drills by AOG. I based my decision, my actions on the decisions, on the information I was given. Once they have agreed with the activists, again, I did not know the grounds on which they've agreed. So I received the information from the media, in fact. I'm unable to tell you. However, it gave me a little pleasure because finally there was a release to the tension, or how I would put it.
You speak in your second witness statement about the protests and the movement of the activists. It's in paragraph 6, I believe. And I was wondering whether this type of difficulties were common in Slovakia for oil and gas exploration and production, or whether this was an unusual situation.
We had similar problems, but it was not exploration, but exploitation rather, in other areas with other commodities. I do not remember that such problem as at Smilno would have occurred elsewhere in Slovakia with other companies.
Was it the other exploitation was of oil and gas or other minerals?
These were other. There was uranium, gold, other minerals, other commodities.
Are there other, is there other drill exploration and production, exploitation in Slovakia of oil and gas? Because we understand there is quite a good, a strong exploitation in Poland, but in Slovakia.
Yes, indeed, it exists. There are companies conducting both exploration, others who also both do exploitation of oil and gas, but we are not such a large exploitation in such large quantities in Slovakia as they do, for instance, in Poland.
And where there is exploitation, is it some wells that have been established for a number of years or in the same period?
Well, I know that even now there is exploration underway, some exploratory drills, and companies have tackled the EIA requirement for drills. when they go ahead with exploitation. By law, a large EIA is required automatically in order for them to receive an exploration license. Excuse me, interpreter correction, exploitation license.
Fine, thank you. I have no further questions, so that completes your examination, Mr. President. Thank you very much for your help.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
It's a good time for a break, and then we will hear Mr. Vayanova. That is quite, how much time? 1 hour and a half. So we'll see where that gets us, and then hear Mr. Lesko or not, depending on that. Good. Let's take 15 minutes now. Resume at 1:45. Good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon.
Do you hear the translation into Slovak when I speak?
Áno, počujem.
Yes, I can hear that.
Excellent. For the record, can you confirm to us that you're Mariana Vayanova?
Áno. Áno, potvrdzujem.
Yes, I can confirm that.
What is your occupation at this stage? You're in charge still of the swimming pool and skiing resort? Is that right?
Áno, je to jedna z mojich prác.
One of my activities. Apart from that, I also work for the editor, for the publisher of Deník N, which is a major daily in Slovakia.
I was about to ask about that. Yes, fine. You have provided us with two written statements. The first one was dated the 24th of March, 2023, and the second one, the 11th of December, 2023. You have them there, I see.
Áno.
Yes, indeed.
And as you know, you're heard as a witness. As a witness, you're under the duty to tell us the truth. Can you please confirm this by reading into the record the witness declaration that you will find just in front of you?
I solemnly declare upon my honor and conscience that I shall speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. So I'll first turn to Respondents' Counsel for introductory questions, and then we turn to Claimants' Counsel. Mr. Prakash?
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon, Mrs. Varianova.
Good afternoon to you as well.
Mrs. Varianova, have you had an opportunity to review your witness statements recently?
Yes, I had.
Is there anything you would like to change?
Nie.
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Good. Mr. Toshingham?
Thank you, Madam President. Ms. Varianova, I am counsel for the claimant, and I'll be asking you some questions this afternoon. Could you please be shown Exhibit C245? Do you recognize this document as a map of Smilno?
Áno.
Yes.
I'm afraid I think the witness's screen has the dialog box obscuring most of the view in front of you.
You can look at the screen on your side.
Ma'am, this map was published in the year 2000, and looking at the map in the middle grid, do you see a curved line in black? Do you see that? My question is, do you see the curved black line? The answer is either yes or no.
Yes, I can see the line.
Yes. And that black line, to your knowledge, is that a public road?
No,
That's the road that AOG needed to use to access its drilling site. That's right, isn't it?
well, it can be a landlord which is on a similar site as is the site where the AOG was trying to reach its drilling location.
And that's a place where you were blocking with vehicles AOG's access starting in December of 2015. That's right, isn't it?
Yes,
And in December 2015, there was no injunction in place against AOG preventing it from using that road, was there?
yes.
Is it correct that in about 2015, December 2015, you started a Facebook page entitled Oil in Smilno?
Yes,
And you gained quite a lot of followers of that page, didn't you?
it's difficult to estimate what is a high number of followers.
Are we talking a couple of thousands? Is that about a ballpark figure?
It is possible.
Could you please be shown exhibit C286? And the Slovak, please, on the right-hand side. Is this the Facebook page that you ran from December 2015 onwards?
Yes,
And the logo of your page appears to be a person holding a road sign which reads stop. Is that right?
no,
Well, your objective, though, from about December 2015 was to stop AOG from carrying out exploratory drilling in Smilno. That's what you were trying to do, correct?
no.
What were you trying to do, Ms. Varianova, in establishing this Facebook page?
By establishing the page, I was trying to achieve for the community in which I live, for the people in the municipality to be informed about what's happening in relation to the exploration drilling.
Is it true that during 2016, you also published a blog on the website Denik N about AOG's project?
No.
Could you please be shown exhibit C290 in both Slovak and English? Do you see a number of articles dated in 2016 on that page and your name at the top?
Yes, I can see that, but this is not a blog in terms of a continuous publishing of information. This is a single event. The 4 articles are a finite number of articles.
I understand, but in the description of this collection of articles, you say, in my free time, I block roads and give statements to the police. Do you see that?
Yes, I can see that.
So one of the roads that you blocked during your free time was the curved black line that we saw on the map we looked at earlier. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
Could you please be shown exhibit C325? And the Slovak, please, as well. Do you see this as a post on your Facebook page dated the 23rd of June, 2016? Do you see that?
Yes, I can see that.
And do you see the sentence beginning? Until morning, my car was standing on the access road. In particular, I want to say to the people of Smilno that I know very well how annoying it is to bypass it, and I want to thank them for their patience. Do you see that?
Yes, I can see that.
And at this time, in 2016, Smilno had a population of about 600 people. Is that right? 600 to 700.
I don't have the precise information on the number of inhabitants. I cannot confirm this information.
Well, not all of the residents of Smilno were co-owners of the land plot which you co-owned and that you were trying to that were the subject of disputes with AOG, correct?
Could you repeat the question, please?
You were a co-owner of a land plot in Smilno, is that right?
Yes, I'm a co-owner of multiple land parcels in Smilno. To this extent, the information is correct. I don't know which specific land lot you refer to.
If you just cast your mind back to the map that we looked at earlier with the curved black road, do you co-own a land plot that runs along that road?
Áno.
Yes,
And so not all of the residents of Smilno were co-owners of that land plot, were they?
Áno.
yes,
You're agreeing with my proposition, is that right?
Áno.
yes.
Now, this Facebook post suggests, on my reading of it, that the people of Smilno use the road quite frequently. Is that right?
Nie wiem, posolić, czy dosyć czasu.
I cannot assess what the term quite often means.
Well, you're apologizing in this post, as I read it, to the people of Smilno for the inconvenience that you are causing them by having your cars standing on the access road. Isn't that what's happening in this post?
Áno, tá veta je prečítaná správne.
Yes, that sentence has been read correctly.
Now, if the road was a private road, you wouldn't have needed to make that public apology to the people of Smilno, would you?
Môžete mi zopakovať otázku?
Could you please repeat the question?
Of course. If the road was a private road, you would not have needed to apologize to the people of Smilno for how annoying it was for them to bypass your car that was on the access road.
To je hypotéza.
It's a hypothesis.
You then go on to say, a few sentences forward, we towed the car and the road is clear. Anyone except minors can use it. Do you see that?
Nie.
No.
Oh,
Switch it with someone else. Online.
there we go. Yes. Are we ready to proceed or shall we wait?
Well, we need the witness's microphone working.
You could just
Press the button.
Nope.
Go off on its own.
That's fine.
Yes, it went off on its own. Now it's on.
So you can
Yes, of course.
carry on.
Thank you, Madam President. Just reading on a few sentences in that Facebook post, Ms. Marianova, there is it's the passage that's been highlighted. Could you please read that to yourself? Have you read that now?
Áno.
Yes, I have.
And you're acknowledging here that this is a public road which everyone can use apart from AOG, aren't you?
I don't agree with this interpretation to the full extent.
Microphone down. Yours on that side, yeah. Just leave that on there, please, and I'll give you. I don't know what's going on with that, I'll check that.
Literally pass the mic.
But I think we can continue.
Dobry.
I'm going to move on to new topic.
Use the other microphone, sorry. Well, that's confusing, but I can't check the hard mics.
Ms. Mariana, is it true that in 2016, you developed a nickname in Smilno as the one standing on the road?
I don't recall anything like that.
Could you please be shown exhibit R144, page 7? This is an interview that you gave on the 22nd of November 2016 to the newspaper Denik N. And on page 7, you were asked, you had to stand 6 hours in the freezing weather. What did you feel? And your answer was, the one standing on the road is my indigenous nickname. Do you see that?
Yes, I can see the text.
And the road you're referring to is the road we saw in the map, isn't it?
Yes.
Could you please turn to your first witness statement at paragraph 14, which you may have in paper copy in front of you? And you say in the second sentence, in fact, we came to believe that AOG was intentionally pursuing a policy of sharing as little information as possible. Do you see that?
Yes, I can see the text.
Do you accept that AOG held a town hall meeting on the 16th of June 2015, where its project to drill an exploration well in Smilno was explained to the local community? If you don't recall, please tell me and I can show you a document if that would assist.
Would you please repeat the question again?
Maybe I'll just show you a document instead. If you could please be shown exhibit R17. And the Slovak, please, as well. This was an invitation to an all-day public meeting to be held on the 16th of June 2015 in the municipal office in Smilno. Do you see that?
Yes, I can see that.
And do you see that in the in the box, it says the meeting is convened due to Alpine planning to commence oil and natural gas exploitation in the cadastral area of our municipality. Attendees shall include the the company's representatives who will explain and present the whole course of the exploration and exploitation as well as relevant context, related context. Do you see that?
Vidím ten text.
Yes, I can see the text.
And do you recall attending that town hall meeting in June of 2015?
Áno. Áno.
Yes,
And that meeting was attended by the mayor, members of the council, as well as citizens and journalists. Is that correct?
Áno.
yes,
And at that meeting, AOG presented their technical plans about the project, didn't they?
Nepamätám si, či šlo o technické plány.
I don't recall exactly whether these were technical plans.
They explained their plans in general. Would you accept that?
Nemôžem potvrdiť, že išlo o plán.
I cannot confirm that these were plans.
Could you please be shown C286? We looked at this document just before, but do you see the photographs there of the town hall meeting, which is referred to as having been taken place on the 17th of June 2016? Sorry, the Facebook post is dated the 23rd of December, but I think you're referring to the meeting that took place in June of that year. Do you see that? So this refresh your memory about what happened on that day at that meeting.
Tá fotka nie je z 2.6.
Well, the picture is not from the 2nd of June 2016, says the speaker.
If you just read on a few sentences, you say, so it happened, and we all met at the municipal office on June 17. Anyone who wanted to hear information directly from the main actors and ask them questions could do so. Do you see that?
Každý, kto prišiel na obecný úrad,
Everyone who came to the municipal office during the time of the town hall meeting could raise questions, yes. Or what I am describing in the Facebook post refers to the 2nd of June, but this public meeting did not take place in Smilno.
Okay, could you please be shown now exhibit C287? This is another post from your Facebook page, dated the 24th of December 2015, but you're reporting on a pamphlet that you appear to have received or reached you on around the 22nd of June 2015. Do you see that?
vidím svoj post, kde sa odvolávam na jediný písomný
I can see my post where I refer to the written document that we have been given.
Yes, and in that pamphlet or in the document, AOG provided technical information about its proposed well in Smilno, didn't it?
Nesouhlasím úplne.
I wouldn't fully agree.
No, v tomto prípade asi
In
nejde o
this case, this is not the full disclosure of technical information. This is a very brief information.
Well, if you look at the table, it shows you the depth of the well, the type of casing that's going to be used, the cementation, the rinsing and the drilling time. And it also gives a cross-section of the well, doesn't it?
Mohli by ste mi zväčšiť tú slovenskú verziu,
Could you
prosím?
please enlarge the Slovak original on the screen?
Môžem poprosiť ešte raz o otázku.
Could you now please repeat the question?
Yes, and do you accept that in this section of the document, AOG is providing technical information about the nature of the oil and the gas well that it's proposing to drill in Smilno?
Nesúhlasila by som, je to veľmi
I
stručná
wouldn't
informácia,
really
ktorá
agree. This is
nie je
a
možné
very brief
spracovať.
information that can hardly be regarded as a full technical description of the project.
In July of 2015, you then organized a petition against AOG's project. Is that right?
Áno.
Yes,
And so by the time you had organized your petition, you and other residents had already attended the town hall meeting, and it's likely that you and other residents would have received this document. Do you agree?
Ja som ho dostala, neviem povedať, či ho
I
dostali
did
iní
receive it. I
zastupovali.
cannot confirm whether other citizens have received it as well.
And do you agree that a significant number of the residents of Smilno actually supported AOG's project?
Nemám takúto informáciu.
I have no such information.
Could you please be shown exhibit C348? This is an article published by the Minister of Environment, Mr. Solomos, on the 3rd of December 2016. And in the penultimate paragraph of his article, on the 3rd page in English, and the 2nd page, I think, in Slovak at the bottom, there is a sentence where he says, at the same time, however, he's talking about the village of Smilno. I want to say that there is also a significant part of the residents of this village. Sorry, I think we've gone to the wrong page on the English. It's page 3 on the English. Thank you. Yes, so you say, Minister Solomos says in his article here, he's talking about Smilno. At the same time, however, I want to say there is also a significant part of the residents of this village that supports the company's geological surveys, so the whole matter cannot be viewed in black and white. Do you see that?
Áno, vidím to.
Yes, I can see that.
And what the minister said here is true, isn't it?
Je to jeho názor.
It's his opinion.
You then attended a further town hall meeting in Smilno on the 23rd of July 2015, is that right?
Nie som si úplne istá dátum.
I cannot really confirm the date, but there was a second meeting at the municipal office.
Yes, and at that meeting, you requested the Smilno Council to express its support for your petition. Is that correct?
In the description of the petition is a call to the municipal assembly to support it. So yes, we asked the municipal assembly to support the petition.
And did you then send the results of the petition to the Ministry of Environment in Bratislava?
Not me in person, definitely.
Could you please be shown exhibit C288? This is a post on your Facebook page dated the 24th of December 2015, and you refer to a letter from the Ministry of Environment addressed to you dated the 21st of August 2015. Do you see that?
Could you please enlarge it?
Do you see in the penultimate paragraph of the letter, the ministry says to you, this is a letter addressed to you, since there is no illegality in the procedure or the decision-making activity of the ministry in the given matter, and since all decisions regarding the Svidnik exploration area are final, and for this reason they are presumed to be factually correct and legal, and in the given matter, there is also no contradiction with the public or other general interest, the petitions submitted by the residents of the village cannot be granted. Do you see that?
I cannot see the whole of the paragraph.
Do you see it on the right-hand side of the image, where you see the stamp, the paragraph that begins, please forgive me my pronunciation, Nakoloko. Do you recall receiving this letter from the ministry in August 2015?
I cannot recall very well.
But do you recall, in general terms, the Ministry of Environment telling you in August of 2015, we do not think there is any contradiction with the public or other general interest?
This is a document which I don't fully recall. This has been quite a substantial period of time that has lapsed.
I understand. Now, Denik N and Denik SME are two of the major national media outlets in Slovakia. Is that correct?
They belong to the leading dailies, yes.
And you were formerly an editor of Denik SME. Is that right?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that you had quite a number of contacts in media outlets throughout Slovakia as a result of your association with Denik SME?
Well, part of my work has never been a contact with other media.
But did you know journalists or editors who worked for Denik N or Denik SME in 2015 and 2016?
I knew colleagues with whom I was in contact on a regular basis, professionally.
And as a result of those contacts that you had with colleagues, you were able to gain quite extensive coverage in the media about your opposition to AOG's project. Do you agree?
It's a speculation.
Well, do you agree that in about July 2015, there were various media stories published or broadcast on TV channels about AOG's plan to carry out drilling in Smilno?
Yes, this was an issue that has been present in the media.
And do you recall a protest taking place in Prešov in January of 2016 about AOG's project?
Yes.
And that protest was covered quite extensively in the regional media in around that time, early 2016. Is that right?
I don't recall whether it was covered by the regional media outlets.
Could we look please at exhibit R016? Do you see this as a article published by the media outlet Korzar Prešov dated the 12th of January 2016?
I can see it.
And if you go over to the next page, do you see references to protesters together with conservationists and members of the National Council marching down to the office of the governor of Smer? Do you see that?
Yes, I can see that.
Do you recall attending this protest in Prešov in January of 2016?
I did take part.
Do you agree that in about January of 2016, you turned up at the Smilno site together with a camera crew from a TV station called TV Yoi?
I don't recall whether I came to the site precisely with the camera crew from this TV.
Could you please be shown Mr. Fraser's first witness statement at paragraph 41? And do you see in the penultimate sentence, he's talking about events in January 2016. Mrs. Varyanova then appeared with two other activists and a camera crew from TV Yoi. Do you see that? I think this is Mr. Fraser's first witness statement. Yes, on the left-hand side, Mrs. Varyanova, in the penultimate sentence, it reads, Mrs. Varyanova then appeared with two other activists and a camera crew from TV Yoi. Do you see that?
I see English sentences.
Yes. And so it's fair to say that by this time in January of 2016, the opposition to the project was gaining coverage on TV. Could you just tell us what TV Joy is?
Could I please see this document in Slovak, the one that you refer to?
I'm afraid we don't have it because it's Mr. Fraser's witness statement and he's only given it in English. But
Well, can you ask the question without reference? Because otherwise you really have to translate
Of
it
course.
to her. This is not fair.
could you please explain, please forgive me, could you please explain, is TV Joy a national news broadcasting outlet?
This is a question that should be addressed to TVOI. I have no idea what the coverage of TVOI is.
Have you watched TV Joy ever in your life?
Very seldomly.
Is it based in Bratislava, to your knowledge?
According to my information, it is based in Bratislava.
And your coverage about AOG's project also extended onto the radio waves, is that right?
This wouldn't be a correct interpretation.
Could you please be shown exhibit C304? Now, this is an email, of course, that you won't have seen, but I'm going to just read into the record some words from the email, and they will be interpreted to you in Slovak, and then I will ask you a question. This is an email dated the 6th of April 2016, subject line Radio Regina, Slovak Radio, today. And the email reads, Mrs. Varianova's arguments. The company does not communicate with landowners. AOG is for people unreliable form. Dash, literally she says, there is nothing to convince her to cooperate with AOG. And that's what you said in your interview on Radio Regina in April of 2016. Do you recall that?
I think you didn't say who wrote it
I
and to
apologize.
whom it was
Yes.
addressed.
So this is an email from a PR advisor who I understand was engaged by Discovery, an email addressed to Mr. Fraser, Mr. Lewis, and others. And he's reporting on a radio interview that you appear to have given that day on Radio Regina. Do you recall giving that interview?
Yes, I did take part in an interview with Mr. Belada in Radio Regina.
And do you agree that during that interview you said there is nothing to convince her to cooperate with AOG?
I don't recall this exact form of words.
Do you recall that during this interview, AOG's representative invited you to join them on a coach trip, which had been planned for local residents to visit wells in Moravia in the Czech Republic?
It is possible that such invitation was given.
But you declined that invitation, is that correct?
No.
But you visited Moravia on your own. Is that my understanding of your testimony from your witness statement?
I'm not sure that we get an answer to the question. No, you said you did not decline the invitation to visit the sites, AOG's invitation to visit the sites in Moravia. Did you get an invitation?
I don't remember saying no to an invitation during an interview for a radio.
Did you remember receiving an invitation?
It is possible that during the interview with Mr. Belada, there was an invitation given, but I don't remember refusing it.
But you did not go to this site visit in Moravia.
Not with Mr. Beneda.
You went on your own. Is that right?
Yes, I visited it privately.
And do you recall, Ms. Varianova, in November 2016, you gave an interview with the newspaper Denik N?
It's possible. I don't recall exactly the interview, but it's possible.
Could you please be shown exhibit R144? And at page 5, this is an interview. Sorry, if we just, in fairness, go back to the first page so that I can show you what it is. Is this the interview that you gave on the 22nd of November 2000, or the interview that was published on the 22nd of November 2016?
Yes, I can see the interview.
And on page 5, the journalist appears to have asked you, what would be the impact of the drills on nature? And you said, I don't dare assess that. I'm not a professional. That's why I'm asking the minister to designate somebody to assess that and assume responsibility for the drills. Do you see that?
Yes, I can see the text.
Do you recall ever meeting with the minister to discuss the question of environmental impact assessments?
I did not meet the minister.
Do you recall whether anyone associated with VLK, including Mr. Lukash, attended a meeting with Minister Solomos in about November 2016?
I have no such information.
Can I now ask you some questions about the interim injunction? Do you turn to your first witness statement at paragraph 27? You have that?
Yes, I have the paragraph 27 in front of me.
And you say that
Microphone maybe.
you refer here to the court proceedings that you filed on the 21st of January 2016. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you refer to Mrs. Rydakova as your lawyer. Is that correct?
Áno, pani Rajtaková je spomenutá v odseku 27.
Yes, Madam Rajtakova is indeed mentioned in paragraph 27.
And did you know her before you instructed her in January 2016?
Nepoznala.
I did not know her.
But she had previously acted for VLK, is that correct?
Nemám takúto informáciu.
I have no such information.
Were you aware, if you go to the next paragraph, paragraph 28, you say here, I do not remember all the details of the court cases and all the legal technicalities. My lawyer handled these for me. You would have been aware, though, of the details of your claim for an interim injunction against AOG, wouldn't you?
Súhlasím so znením odstavca.
Yes, I agree with the wording in paragraph 28.
But my question was, were you aware of the details of your request for an interim injunction that you sought against AOG in 2016?
Čiastočne sme konzultovali.
We did partially consult these issues with my legal counsel, so I was relying on her legal opinion, and we were in contact.
Understood. Could you please be shown exhibit MS-5, which is in bundle 4, subfolder C. You've got it. Yeah. And if we could get the Slovak original, please. As I understand it, the document on the right is your claim to filed with the Bardejov District Court accepted on the 21st of January 2016. Do you see that?
There is a window over it, so I cannot see it exactly.
Maybe the small screen next to you, is that helpful? I think it's the same.
Áno, vidím to.
Yes, I can see it now.
And my question is, if you read through this document to page 3 and then on to page 5 of the Slovak, if you turn to page 3, that's your signature, is that correct?
Áno.
Yes.
And if you look down the page a bit, if we scroll down the page on the Slovak, are we on page 3 on the Slovak? Do you see it says request for an interim injunction? Do you see that?
Vidím návrh na nariadenie predbežného.
Yes, I can see the request for an interim injunction.
Yes. And my only question is, are you aware of any other documents that you submitted to the court in support of your application for an interim injunction, apart from this document here?
Toto je agenda mojej právnej zástupky.
Well, this would fall under the responsibility of my legal counsel. I was submitting all these issues in her name. She was representing me. So this is not an activity that I would be personally involved with.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Thank
you. No questions, Madam President.
No questions in redirect? Do my colleagues have questions? Yes, sure.
Hello, Madame Goyanova. It's a pleasure to see you since your name has appeared in so many of the writings. I'm very pleased. I think we're pleased to see you here in person. Thank you. Please take it from me that even if you haven't seen it, it's been suggested to us during this hearing that you were completely unwilling to discuss your environmental concerns with the company. And that no matter what they said, you wouldn't listen. You simply wanted them to go home and go away. That's what we've heard, and it remains for us to decide what to do with that. But I'd like to ask you how you respond to that.
This is the first time I hear such a claim.
All right. Having heard it, do you think it's accurate?
It is not a good wording, I would say. A good description.
Were you willing to listen to what representatives of the company might have said at the time in response to the concerns that you expressed?
I was willing to listen to them where they were present, for example, during the town hall meeting in the Smilna village.
All right, I'll move on. You have been referred to again in evidence that you haven't heard, but we've heard. You've been referred to as an activist. Does that offend you in any way?
It is not an exact description or a good description, but it doesn't offend me at all.
Do you agree with that description? I think you just said no, but I'm not sure.
I feel like a citizen, not like an activist.
Very good. Could you, sir, turn up C418, please? It's a map. Of course. Do you see that, Madame Varyanova?
Yes, I can see the map.
We've heard again a lot about the ski resort and the ski hill where you worked. Are you able to describe where that is on this map? Or I'm not sure how, but in relation to the drilling site, are you able to describe left, right, up, down, where the ski hill is? Is it on this map somewhere?
It cannot be located on this map.
Ah, okay. Okay, that's good. All right, it's nowhere in the, very good. These are the only maps, or some of the only maps we have. Have you participated in campaigns related to other oil and gas activities in the Slovak Republic or neighboring countries?
No.
Thank you. Those are my questions, Madame.
Ms. Varyanova, we heard a lot about your actions, and what is striking is that you were very determined and carried on in a quite consistent manner over quite some time. And I was asking myself what your motivation was. You said just before, you're a citizen, you're not an activist. What is your main reason for being so engaged? There are other people who in Smilno who may be worried, but no one really made this commitment that you had or showed this commitment that you had all through several years? What's your motivation?
I'm a person of principle, so therefore my motivation, and I'd like to remain in the civic dimension. So my motivation is to demand respect towards my property rights because they were not always respected. I obviously I respect values, including the values of environment. I very much mind a protection of environment. I pay good attention to the possible dangers and threats to the environment. And the reason for that is also the fact that I work in the field of tourism. And all these motivations are mutually interlinked, but they remain to be the main motivations for me to work.
When you say you're a person of principle, what was the principle at stake?
The main principle is the protection of private property.
And that was more important than other principles or values, or how would you say that?
It wasn't more important, but this was the one that was the most easiest to approach because I was an owner of the landlord, and therefore that was the one that was on top in terms of accessibility.
And you mentioned just before that you work in tourism, and that this was also motivation. How did this play in your determination?
It plays an important role because I work for a company which is a natural swimming pool. The whole value is based on a natural, clean, pristine environment. Therefore, its protection of the environment is a priority for me.
How far away is it from Smilno, from the village or from the drilling site?
By bird's flight, approximately 3 kilometers, less than that.
Yeah. Is this also where there is a ski resort?
Yes.
Is there a lot of skiing? Because it doesn't seem very high up. So is there a lot of snow even with climate change, or how is it? I'm just trying to visualize.
The three of us are skiers, by the way.
It's very nice. I'm very pleased to hear that. Yes, you can have fantastic skiing holidays there. Obviously, given the fact that we are in Slovakia in lower mountains, but in Slovak conditions, it's exceptional.
Thank you. I have no further questions, so I would like to thank you for taking the trouble to discuss this with us. Thank you. So you can stay here, or you can you can be released.
I will be very happy to stay, and it was a pleasure for me. Thank you.
It is almost 6 o'clock. Should we carry on? Should we do it on Monday morning? We can also start half an hour earlier on Monday because I see my arbitrators nodding quite forcefully, but how do the parties yet?
Well, Mr. Leszko would prefer to be cross-examined today, but I think it depends on the length of his cross-examination.
Oh, it's scheduled for.
It's short according to the schedule, but then
It's pretty short, but could I just take a moment to just confer for 1 second? Would you mind? I think sorry. I think I can probably cut it down to about between 5 to 10 minutes, depending on.
Should have, you have the right to ask your questions, right?
Yes.
So we're not pressing you to cut down if you feel you have to ask these questions. If you can cut it down, having considered this, then of course it's fine.
I think I think I would prefer, if it would be acceptable to the tribunal, we could sort of. I will be 10 minutes, I think, at most. And would that be sufficient to sort of, so we can wrap, or would you prefer? If
You
to-
do it now, is that what you're saying?
I think I would, if that's all right.
Yeah.
And
What is on the other side?
That's the same. We would prefer to
Yeah.
do it.
To obey.
we're very grateful. for your-
But let's bring Mr. Lesko in then.
Translation on channel 2. Nonsense.
Good evening, sir. You had to wait for a long time to hear the translation into Slovak.
Áno, áno, funguje tlmočenie.
Yes, the interpreting works well. Thank you.
Uh, Can you repeat your first Lesko?
Áno, som Ľuboš Leško.
Yes, I am Lubot Leško.
You provide accounting and economic advisory services as a consultant, is that right?
Áno, aj.
Yes, that as well.
And in 1987, you joined the Forest Protection Organization, VLK.
Áno.
Yes.
You have given us one written statement no, you have given us two statements, apologies. The first one, 24th of March, 2023, and the second one, 11th December, 2023.
Áno.
Yes.
As a witness and under a duty to tell us the truth, can you please read the witness declaration that is in front of you?
Slávnostný.
I solemnly declare upon my honor and conscience that I shall speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. So I first give the floor to Mr. Becker.
Thank you, Madam President. In the interest of time, we have no questions.
Good. Then I turn to you, Mr. Toshingham.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Lesko, good afternoon. I will be asking you some very brief questions this afternoon. Could you turn to your first witness statement, please, at paragraph 20? Now, in this paragraph, you are describing in general terms the concerns that you and others had about AOG's project. Have I got that right?
Ano. Yes.
And in the sentence beginning, I recall that many people were concerned about shale gas, and then over the page, fracking, and the use of dangerous chemicals. Do you see that sentence?
Ano, yes, I can see that.
And is that true that those were some of the concerns that you held at the time about AOG's project?
No, ano. Yes.
And as you say, fracking in particular had been heavily discussed. And had that been discussed in the media?
Nerozumiem otázke. What was the question, please? If you could repeat it.
You say that fracking was heavily discussed at the time. Do you recall that it was being discussed in the media?
Myslím, že áno. I think, yes, it was also mentioned in some newspaper articles.
Could you please turn to could you please be shown exhibit C344? So you should see on the screen on the right-hand side a press release by AOG in November 2016 in Slovak, and on the left-hand side, the English. Do you see that?
Áno, vidím. Yes, I see it.
And if you turn to page 2, do you see there is a section entitled Myths and Facts?
Áno. Yes.
And the press release says, exploratory drilling is opposed by local activist groups who use false arguments, most notably. Do you see that?
Áno. Yes.
And were you one of the activist groups who was opposing the exploratory drilling? Were you part of one of the local activist groups?
Ešte raz môžete zopakovať. If you could please repeat the question, whether I was one of the activists who what?
Please forgive me. I understood from your witness statement that you have been associated with the Forest Protection Association, VLK. Is that correct?
Áno. Yes, that is correct.
And VLK was a group who was opposed to AOG's project in 2015, 2016, and 2017. Is that right?
Áno. Yes.
And you see in this document that one myth that AOG was reporting on was the suggestion that shale gas and oil would be extracted in the area. Number one. Do you see that?
Áno. Yes.
And AOG says, fact, not true. The anticipated oil and gas deposits in the study area are of the conventional type. These are not shale gas deposits. Do you see that?
Áno. Yes.
And do you accept that AOG was not trying to explore for shale gas in Smilno?
To je v poriadku. That is okay at the beginning. Or very early, the information arrived quite late. So at the beginning, the information did not have precise information about what is going to happen.
But as at the date of this document, which is November 2016, you knew that that was not going to be undertaken by AOG, didn't you?
To nie wiem potwierdzić.
I cannot confirm whether I knew it at that particular point in time.
Okay. Do you see the second myth that's being referred to there? The exploration area will be contaminated with hexavalent chromium. Do you see that?
Ano.
Yes.
And do you recall hearing discussions about the concept or the chemical hexavalent chromium associated with AOG's project?
Je to możne.
It is possible. It is possible that it has been mentioned somewhere.
And you see that in this document, AOG says again, fact, not true.
Rozumiem.
I understand that this is what the document says.
And then the third myth that's being referred to here is extraction contaminates groundwater. And then again, over the page, it says fact, not true. Do you see that?
Ano, widzimy to.
Yes, I do see that.
Now, VLK was one of the organizations which was responsible for spreading these arguments about AOG's project. Is that right?
To nie jest úplne prawda.
This wouldn't be fully true. This wouldn't be true to the full extent.
But do you accept that VLK or persons associated with VLK were raising issues concerned with hexavalent chromium, potential contamination of groundwater, and potential use of shale gas exploration?
Súhlasí to v tom.
Yes, I can concur to that extent that it was, to a certain degree, possible or somehow possible that these methods will also be used and that these risks will also arise. However, it was never claimed in terms of this being a fact.
Okay. Now, do you recall that in 2017, AOG submitted preliminary environmental impact assessment applications for its 3 exploration wells to the district officers?
Ano.
Yes.
And if you turn to your first witness statement at paragraph 27, you say here that when the screening procedure commenced, and as I understand it, that is after AOG has filed its preliminary EIA applications, ROPAIN, another activist organization, other activists, and numerous local citizens exercised their right and filed official comments within the proceeding. Do you see that?
Ano.
Yes.
And in addition, VLK also submitted comments, and these were submitted to the district offices during the EIA process. Do you recall that?
Ano.
Yes.
Could you please be shown exhibit C186? And in the English version, it is page 2, and in the Slovak version, it is page 122. Sorry. Yes, that's right. Do you see item number 17, Forest Protection Grouping VLK? Do you see that?
Ano.
Yes.
And this was the submission that was made by VLK to the Medzilabos district office in connection with the environmental impact assessment proceedings at Kriva Olka, correct? To be fair, please could the witness be shown page 1 of that document. Both, please. You see a reference there to the Medzilabors district office.
Ano.
Yes.
Dated the 8th of March 2018 in relation to the proposed activity site of the exploratory well at Krivolka. Do you see that?
Ano.
Yes.
And if you go back to the page we were looking at before, so page 2 in the English, page 122 in the Slovak, at item number 17, VLK requests that the proposed activity be further assessed on the grounds that it poses a high risk of deterioration of the environment with an emphasis on water bodies, in particular the wetland water body, which will be destroyed by the proposed activity. Do you see that?
Ano.
Yes.
And so VLK's concern was, in that regard, though, not supported by any evidence, was it? VLK didn't refer to any evidence in this passage.
Ano.
Well, Volk basically used the opportunity to make sure that this activity would be assessed in terms of its environmental impact. But I still don't understand what's your point, where you're heading.
My question is this. In the myths and facts document that we looked at earlier, one of the concerns that VLK, or one of the myths that activist groups were spreading was a concern about groundwater contamination. Do you remember that?
Pamiętam si na ten.
I remember the document that I have seen, but this doesn't mean that this is what Volk has been saying.
Were you involved in Vilk's submission to the Medzilabors district office?
Ja osobnie nie.
Not me in person.
I have no further questions then to ask about this.
Thank you.
No questions, Madam President.
Do you have questions?
Hi, I just wonder if I could just understand correctly what the interest of VLK was with relation to the previous witness. The president asked questions about what her intentions were. Would it be right to summarize the objective of VLK as being to obtain a complete environmental impact assessment of the project in the round?
Volk mal.
The association Volk, the interest we had was to make sure that the exploration sites were a part of a larger area, and the intention in the individual locations, in the individual sites where the exploration drills were proposed, this could have a possible impact on other areas. And what Volk was trying to achieve was to exclude the possibility of damaging these other areas.
You managed to obtain a voluntary commitment by AOG to carry out a preliminary environmental screening. Is that correct?
Tak.
Well, I wouldn't attribute this solely to Volk. Simply, there were other factors which basically forced AOG to voluntarily undergo the environmental impact assessment procedure.
And you then say in paragraph 27 of your first witness statement that on the basis of that initial voluntary screening, you say the environmental authorities ordered mandatory assessment of the exploration drills. So that took you to the next stage, is that right?
Akému ďalšiemu?
What next stage you mean?
Environmental impact assessment.
Áno,
Yes, yes, indeed. The initial assessments came to the conclusion that further assessment is necessary, and therefore a full EIA needs to be launched.
And if we turn to the document that Council raised, C186, if you go this time to page 3 of C186 in the English, we see halfway down in the context of the participation in this full environmental impact assessment, a total of 17 statements of state administration bodies and the municipalities concerned were received, and a total of 174 statements from the public concerned. Is that a significant number, or is that roughly what you would have expected, or was it less than what you expected? Can you give us a sense of how significant was that interest, and what were the state administration bodies involved?
I cannot reply, I cannot respond to this question. Whether it's a higher, smaller extent in terms of the scope. Unfortunately, this is not my expertise.
And then if you go to the next page, well, in fact, 2 pages down, bottom of page 5. Right at the bottom of page 5 and on to page 6. On the basis of the examination and assessment. That's sort of 7 lines up from the bottom. On the basis of the examination and assessment of the submitted project, the comments of the authorities concerned and the public concerned, and in view of the assessment of the overall level of environmental protection, the competent authority, that's the decision maker, concluded that it was not possible to exclude the likely significant impact of the proposed activity, in particular in terms of nature and landscape protection and public health, and therefore decided, as indicated in the operative part of this decision, that if you could explain to us what happens next in the process under the law as far as you understand it.
I'm not an expert on the Act on the Environmental Impact Assessment, but I suppose that this would mean the assessment of individual negative impacts will need to be carried out, those that would stem from the technical implementation of the project. And this basically is also something that the public would accept, where independent experts would be able to assess and to give a final verdict, whether it is okay or not okay in terms of possible damages to the environment.
So from the perspective of VLK, would your organization's assessment be, this is an example of the law working as it should? You, as an organization, raised certain concerns, others raised concerns, the project developer expressed its views, and other state authorities expressed views, and the decision maker then said, we want a further assessment.
Áno, tak si to predstavujem.
Well, yes, this is how I envisage it. This is how it should work. And this is what we've missed. People simply did not believe the declaration of the AOG company because they heard only one side. They needed to have the other side as well, and they needed to be assured that it is okay. And yes, as you described it, this is how it should work, and this is what the procedure should look like.
What was your reaction when you then heard that AOG was not going to proceed to the next stage? Were you surprised?
Ano.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Very quickly, sir, did you and VLK, how can I put this? Were you confident that these EIA procedures would resolve your environmental concerns? In other words, get to the bottom of the issues and potentially allow the project to go forward?
Áno, v podstate tam bolo
Well, yes, because there were multiple open-ended questions, and there was a large volume of distrust towards what the company presented or how they carried out their activities. And this would be a truly independent assessment. And I think it would contribute towards calming the atmosphere.
Very good. Thank you.
I have no further questions, so that ends your examination. Thank you very much, Mr. Lubashny. You're now released. You can stay with us if you wish to leave. We are almost done, but before we break, for the weekend or what is left of it, we'll have to we'll look at the time records tonight and see where we stand. I think we caught up now and we are doing fine. If needed, we can stay a little longer on Monday just to make sure that we're not pressed as we get to the end, like on Wednesday or so. We should make sure that we have sufficient time. Having said that, I assume that you will get some rest, but you will prepare for next week. And we thought that we should let you know, we had discussions within the tribunal over these last days. And we would appreciate if, in respect of the quantum experts, you could focus on your examination questions on the methods other than income-based methods. That is on costs and market-based methods. That really goes to Mr. Howard and Mr. Duarte Silva. Are there any questions, comments that you'd like to raise before we close for the day on the claimant side?
Nothing for the from the claimant side.
Nothing for the respondents.
No, then I wish everyone a good Sunday, some rest, and we'll see each other at 9:30 on Monday. Goodbye, everyone.